Hua Wang, who had been about to reveal her true form, panicked. She quickly thickened the mist veiling her face and slipped behind Fang Chen. "There is no Hua Wang here, only collateral to be seized." The moment they entered, they spotted Fang Chen's group of 3. They froze for a second, clearly not expecting anyone to use the teleportation formation to arrive at the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations at a time like this. The division head of the madhouse, a 7-aperture nascent, soul known as Venerable Sanqian, recognized the master of the heavenly secret pavilion, Yun Tianju, in a single glance. "Where did you come from?" Venerable Sanqian asked, his tone severe. The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations offered protection to many smaller factions, and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was one of them. That's why he recognized Yun Tianju. How could such a minor faction afford to use the teleportation formation? Did the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion really have that much influence? The moment the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion saw it was Venerable Sanqian, his expression soured. This Venerable Sanqian had always been against the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations protecting smaller sects. He believed they offered paltry tributes, caused endless trouble, and constantly required the sanctuary to dispatch its own experts to solve their problems, which only hindered the cultivation of their own members. Venerable Sanqian had never given him a pleasant look in any of their past encounters. It seemed he'd picked a bad day to travel, running into him again. He put on a respectful expression, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Greetings, Senior Sanqian. The White Horse Temple granted us a special favor, allowing us to use their formation. Since when were those bald monks so generous?" Venerable Sanqian looked skeptical. "It's been a while. I have to say, I'm impressed. You've even managed to pull strings with the White Horse Temple." His gaze fell on Fang Chen, who stood to the side. Despite the crackling lightning that wreathed Fang Chen's body, he identified his cultivation, at a glance a 2-aperture nascent soul. "Since when did your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have someone like this?" The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion hesitated, unsure if he should answer truthfully. Fang Chen had recently caused a massive stir across the continent, making his name by walking over the prodigies of the 3 Spirits sect and the 7 great cults to ascend the ancient road to heaven. There was no guarantee they wouldn't take issue with it. Venerable Sanqian already had a problem with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If he knew this was the Fang Chen, he'd have an even bigger one. An idea flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. "I'm a guest elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." "A guest elder?" Venerable Sanqian sneered. "Yun Tianju, don't tell me Venerable Bei. You got so embarrassed about being your guest elder that he backed out. Now you have to settle for a 2-aperture nascent soul." Hearing the undisguised contempt for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the man's voice, Fang Chen calmly replied, "Senior Sanqian, didn't you have urgent business to attend to? Won't chatting with us delay you?" He hadn't overheard their entire conversation, but from their hurried expressions, they were clearly in a rush. Venerable Sanqian let out a cold laugh. "Junior, are you telling me how to do my job?" Fang Chen replied coolly, "You don't seem to grasp your own priorities, Senior. I'm just offering a reminder." Fang Chen had no reason to show respect to someone with such clear hostility. Venerable Sanqian's face turned frosty. "Yun Tianju, your guest elder is quite the character." Beads of cold sweat formed on the master's brow. Was Fang Chen being too reckless? But then he remembered that Fang Chen always had a plan. If he dared to confront Venerable Sanqian so directly, he must be confident. The master calmed himself and said, "His words represent the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Venerable Sanqian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage in their depths. A pissant little sect, embarrassing him like this in front of a group of Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations elders. If he didn't put them in their place, did they think his title as a division head of the madhouse was just for show? He was a 7-aperture nascent soul. Even hall masters, at his level, had to show him some respect. "Then I'll just have to test this guest elder of yours and see what kind of power has earned him your trust." Venerable Sanqian's aged eyes locked onto Fang Chen. With a casual wave of his hand, he prepared to unleash a divine art. A 7-aperture nascent soul testing a 2-aperture nascent soul. The nerve. But Fang Chen was unafraid. He activated the golden Buddha hidden on his person and unleashed a silent mental command. Instantly, invisible chains constricted around Venerable Sanqian's soul. Though he shattered them with his own soul power in a split second, he momentarily lost control of his body. Seizing that single moment, Fang Chen simultaneously manifested a divine idol and a human emperor phantom, launching both at Venerable Sanqian. This attack packed the punch of a 3-aperture nascent soul. No matter how powerful a 7-aperture expert he was, Venerable Sankian couldn't just tank a hit like that with his physical body. The faces of the surrounding elders paled. They moved to intervene, but it was too late. The twin attacks had already struck home. Fortunately, Venerable Sankian regained control just in time to frantically shield his body with the power of his 7 aperture nascent soul. With 2 sickening thuds, the blows slammed into his chest and shoulder, sending him stumbling backward. A searing pain erupted from his shoulder where the Emperor's sword had struck. In their very first exchange, it was Venerable Sankian who came out on the losing end. The surrounding elders couldn't believe their eyes. A 2 aperture versus a 7 aperture, and this was the result. Utterly humiliated, Venerable Sankian roared in fury. What kind of twisted secret art did you just use? He was reeling in shock. If those chains had held for even a fraction of a second longer, he would have taken the full force of that attack. It wouldn't have been a minor sting. He would have been seriously injured. Worse, if that kid had a true killing artifact, he might actually have been able to kill him. A tremor of fear and doubt shot through him. Where in the world did the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion find a guest elder this terrifying? Fang Chen said flatly, "And what makes you think I'd tell you?" Venerable Sankian snorted. "Fine, let's go another round." His robes billowed with power as he prepared to attack in earnest. Fang Chen's voice was dismissive. "Apologies, but while you have time to waste, I don't. I am here on the order of a Bodhisattva to report an anomaly concerning the sky-touching black pillar to the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations." The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's face went white. He wanted to stop him, but the words were already out. Venerable Sankian's expression froze. News of the abnormality with the sky-touching black pillar had already spread across the entire continent. Word was, a woman had fallen from its peak. The entire Taking Grand Province was on high alert, anxiously awaiting any news from the White Horse Temple. And this guest elder from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was actually here as a messenger. Considering they had just used the White Horse Temple's teleportation formation, combined with Fang Chen's claim that he was acting on a Bodhisattva's orders, his doubts instantly vanished. Nobody in their right mind would dare forge a Bodhisattva's decree, not when this specific Bodhisattva was known as the Heaven-Hearing Bodhisattva. True to the name, he could hear every single sound across heaven and earth. Especially when it came to his own title, anywhere within the Taking Grand Province, the mere whisper of the word Bodhisattva would instantly reach his ears. As a 2 aperture nascent soul expert, the man standing before him definitely knew this rule. If he had the guts to say it out loud, he had to be telling the truth. His entire demeanor flipped and his expression turned dead serious. "So you bear a decree from the Bodhisattva. Forgive my disrespect. Please follow me. I'll take you to the Sanctuary Master right away." He then barked orders at the surrounding elders. "Move out right now. Find Song Lingyu. If she hasn't completely lost her mind, bring her back. Otherwise, the Sanctuary Master, the division heads, and I will handle her capture personally. Also, if you spot Hua Wang, give her 100 lashes from the lightning whip on the spot. Song Lingyu is half mad and doesn't know any better, but what is Hua Wang's excuse? She's completely sane. To secretly sneak Song Lingyu out like that, she needs to learn a harsh lesson." Hiding in the shadows, Hua Wang felt like crying, but couldn't shed a single tear. Going home was officially off the table. She figured she'd better wait until her master returned before she took those 100 lashes from the lightning whip. She would only dare show her face once the dust had settled. For now, she'd just play the good little hostage for the tyrant. Meanwhile, Venerable Sankian's attitude toward Fang Chen had grown noticeably respectful. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. He had just dropped the Bodhisattva on a whim, yet this guy had swallowed the lie hook, line, and sinker. But glancing at the dead, serious expression on the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, a sinking feeling settled in his gut. Was dropping a Bodhisattva's name a massive taboo around here? He locked eyes with the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and activated Silent Zen. Is impersonating a Bodhisattva a bad idea? He asked through their mental link. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's voice was grim. "The Heaven-Hearing Bodhisattva already heard what you just said. I don't know what the fallout will be." Heaven-Hearing Bodhisattva, Fang Chen felt the sudden urge to cough up blood. The monks at the White Horse Temple had only ever referred to him as the Bodhisattva. How was he supposed to know the guy's actual title was the Heaven-Hearing Bodhisattva? Talk about a deadly trap. He mulled it over for a second before shrugging it off. He had already pissed off the Heaven-Hearing Bodhisattva to the point of no return anyway. What was one little forged decree on top of that? Compared to the stunt he had pulled at the gates of the White Horse Temple, running a quick scam in the guy's name was practically a victimless crime. When you're already drowning, you don't worry about the rain. He had nothing left to fear. Besides, the ancient giants were scheduled to descend in 3 short months. Once the world plunged into total apocalyptic chaos, the heaven, hearing Bodhisattva wouldn't have the spare time to hunt him down anyway. With his mind at ease, Fang Chen relaxed and followed Venerable Sanqian deep into the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Calling it a sanctuary felt like a massive understatement. Stretching as far as the eye could see, a colossal, boundless mountain range carved through the landscape. Countless majestic palaces dotted the peaks, sprawling and unimaginably vast. Above the peaks, the spiritual energy was so densely packed that it materialized into a thick, swirling mist, blanketing the entire range. Fang Chen had only ever felt spiritual energy, this potent in the underground Zen courtyard of the Nine Dynasty ancient capital. Yet here, at the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, it was just the air they breathed. How does our new headquarters stack up against this place? Fang Chen asked, genuinely curious about the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's new location. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion gave a deadpan nod about the same. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion continued calmly, "The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations is a mountain range. We have a mountain, the only difference is the word range." Fang Chen's lips twitched, right, practically identical. Soon after, they arrived at the base of the mountain range. The landscape itself seemed alive. The spiritual vein surged upward, rearing into the sky like a majestic, sky-gazing dragon. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Perched right upon this earthen dragon's head stood 4 towering palaces. The courtyards between the palaces were bustling with activity, buzzing as if they were in the middle of a massive festival. "Old Sanctuary Master, you've been asleep for 3 straight months. Are you feeling all right?" Current Master of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations respectfully poured a cup of tea for a withered, frail-looking old man. The old man's eyelids drooped heavily. He looked like he could nod off again at any given second. Yet the aura rolling off his frail frame was overwhelmingly dominant. He felt like a titan, one mere breath away from breaking through to the 9 aperture nascent soul realm. This was the previous leader of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, Venerable Cold Sword. Ever since he ascended to the 8 aperture nascent soul realm, he had retired from his position as Sanctuary Master. His path towards soul transformation was a bizarre one. When other experts suffered cultivation, induced madness, they became dangerous and unpredictable. But when he went mad, he simply stood in front of a mirror and viciously roasted himself until he passed out, slipping into a months-long coma. He was one of the few safe lunatics in the sect, sparing him from being locked away in the madhouse. The moment he finally woke up, the current Sanctuary Master had politely invited him here as a VIP. Venerable Cold Sword was one of the 10 legendary sect members to master the Dark Heaven Eye to absolute perfection. The other 9 had already reached the 9 aperture nascent soul realm, and subsequently lost their damn minds, making him the only one left sane enough to teach the younger generation. But now he too was standing on the precipice of the 9 aperture nascent soul realm. Knowing his sanity was on a ticking clock, the Sanctuary Master had specially brought him out to give the disciples one last masterclass on the Dark Heaven Eye. "Is this the monthly Elder Sparring Tournament?" Venerable Cold Sword asked, gazing out at the experts exchanging blows in the plaza. Out in the arena, some elders unleashed the indestructible blade, others activated the Dark Heaven Eye, and a few deployed the Hell Lotus. Most had only reached the novice stage. You'd occasionally spot a master-level execution, but true perfection. Not a single one. For one, the power of lightning was incredibly elusive, making it agonizingly difficult to comprehend and cultivate. On top of that, the senior experts who had actually mastered these arts had either entered the 8 aperture or 9 aperture realms, meaning they were far too insane to teach anybody. Because of this, the younger generation has been forced to figure it out on their own. Progress has been painfully slow, the Sanctuary Master explained respectfully. Venerable Cold Sword gave a slow nod of his shriveled chin. His gaze drifted toward a few elders who were locked in a speed battle using the shadow in the clouds, a spark of genuine interest lighting up his tired eyes. The Sanctuary Master was quick to read the room. While Venerable Cold Sword's primary technique was the Dark Heaven Eye, he had always held a deep fascination for the shadow in the clouds. Sadly, due to his limited energy, he had only ever reached the novice stage with it. The Sanctuary Master's eyes lit up with an idea. "Old Sanctuary Master, why don't you head down there and spar with them using the shadow in the clouds?" Venerable Cold Sword let out a raspy chuckle. A few of them have already mastered it. There's no way these old bones could outrun them. He played it cool, but his interest was written all over his face. The Hall Master chuckled. Come on, it's just for fun. Besides, I know you've still got it. You'll smoke them for sure. He knew that if he stayed on the old man's good side, he'd get much better pointers on the dark sky gaze technique. The old man played hard to get, waving a hand dismissively. Fine, I'll give it a go, but don't expect too much, it's the taking part that counts, right? The Hall Master beamed. Wait right here, I'll get everything ready. He walked over to a group of elders who were practicing the shadow in the clouds technique, gathered them around, and quickly filled them in on the plan. The Hall Master gave them a pointed look. It's not every day the old Hall Master joins in on the fun. You all know the script, right? They were all seasoned players. They knew exactly what this was. This wasn't a real match. It was a performance to keep the old man happy. There was no way they were going to use their real skills. They had to find a way to let the old man win without making it look like a total fix. Don't worry, Hall Master, we get it. Just then, 3 coins arrived with Fang Chen and the others in tow. The Bodhisattva sent word. We have urgent news. The Hall Master's expression turned grim as he looked at Fang Chen. What is it? Fang Chen scanned the chaotic scene. This is serious. You should probably gather your key members before I speak. He was hoping this would give him a chance to meet Nan Yuanshu. The Hall Master didn't want to risk an insult, but he'd already set the stage for the old man. Can it wait a few minutes? We're about to finish a shadow in the clouds race. I'll call a meeting right after. Shadow in the clouds. Fang Chen nodded slightly. By all means, proceed. The Hall Master hurried back and respectfully invited the old man to the starting line. Old Master, I've given them strict orders. Every one of them is going to give 110%. They won't be holding anything back. The old man was far too sharp to believe that. He knew exactly what the Hall Master had actually said, but he didn't call him out on it. Deep down, he was actually worried about losing face to a bunch of juniors. Still, he had to keep up appearances. He put on a stern face. Don't you dare go easy on me just because of my rank. If I win, I want it to be a fair victory. The dozen elders practicing the shadow in the clouds nodded solemnly. Though they all knew it was just theater, they were definitely going to throw the race. The old man pulled out a lightning token. This contains the dark sky gaze. Whoever wins this match gets the token, and my personal permission to learn the technique. So, give it everything you've got. The elders stared at the token with pure envy. Too bad, the Hall Master had already forbidden them from winning. Fang Chen's eyes turned red with greed. Even the master of the heavenly secret pavilion only had a fragment of the dark sky gaze, and here was a chance to get the full version in a simple race. He stepped forward, acting bold. I know I'm an outsider, but I've managed to pick up a little bit of shadow in the clouds myself. Would you mind if I joined the fun? The crowd tensed. The techniques of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations weren't exactly open to the public. But when they saw the master of the heavenly secret pavilion standing beside him, they relaxed. Small factions under the sanctuary's protection were usually granted some leeway. The old man looked Fang Chen up and down and smiled. The more, the merrier. In his mind, a disciple from some tiny sect couldn't have mastered shadow in the clouds anyway. There was no way the kid was a threat. The Hall Master frowned. Everyone else knew their role was to lose. Why was this outsider butting in? If he was too stupid to get the hint and beat the old man, things would get embarrassing fast. He spoke up. Old Master, this is an internal sect matter. Perhaps the young man can wait until we're finished. The old man waved him off. Nonsense. Let the boy play. He patted Fang Chen on the shoulder with a grin. Listen, kid, give it your all. If you actually win, I'll let you begin your cultivation of the dark sky gaze too. He was confident for a reason. During his 3-month slumber, he'd had an epiphany in his dreams. He had finally reached mastery of the shadow and the clouds technique. Today was supposed to be his big comeback, his moment to shine. Fang Chen bowed. Thank you, old master. I won't hold back. The Hall Master had no choice but to agree. He figured Fang Chen was just an amateur who barely knew the basics. There was no way he could beat a master. He finally let himself relax. Fine, everyone, get in position. The race started there and ended at the tail of the spirit vein. First one there wins. Fang Chen looked at the finish line. It wasn't even that far. He could make that distance with just the 3rd stage of shadow in the clouds. He wouldn't even need his void, flow lightning force. The Hall Master shouted on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. 9 elders activated the 1st stage of shadow in the clouds, transforming into streaks of pale lightning as they flickered hundreds of feet forward. The few who had reached the 2nd stage fumbled around, pretending they couldn't get the technique to work. The old man let out a booming laugh. See you at the finish line. His hands blurred through a series of seals, summoning a bolt of purple lightning from the sky as he blasted forward. The crowd erupted in shock. The second stage of shadow in the clouds. Since when did the old master that stage? He's incredible. He's already perfected the dark sky path, and now his cultivation of shadow in the clouds is at the second stage too. The hall master froze. He finally realized the old man was just here to show off. That's why he'd been so eager to race. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old man was as vain as ever. If he had a new trick, he just couldn't keep it to himself. This way, the old sanctuary master was a lock for the win. It would give him the spotlight he wanted and leave him grinning from ear to ear. The other elders, who had failed to trigger the second level, stopped faking it. They hurried to catch up using their movement techniques, terrified the old man's victory would look staged if they stayed back. Seeing them move, Fang Chen decided to hold back for a moment. He didn't want them to lose too embarrassingly. He was a guest, after all. "Kid, why aren't you moving?" the sanctuary master asked, stunned to see Fang Chen still standing there. Fang Chen gave a small smile. "I'll give them a 10-mile head start." The disciples watching were baffled. 10 miles, that's nearly the edge of the mountain range. How can he possibly catch up? Fang Chen didn't elaborate. He silently calculated the distance. Only when he saw that Venerable Cold Sword was 2 flashes away from the end of the spirit vein did he finally release his power. With a beckoning motion, a lightning dragon descended from the heavens. He vaulted onto it, and in a heartbeat, they were gone with a thunderous roar. He left the crowd in a state of total shock. Did he just summon a lightning dragon? Wait, isn't that the third level of shadow in the clouds? Only 5 people in the entire Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations have mastered that. Is that guy really an outsider? Are we sure he's not some star disciple of a 9-aperture nascent soul master? The sanctuary master froze, then started hopping with anxiety. "Don't you dare overtake our old master." This whole thing was supposed to be a diplomatic gesture, but since nobody had briefed Fang Chen, he was treating it like a dead, serious competition. He surged forward on the lightning dragon, leaving a dozen elders staring in open-mouthed disbelief as he blazed past. Venerable Cold Sword was laughing his head off. Despite his years, he still had the spirit of a hot-blooded youth, living for the moments where he could shock the world and take center stage. "Sorry, kids," he chuckled. "I'll make sure to give you all a little consolation prize when this is over." He stroked his chin, grinning. Time to wrap this up. Suddenly, a violent crack of thunder exploded in his ears. He looked to the side and turned into a statue. The outsider was riding a massive lightning dragon, passing him in a blur. Within a single breath, the kid had overtaken him and reached the end of the spirit vein. The race was over. Venerable Cold Sword stood paralyzed, his face burning with shame. He had actually lost. Losing to a junior from his own sect would just lead to some teasing from the other elders, but losing to an outsider meant his reputation would be ruined across the entire Taking Grand Prefecture. Master of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations tries to play the pro. Ends up the fool, or instant karma, the ultimate clapback for the man who tried to show off. Just the thought of the rumors made him rub his face in frustration. He had really blown it. The sanctuary master and several elders rushed over, looking panicked. "Old master, are you all right?" Venerable Cold Sword couldn't face them. He pulled out the thunder manifestation decree of the dark sky eye and tossed it to the sanctuary master. "Give this to the kid later." He shot a murderous glare at the sanctuary master. "That was a great event you put together. Really great." Without waiting for Fang Chen to come back, he vanished on the spot. The sanctuary master looked completely blindsided. He's the one who said he'd let Fang Chen join. He's the one who insisted on it, and now he's blaming me because he lost. A short while later, Fang Chen returned. "Where's the old master?" The sanctuary master's face was dark. If Fang Chen hadn't been here on the Bodhisattva's business, he would have let him have it. He forced his anger down. "The old master isn't feeling well." He went back to rest. "This thunder manifestation decree is your reward, but it's for your personal cultivation only. Do not pass it on to anyone else." Fang Chen was thrilled. A complete thunder manifestation decree, and with the official permission of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. This trip was a massive win. "All right," the sanctuary master said curtly. "What message does the Bodhisattva have for us?" Fang Chen's tone turned serious. "It's about the woman who fell from the sky. She provided intel on the ancient giants." The sanctuary master's expression immediately darkened. "I'll summon the division heads of the 5 divisions and all the core elders. Someone go see if Venerable mantra has awakened." The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, the Tay, Yin sect, and the White Horse Temple are the three spirits sect, each anchored by an expert in the deity transformation realm. Along with the unaligned Venerable mantra, they are the three soul transformation and one Bodhisattva powerhouses known in the Taking Grand Province. In the council hall of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, the 5 division heads, each commanding a division of the heavenly thunder, along with numerous core elders, arrived one by one. Fang Chen looked at the 5 division heads, feeling a bit confused. Master of the heavenly secret pavilion, he sent a mental message. Why are there only 5? Isn't it the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder? The master of the heavenly secret pavilion replied in his mind. One of the 6, the Yin Yang Heaven division, vanished hundreds of years ago. What? Fang Chen was shocked. He was training in the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder because the completed set would be a heaven raid cultivation method. Now he was being told a piece was missing. What a scam. Is it really gone? Fang Chen asked, stunned. The master of the heavenly secret pavilion looked pensive. Venerable Bay, you mentioned once that he sensed the aura of Yin Yang Heaven on our continent, suggesting someone might be practicing it. Fang Chen suddenly recalled something. When Yin Yang Heaven is used, does it manifest as a blackhand, white Teiji lightning diagram? This time, it was the master of the heavenly secret pavilions turn to be stunned. How do you know that? Fang Chen looked at him with a strange expression. I've seen it. Where? The master demanded. Yin Yang Heaven has been missing since the war against the ancient giants 1,000 years ago. Fang Chen named a location that the master of the heavenly secret pavilion found impossible to believe. The heavenly secrets pavilion. Specifically, the place where you once underwent your tribulation. Are you serious? The master of the heavenly secret pavilion looked visibly shaken. My personal tribulation grounds. Aren't those reserved only for members of the heavenly secrets pavilion? What did this person look like? Did you get a good look at them? The yin-yang sky technique, lost to the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations for a millennium, was being practiced in secret by one of their own. If they could recover that cultivation method, the Sanctuary would surely pay any price to get it back. Fang Chen frowned slightly. She was cloaked, but I stumbled upon her. When I attacked, she activated the yin-yang sky's defenses. It was a female disciple. The master of the heavenly secret pavilion narrowed his eyes. If she was invisible, how can you be so sure it was a woman? There are over 20 people, including elders and disciples, who have access tokens to the tribulation grounds. We can't afford any mistakes in the intel. Fang Chen looked a bit awkward. When I tried to seize her, I accidentally caught her by the chest. I likely left a minor injury there. The master of the heavenly secret pavilion gave him a skeptical look. Accidentally or accidentally. Fang Chen's embarrassment deepened. Does the master have any suspects in mind? The master of the heavenly secret pavilion pondered. At least 10 female disciples have received tokens in the past year. Since the elder guarding the lightning pool didn't accompany us, it's hard to say who was training in there that day. Once I track down that elder, I should be able to identify her. Fang Chen felt a flicker of anticipation. I'll leave it in your hands then, master. The core members of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations gathered. A middle-aged man in yellow robes arrived in a hurry, his appearance disheveled. He cut straight to the chase. Why have we been summoned? Lingering lightning energy crackled around him. His cultivation had clearly been interrupted mid-session. The master of the heavenly secret pavilion sent a telepathic message. That's Nan Yuanshu. He's the division head of the Hell Lotus division and a powerhouse in the 6th Aperture Nascent Soul realm. Fang Chen observed him. With bloodshot eyes and wild hair, the man looked like a total martial arts fanatic, obsessed with nothing but his path. No wonder he ignored the master's overtures. He wasn't the type to be swayed by worldly bribes. The master gestured for him to be patient, then turned to Fang Chen. Tell them about the intel provided by the girl who fell from the sky. Fang Chen didn't mince words. In 3 months, the ancient giants arrive. The news hit the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations experts like a heavy blow to the gut, leaving them reeling. The once noisy hall plunged into an instant, deathly silence. It was a bombshell. They knew the ancient giants would return eventually, but they expected years, maybe decades. To be told they had only 3 months was unthinkable. The hall master was speechless. He knew a decree from a Bodhisattva would be significant, but he hadn't expected something this catastrophic. What could they do in 3 months? It was barely enough time to mobilize the continent, let alone mass produce the divine treasures needed to counter the ancient giants like their ancestors did 1,000 years ago. The ancient giants were striking too fast. They were being given no time to prepare. After a long pause, the hall master spoke, his voice thick and low. "Is this the truth?" Fang Chen nodded. "I interrogated the source myself." "You interrogated them?" The hall master looked at Fang Chen with surprise, unable to place who this young man actually was. But now wasn't the time for questions. He stood up. "Wait here. I'm going to summon the Venerable." Awake or not, he needs to take charge. This situation is too dire. We need the Venerable to lead us. A deafening crack of thunder tore through the sky. A violent surge of lightning energy flooded the hall, making everyone's skin crawl with heat. Hearts began to race uncontrollably as dread and awe took hold. Fang Chen felt his own pulse thundering as he snapped his gaze toward the entrance. He felt the same primal fear one experiences when facing the divine wrath of a heavenly tribulation. Could it be, just as he was guessing, a booming, gravelly voice echoed through the hall? "What's all the panic for? The ancient giants are coming whether it's today or tomorrow. Death comes for us all eventually. Fear won't change that. Steady your hearts and prepare for war." The hall master, the 5 division heads, and the elders scrambled to their feet, bowing their heads in respect. "We welcome the Venerable." It was indeed the Venerable of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Fang Chen didn't dare remain seated. He rose and bowed in respect. Before his eyes, 9 lightning dragons roared across the horizon, charging toward the hall. A burly man with rough features and thinning hair descended atop the dragons, his robes woven from pure electricity. Behind his head, the signature halo of the deity transformation realm glowed with blinding intensity. The world trembled under the roar of 1,000 thunderclaps as countless arcs of lightning danced in his wake. The lightning arts of everyone present began to surge uncontrollably in response to his presence. Hell lotuses manifested above, some heads, others were wreathed in sparks, their eyes glowing with electricity, while some felt their very hearts pulsing with light. Even Fang Chen was enveloped in lightning, a sword of crackling energy manifesting behind his back. Fang Chen was internally shaken. Is this the Sanctuary's Venerable? He's every bit as powerful as Venerable Heart, Bane. As the Venerable entered the hall, his sheer authority was so suffocating that no one dared to even breathe. He marched to the sect leader's throne and sat down with an air of absolute dominance. His fierce, predatory eyes swept across the room, noting the chaotic displays of lightning coming from everyone there. His gaze swept over the palace master, and he gave a slight nod. When his eyes moved to the division heads, he acknowledged them with a curt nod as well. But when his gaze passed over the remaining elders, his brow furrowed. Finally, when he looked at Fang Chen, who was sitting in the very last seat, his eyes flashed with surprise before a satisfied smile broke across his face. "Everyone, take a seat." The Venerable One waved a hand, and the crowd settled into their seats in silence. Hua Wang's heart hammered against her ribs. She kept her head down, standing dutifully behind Fang Chen, her mind reeling in shock. The Venerable One of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations had been injured 50 years ago and had never fully recovered. He often fell into long slumbers, and even when awake, he spent his time traveling the world in search of a cure, rarely appearing in his true form. Despite being with the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations for years, this was the first time Hua Wang had ever laid eyes on him. "Qionglu, you've done well, kid. When I chose you as Palace Master, I was worried you'd embarrass me. But you've led the disciples to make real progress in the 6 divisions of Heavenly Thunder, and even raised an incredible genius." "Not bad at all." The Palace Master lowered his head, his mind racing with doubt. Was the Venerable One being sarcastic? The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations was doing okay, but it paled in comparison to the previous generation. Especially among the younger generation. Only Hua Wang showed any real promise, and even she had only reached the 2nd stage of the indestructible blade. She was still far from mastering the 3rd. Looking back 50 years to the Venerable One's era, there were no less than 5 legendary prodigies who had reached full mastery in at least one division. The Venerable One himself had mastered 2 different paths by the age of 18. Compared to those golden days, the current state of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations was a complete disaster. Overcome with dread, he dropped to his knees. "Venerable One, I have failed you. Please, punish me as you see fit. I won't utter a word of complaint." The Venerable One let out a hearty laugh. "There's no need for such modesty. The division heads and elders might be mediocre compared to my time, but that's largely due to the dwindling spiritual energy in the Taikang Grand Province. I can't blame you for that. If I were living in this era, I might not have been able to do much better for the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations either." Besides, he added with a smile, "to produce such a brilliant prodigy in such a harsh environment, you've actually outdone me." I should be rewarding you, not punishing you. The palace master exhaled in relief, so it really was a compliment. But then he grew confused. Had the Venerable One already met Hua Wang? Getting back to his feet, he asked, Venerable One, which prodigy are you referring to? The Venerable One chuckled, playing coy with me. Someone who has mastered both the shadow in the clouds and the indestructible blade is even more talented than I was. After all, the shadow in the clouds is the hardest one to master. It wasn't just the palace master who froze. Every division head and elder in the room went stiff with shock. The palace master stammered, Venerable One, since when did we have someone like that in our ranks? If the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations had such a monster of a disciple, how could they not know about it? The Venerable One blinked, then pointed at Fang Chen in the back. That kid right there, hasn't he mastered both the shadow in the clouds and the indestructible blade? The palace master, the division heads, and all the elders whipped their heads around to stare at Fang Chen, their faces masks of pure shock. The palace master's voice trembled with a long, shaky note. You've reached full mastery of the indestructible blade too. Fang Chen was speechless. He had planned to keep it under wraps, but the Venerable One had just blown his cover. Left with no choice, he bit the bullet and admitted, yes. With a bit of luck, I managed to reach the third stage. The palace master's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The division heads and elders looked like they had just seen a ghost. For the members of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, even with the complete cultivation methods and an abundance of lightning energy, reaching full mastery in a single division was a grueling task. Yet Fang Chen, an outsider who had scavenged his cultivation methods piece by piece, had mastered too. It was an absolute humiliation for the actual disciples of the Sanctuary. It was a good thing Master Coldsword had left early. If he were here, he'd probably be so furious he'd be screaming at his own reflection. You're the palace master, and yet you have no idea how far your own disciples have progressed in their cultivation methods. The Venerable One's face darkened. What have you even been doing to be this negligent? Do you think being palace master is beneath you? The palace master looked completely miserable, unable to find the words to defend himself. Seeing the Venerable One's expression sour further, he choked out the truth. He isn't actually a member of our sanctuary. The Venerable One froze. That was the last thing he expected to hear. A freak of nature sitting right here in the main hall of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, someone who had mastered 2 lightning arts and surpassed the 5 division heads, wasn't even one of their own. Was he dreaming? How could something so ridiculous even be possible? A deathly silence fell over the hall. The members of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations couldn't even look up, their faces burning with shame. Fang Chen scratched his head, sounding a bit sheepish. Senior, it really was just luck. If you gave me a third lightning technique, I doubt I'd be able to reach the final stage again. The Venerable One snapped back to reality, letting out a frustrated laugh. You little brat, you're actually fishing for a third one. He clenched his fists, wanting to lose his temper, but he realized he didn't have the right. His own disciples were incompetent. Could he really blame an outsider for being too fast? He gritted his teeth. Effective immediately, all outsiders are banned from practicing the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder. Anyone caught doing so will be dealt with severely. He absolutely wouldn't let Fang Chen cultivate a 3rd division's cultivation method. Mastering 2 was already humiliating enough for the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. If he mastered a 3rd, they might as well hand him the title of Sanctuary Lord. The Sanctuary Lord didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After a brief pause, he asked, Then what about those who have already been cultivating it all these years? Allowing the lesser factions attached to the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations to cultivate the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder, even in a limited capacity, was a precedent set by the Venerable himself. Naturally, he had to ask for clear instructions. The Venerable snorted. Those who already have permission are the exception, but they can only stick to the cultivation method they currently possess. They are forbidden from cultivating anything new. Fang Chen's eyes went wide. You're a mighty Venerable, yet you're being a sore loser. He muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. Good thing I just got my hands on the Dark Heaven Eyes scroll. I won't be bored for a while, he thought, keeping his voice so low only he could hear. But right in front of a Venerable, nothing could escape those ears. The Venerable's eyes bugged out, the divine halo behind his head literally quivering with shock. This brat already had a 3rd division technique. Then what was the point of his ban? Did he just ban the wind? He glared at Fang Chen, completely at a loss for words. Venerable, it wasn't until the Sanctuary Lord called out a few times that he finally snapped back to reality. With nowhere else to vent his frustration, the Venerable shot a lethal glare at the Sanctuary Lord. You can stay on your knees when you speak to me, you useless trash. The Sanctuary Lord grimaced. Fine, I'll take the fall for this. I'll take the fall, okay, he muttered, dropping back down to his knees. The Venerable cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chen. That woman you personally interrogated. Do you understand the language of the infernal realm? Fang Chen was secretly amazed. He had only just learned that the language of the infernal realm even existed. Yet the Venerable had seen right through it, even guessing the woman's true identity as an infernal spirit. The man was far more formidable than Fang Chen had imagined. His guard immediately went up. I know, a little. The Venerable scoffed. Is that so? Let's hear a phrase then, and don't try to pull a fast one on me. I've studied it myself. Really? Fang Chen racked his brain before blurting out the only phrase from the infernal realm he actually knew. You are a stupid donkey. The Sanctuary Lord and the others listened closely. The pronunciation was bizarre, completely unlike the language of the human race. They shot the Venerable questioning looks. Was that really the language of the infernal realm? The Venerable's eyes gleamed as he gave a subtle nod. That is indeed an authentic phrase from the infernal realm. Kid, tell them what it means so they can learn a thing or two. Fang Chen blinked, utterly baffled. Venerable, you're the one who wants to know what it means, aren't you? The Venerable was definitely an illiterate posing as an expert. If he actually knew what that phrase meant, he would have blown his top by now. Feeling a pang of guilt, he glanced at the crowd from the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Bracing himself, he lied through his teeth. It's a standard greeting in the infernal realm. It's the equivalent of saying hello in the human race. A look of realization washed over the crowd, and they quickly memorized the phrase. With the ancient giants descending soon, learning an extra phrase of their language couldn't possibly hurt. When the time came to clash with the ancient giants, they would kick things off with a polite "you are a stupid donkey." They'd let those savages experience the civilized customs of the taking Grand Province, courtesy before combat. The Venerable also quietly committed the friendly greeting to memory, shooting Fang Chen a look of absolute approval. Since you're so fluent in the language of the infernal realm, you'll be highly useful when the ancient war begins. The ancient giants speak that exact same tongue. When the time comes, stick close to me. I'll give you the golden opportunity to act as our official translator. True talent was hard to come by, and someone fluent in the tongue of the infernal realm was practically unheard of. Even the Venerable recognized his value. Fang Chen broke into a cold sweat. He was basically an illiterate who couldn't even recognize 100 of their words. If he actually had to translate, wouldn't his cover be blown instantly? He desperately needed to fast-track a literacy program for himself. Putting on a respectful front, Fang Chen nodded. Seeing the kid acting so sensibly and possessing such a rare talent for the language of the infernal realm, the Venerable's lingering annoyance quickly evaporated. Since you are able to cultivate a cultivation method from my Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, you must belong to a sect under our protection, right? Fang Chen secretly counted his blessings. Thank God for his status as a disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, or explaining his lightning-based cultivation method would have been a massive headache. He immediately replied, "This junior is a disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. We are incredibly fortunate to be supported by the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. I will carry this gratitude in my heart forever. I came today not only to deliver the Bodhisattva's decree, but also to share my personal insights on Shadow in the Clouds and the indestructible blade with all the division heads here." It never hurt to be a little greedy. If he was going to recruit one guest elder, why not go all out and recruit a whole batch of them? Oh, the Venerable's expression turned serious. Disciples of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations notoriously hoarded their insights into the lightning arts like dragons guarding gold. Yet Fang Chen, an absolute outsider, was actually willing to just hand them over. "Are you serious?" the Venerable asked, clearly skeptical. Why wouldn't Fang Chen share? He wasn't a disciple of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. He had zero stake in their internal politics or competition for resources. Even if they got stronger, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. And let's be real, with the massive boost from his void flow lightning force, even if they pushed their cultivation to absolute perfection, they still wouldn't hold a candle to him. Putting on his most earnest expression, Fang Chen placed a hand over his chest. This junior speaks from the very bottom of his heart. The Venerable stood in awe. A flicker of genuine apology softened his gaze toward Fang Chen. He really shouldn't have been so incredibly harsh on the kid earlier. Right now, this junior is swamped with rebuilding the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, so I don't have the time for a proper lesson. However, I will leave my insights at the newly built pavilion. Any division head who is interested is more than welcome to visit and study them. And perhaps, while you're at it, take up a position as a guest elder. While you're at it, my ass, you were gunning for guest elders this entire time. The Venerable fumed, his eyes twitching. I was just wondering why he was acting like a living Bodhisattva. Turns out he's a calculating little schemer, and the math just slapped me right in the face. Hearing the offer, the 5 division heads immediately perked up, thoroughly enticed. After all, nearly every single master who had perfected these arts was currently locked up in the madhouse. Even if they wanted to ask for guidance, there was literally no one left to teach them. Now someone was openly offering to hand over their personal insights, an opportunity this sweet was practically impossible to find. As for taking on the title of guest elder, if it meant rapidly mastering a top-tier lightning art, it was a ridiculously good bargain. But with the Venerables standing right there, they had to keep their excitement in check, stealing cautious glances to gauge his reaction. The Venerable rolled his eyes. If you want to go, then go. Why the hell are you staring at me? With the ancient giants descending upon them soon, their forces desperately needed a power boost. He couldn't exactly stand in their way. He had no choice but to watch this little brat get exactly what he wanted. Nan Yuanshu practically sprinted forward. Count me in. I want to learn Shadow in the Clouds. The moment one division head made a move, the other 4 swarmed in. Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, when will the new Heavenly Secrets Pavilion be officially established? And where will it be located? We must absolutely pay a visit to offer our congratulations. The Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was overwhelmed. To think he could actually get Nan Yuanshu to agree. That alone would have been enough for him. But now, 5 division heads were practically tripping over themselves to become guest elders for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He hurried to greet them with enthusiastic smiles. What shocked him even more was that Adept 3, Coins, a man who had always looked down on minor powers like theirs, actually swallowed his pride and came over to get on his good side. The Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was ecstatic. With so many powerful guest elders, the new Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was destined for greatness. The Venerable One shot a glance at Fang Chen before his gaze swept across the crowd, his expression turning grim. What is coming cannot be avoided. 1,000 years ago, we failed to face the ancient giants. When they return, their tide will be even more ferocious. Do not hold onto any false hope. This is a catastrophe that no one can escape. Qianglu. Open all the secret realms of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Give our disciples access for their cultivation. We have 3 months to raise our strength by any means necessary. As for those delusional fools who refuse to see the truth, lock them up. Don't let them cause trouble while we prepare. Furthermore, over the next 3 months, communications between the major sects will become more frequent than ever. There will be many opportunities for alliance. When it comes to the ancient giants, cooperate wherever possible. Do not refuse any offer of alliance lightly. The 3 soul transformation masters and the Bodhisattva will convene to map out our grand strategy. Abandon all illusions. Prepare for war. He then summoned 9 dragons of lightning and rode them into the sky, departing in a crackle of thunder. As his commands echoed out, the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, which had slumbered in peace for a millennium, awoke like a colossal dragon, thrumming with a fierce new energy. Fang Chen took his leave as well, not wanting to get in their way. The 2 of them stood outside the teleportation hall. The Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion clutched 6 communication jades, a look of pure joy on his face. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can finally relocate without worry. We'll head back immediately and bring everyone over. Fang Chen considered it for a moment. You should go back alone, he said. There's somewhere I need to be first. It had already been several days since Venerable Mantra summoned him. He couldn't exactly leave a Master of the Deity Transformation realm waiting. The Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion thought for a moment, then took out 10 high-grade spirit crystals. Take these. After you've handled your own affairs, make a trip to the fire worship cult. Let Fairy Kaienlin and Adept Yunhuo know the date of our grand opening. Fang Chen nodded, accepting the high-grade spirit crystals with both hands. He watched as the Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion stepped into the teleportation formation and vanished. Fang Chen prepared to depart as well. Senior Tyrant. Hua Wang came running over, holding up the hem of her dress. Don't leave me behind. She didn't dare stay behind in the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Sticking with Fang Chen was the safer bet for now. Fang Chen smacked his forehead. Right, I almost forgot about her. She's worth 4 heaven. Soaring pills, after all. Ugh, dragging collateral around is such a pain. If only I could just stuff you into a spatial storage artifact. Hua Wang wrinkled her nose at him. My master will be here to ransom me in 3 days, Max. You'll get what you're owed. 3 days later, Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, Hell Lotus Division. Song Lingyu was clutching Nan Yuanshu's arm, refusing to let go. Are you really going to watch her die and do nothing? Nan Yuanshu sighed in resignation. I don't have a heaven, soaring pill either. I gave my last one to a disciple yesterday to help him face his tribulation. This was the 5th time Song Lingyu had heard the same excuse. With news that the ancient giants would arrive in 3 months, a panic had set in. The division heads and elders were no longer hoarding their resources, they were handing everything out to their disciples, desperate for them to grow stronger before the calamity hit. A top-tier treasure like the heaven, soaring pill, was naturally one of the first things to go. Song Lingyu was getting desperate. I don't care. If you don't help me, I swear I will make a scene you won't forget. Nan Yuanshu was unfazed. Doesn't matter. The worst she does when she snaps is spiral into a deep depression. He pulled away from her and sealed the stone door. Song Ling, you wanted to cry but couldn't even shed a tear. She thought borrowing the heaven, soaring pills would be simple. She never imagined she'd fail to get even one. What was she going to do? Hua Wang was still being held as collateral. Chime, chime. Her transmission jade pendant was ringing. She pulled it out to see a message from Tyrant, demanding payment. The 3-day deadline is up. I trust you have the 4 heaven, soaring pills ready. Song Lingyu's expression froze. She replied sheepishly, just give me 10 more days. I swear I'll ransom my disciple in 10 days. Taking Grand Province. Fang Chen's face darkened as he sent his reply, you're overdue. There's interest now. 1 extra heaven. Soaring pill for the 10-day extension. Otherwise, I'm selling your disciple. Putting away the transmission jade pendant, Fang Chen shot an irritated glare at Hua Wang. Your master isn't going to skip out on the debt, is she? Hua Wang had lost all the defiance from 3 days ago. Even her voice had softened considerably. I trust my master. She will definitely come ransom me. Inwardly, though, her heart was pounding with anxiety. If master really defaults on the debt, what's going to happen to me? Fang Chen shot her a look. Then you'd better pray she can pay up in 10 days. Keep an eye out. Let me know when we reach Venerable Mantra's territory. He closed his eyes, his consciousness turning inward to the depths of his mind. His vision plunged into darkness, then slowly brightened. A colossal, heaven-piercing divine tree burst into view, so vibrant and immense it stretched beyond the limits of his sight. Now that I've reached the nascent soul realm, it's time to claim this realm's reward. He looked toward the nearest fruit. Its skin was so translucent he could clearly see a bamboo scroll resting inside. The Great Expansion Sword Formation. Once the formation is complete, it can slay a soul transformation expert. His eyes burned with anticipation. You might be skeptical if any other cultivation method claimed it could slay an expert of the deity transformation realm. But there are no empty boasts when it comes to the ancient tree of the Great Void. With a single leap, he easily landed on a branch and plucked the fruit. A bamboo scroll appeared in his palm, then dissolved into motes of green light that flowed into his consciousness. Its contents were branded directly onto Fang Chen's soul. The Great Expansion Sword Formation, a heaven-tier cultivation method. Assemble 9 superior, grade spirit swords to perfect the formation, and it can slay an expert of the deity transformation realm. Assemble 6 superior, grade spirit swords to master the formation, and you can slay any enemy beneath the deity transformation realm. Assemble 3 superior, grade spirit swords for the formation's initial stage, and you can fight an expert of the late nascent soul stage to a standstill. Fang Chen's only thought after reading was, is this some kind of joke? 3 superior, grade spirit swords just for the initial stage? Are they serious? In his entire life as a cultivator, he had only ever seen 2 spirit swords. One was the purple sword in his hand, the other was sword, Saint Baixuan's Supreme, grade spirit sword, listening snow. Other than those, he had never even encountered another. And now this was telling him he needed to collect 3 superior, grade spirit swords just to get started. Where in the world was he supposed to conjure up spirit swords of that caliber? Weren't they all in the hands of powerhouses at the 9, Aperture, Nascent Soul, or even the deity transformation realm? And wasn't every single one their wielder's bonded magical artifact? Who in their right mind would just give one away? Fang Chen let out a bitter laugh. He then stared expectantly at the canopy above. After waiting for a long moment, nothing else fell down. He couldn't help but frown. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a trade? I take one thing, you drop another. He waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Convinced that nothing was going to fall, Fang Chen gave the ancient tree of the Great Void an annoyed kick. You're getting cheap, he grumbled. With that, he prepared to withdraw his consciousness. But just then, a golden fishhook suddenly descended from above, snagged Fang Chen by the collar, and with a sudden whoosh, yanked him up into the tree. Fang Chen snapped his head around, only to find he'd been reeled in by a fishing rod. He froze for a second, but the realization hit him in a flash. The rule of the ancient tree of the Great Void had always been clear: you couldn't touch an item unless you'd reached the required cultivation realm. The fact that this rod could hook him meant it was a treasure he was now worthy of taking. He reached out and grabbed the rod, and sure enough, it was solid. Fang Chen was ecstatic. Next time you hold out on me, I'm kicking you again. As his fingers closed around the rod, new information flooded his mind. Void fishing rod, supreme grade spirit artifact. Fang Chen took a sharp breath. A supreme grade spirit artifact. When activated, it could pierce the void to hook and retrieve spiritual treasures from across the world. Limited to 3 uses per day. Fang Chen was puzzled. Other people used fishing rods to catch fish. He would use his to catch worldly treasures. It seemed the target and the distance were completely random. I'll have to test this out later, he thought. He looked up. Not far above him hung another fruit. But this one didn't contain a cultivation method. Instead, sealed within was a gourd. Gourd of primordial imprisonment. Requirement deity transformation realm. Class realm artifact. Fang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A realm artifact, he realized, must be a tier of weapon far beyond any spirit artifact. It was just like the artifact he already possessed from the infernal realm, the Judgment Brush. The only difference was, the Judgment Brush required a special, blood-red ink to unleash its true power. He'd always suspected that, in addition to the brush, there had to be a matching inkstone capable of producing that crimson ink on demand. Only when the two were combined could they truly be considered a complete realm artifact. But this gourd before him, it was already whole. Fang Chen's breath caught in his throat. To be able to wield a realm artifact as soon as he reached the deity transformation realm. He wished he could achieve soul transformation this very instant and claim that gourd for himself. But then he thought about how few cultivators in the entire Ing Grand Province had ever reached the deity transformation realm, and about the bizarre curse that drove anyone who formed 9 vortexes to madness. A wry smile touched his lips. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Shaking his head, he pulled his focus back to the real world. Hua Wang blinked, and suddenly Fang Chen was holding a bamboo rod. A nearly invisible line ran from its tip, ending in a single golden hook. She assumed Fang Chen had simply pulled it out of the heavenly thunderstone, so she didn't give it much thought. Still, curiosity got the better of her. Don't tell me you're planning to go fishing. Fang Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his gaze. This was a top-tier spiritual artifact after all. Could it really fish out spiritual treasures from the heavens and earth? How far could it reach? Could it lock onto a specific target? He glanced around. The barren mountain woods offered nothing, not a single trace of spiritual energy in sight. Senior? Hua Wang called out, breaking his train of thought. Fang Chen turned his head. He stared at Hua Wang, his eyes narrowing in thought. I'll give you a chance to run. If you get away, you're free. And the debt your master owes me will be wiped clean. Hua Wang's eyes went wide. Was she really catching a break like this? Her gaze shifted as suspicion crept in. She wasn't entirely convinced. And if you catch me, what's the consequence? Fang Chen replied. Then I'll just let you run again. Hua Wang's eyes lit up like stars. She had no idea what kind of crazy phase this tyrant was going through, but a risk, free escape. Why wouldn't she take it? Then forgive me for my impudence. She whipped out a talisman and crushed it in her palm. Whoosh. A surge of spatial energy wrapped around her, and she vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already 100 miles away. Fang Chen tracked the direction she had teleported, rubbing his chin. She really thinks she can outrun me. He raised the fishing rod, locked Hua Wang in his mind, and cast the line. The seemingly short 10-foot fishing line plunged straight into the void, stretching out to infinity. 100 miles away, Hua Wang couldn't hold back her triumphant laughter. Bet you didn't see that coming. Never guessed I had a spatial talisman hidden away for emergencies, did you?
Heh heh heh.
Eat your heart out, you shady swindler. She pulled out a mid-grade invisibility talisman and slapped it onto her chest. With this, even if Fang Chen caught up, he wouldn't be able to spot her. She was like a fish back in the ocean. The seas are wide, the skies are high, and this girl is finally free. Suddenly, a hairline crack materialized in the empty space right behind her. A golden hook shot out from the void, snagging her instantly. Before Hua Wang could even process what was happening, an irresistible force yanked her backward into the rift. When her vision finally cleared, she was right back where she started, kneeling in front of Fang Chen. Hua Wang blinked in utter bewilderment. Where am I? Who am I? Was her great escape just a hallucination? Had she literally never left this spot? Fang Chen looked surprised. 100 miles? That's quite a distance. Go on, run again. Try to get a bit further this time. Dazed, Hua Wang pulled out another spatial talisman. In a flash, she teleported another 100 miles away. This time, she learned her lesson. She immediately tore another one, putting 200 miles between them. She didn't stop there. Using her movement techniques, she pushed herself until she was 500 miles out. Suddenly, the void behind her tore open, and a golden fishhook reached out. It tried to snag her but missed, grazing past her shoulder. Fang Chen reeled in his rod, looking satisfied. Within 500 miles, he could strike with surgical precision. Any further, and his aim wavered. He had one last cast left. Fang Chen pondered. The final cast. I'll just pick a random direction and throw it as hard as I can. Let's see how far it goes without a target. Atop the white tower of Crescent Lake, Venerable Mantra, dressed in a long yellow gown, tossed a handful of precious spiritual rice into the pond. 10 small fish, shimmering with spiritual light, swarmed over instantly. Standing nearby, Master Chenjing smiled and bowed. Congratulations, Master. The Mayuan spiritual fish have finally reached maturity. Once they fully develop, they can even bolster one's cultivation in the deity transformation realm. A faint smile played on Venerable Mantra's lips, a look of pure relief. She was in high spirits. The Mayuan spiritual fish were a rare species from Tianju and notoriously difficult to raise. It had taken her 3 years just to keep these 10 alive. In another year, they'd be mature enough to advance her soul transformation stage. She had waited a long time for this breakthrough. She clapped her hands, tossing the last of the rice into the water. If even one of them survives, I'll have a shot at reaching the next level of soul transformation. Just then, a hair-thin spatial crack appeared without warning above the pond. A golden hook emerged and snagged the mouth of a Mayuan spiritual fish. The fish thrashed in pain, splashing the water, but it was ruthlessly dragged into the void. Venerable Mantra froze. Snapping out of it, she lunged and grabbed the fish's tail, trying to pull it back. To her shock, despite her deity transformation realm power, she couldn't match the massive force. The fish slipped from her grasp, and she watched helplessly as it was pulled into the abyss. Master Chenjing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He couldn't believe it. His master's fish had been stolen. Right in front of her, and she couldn't even win the tug-of-war. Master, what was that? Master Chenjing asked, bewildered. Was it a spell or some kind of magical artifact? Venerable Mantra stared at her empty palm, stunned. Coming to her senses, she clenched her fist, her beautiful face flushed with rage. Who stole my fish? You'd better hope I never find you. Move this entire pond into my bedroom. The method was too bizarre. If someone could snatch a fish from under her nose, she wouldn't dare let them out of her sight again. Master Chenjing clicked his tongue. What kind of powerhouse could force a high-ranking Venerable into acting like a paranoid pond guard? Miles away, Fang Chen flicked his rod and found he'd actually caught a fish. He was stunned. Where the hell did I cast that? I actually caught something. He almost tossed it into a nearby stream, but stopped. The void fishing rod only caught treasures of heaven and earth. It was either nothing or something extraordinary. Sensing it carefully, he realized the fish was packed with staggering spiritual energy, so much that even his two-aperture, nascent soul cultivation couldn't fully process it. What kind of fish was this? His lip twitched as the fish stopped struggling after a few seconds. It was incredibly fragile for something so powerful. Fang Chen was speechless. He'd wanted to keep it alive, but seeing the spiritual energy rapidly leaking out, his only choice was to eat it. Before that, he glanced in the direction Hua Wang had fled. Silly girl, still running. Did you really think you could escape me? With a few steps of shadow in the clouds, Fang Chen flickered and appeared right in front of her. Hua Wang was shocked. How was Fang Chen's shadow in the clouds so much faster than when he was at the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations? She was nearly 800 miles out, yet he'd caught up in an instant. Ignoring her, Fang Chen sat under a tree and cleaned the spiritual fish. He skewered it on a branch, lit a fire, and started grilling it on the spot. Despite the dense spiritual energy, the fish's body was quite delicate. Like any ordinary fish, a simple flame was enough to cook it. Realizing escape was impossible, Hua Wang pouted and sat down next to him in a huff, remaining silent. A moment later, a piece of grilled fishtail was held out to her. Hua Wang turned her head away, grumbling, "I've long since transcended the need for food. I don't want it." But then a heavenly aroma wafted into her nose, catching her off guard. "It smells incredible. I've never smelled anything like this." Her mouth watered. She reluctantly took the piece. Fine. She glanced at the small tail section, then at the massive chunk in Fang Chen's hand, and pouted again. She took a bite. The meat was impossibly sweet, without a hint of fishiness. It melted in her mouth, turning into streams of pure nectar that surged through her body. Her golden core, which had been at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection for ages, began to throb and expand. She was stunned. What kind of fish is this? The spiritual energy is insane. Even liquefied essence isn't this potent. Fang Chen kept eating, unbothered. "You better slow down. It'll be a real riot. If you eat so much your golden core explodes." Hua Wang stared at the half-eaten fishtail in her hand. She couldn't resist the temptation. Just one more bite. A moment later, she was stuffed. The fishtail had been picked clean, leaving nothing but bone, so full, she muttered, patting her stomach with look of pure bliss. The fish was simply too delicious. She hadn't been able to stop herself. Fang Chen looked equally satisfied. The outline of a third aperture was faintly appearing on his nascent soul, a sign he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3-aperture nascent soul realm. What kind of fish is this? Just half a fish, and it's already doing this much, Fang Chen marveled. It was actually better that he hadn't broken through yet. After jumping straight to the 2-aperture nascent soul realm, his cultivation was unstable. He needed time to let it settle before opening the 3rd aperture. With his cultivation boosted, it was time to work on his cultivation method. He pulled out the Dark Sky Eyes Thunder Evolution token and began to meditate on its secrets right then and there. An hour later, a flash of insight struck him. He brought out dozens of blood, red lightning bolts encased in heaven, reaching marrow. With this much lightning, he had more than enough to push the Dark Sky Eye to the 3rd level. He began absorbing the blood lightning immediately, focusing his energy to solidify the Dark Sky Eye in one smooth motion. After some time, a sudden sound snapped him out of his meditation. He turned to see Hua Wang let out a soft groan. She was clutching her stomach, beads of sweat rolling down her pale face as she winced in pain. Fang Chen realized what was happening instantly. He frowned. "I told you not to be greedy. Your spiritual energy has hit the absolute limit of what your golden core can handle. Either it's going to shatter, or you have to face the tribulation and ascend to the nascent soul realm right now." He was debating whether to give her a heaven-soaring pill and charge her master double for it later when Hua Wang bit her lip through the pain. She dropped to her knees. "I'll face the tribulation now. Senior, please, protect me while I ascend." She pulled out a heaven-soaring pill herself, her heart heavy with regret and fear. If she had known the fish was this potent, she wouldn't have taken another bite for anything. Attempting a tribulation so recklessly, her chances of survival looked grim. So she already had a heaven-soaring pill on her. At least that Song Lingyu had a conscience and didn't strip her student of her best resources. He patted Hua Wang on the shoulder. "Don't panic. Your energy is incredibly dense right now, which actually makes the tribulation easier than usual. Combine that with a Bodhi pill, and your success rate is quite high. Clear your head and get ready for the lightning. And if things go south?" Hua Wang looked at him with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. If I survive this, I will find a way to repay your kindness." She swallowed the heaven-soaring pill. A wild electric aura soon swept in from the horizon. Fang Chen drifted into the air, scanning the surroundings to make sure no one would interfere. This was the most vulnerable moment. The tribulation could easily be disrupted. He scanned the distance, and his brow furrowed at what he saw. "You've got some rotten luck. Of all people to run into here, it's the Mount Sanking crowd." Of all the factions in the Taking Grand Province, Fang Chen had dealt with Mount Sanking the most. From Master Xuanyang to Master Evil Eye, he had clashed with them both openly and in the shadows. To put it mildly, they hadn't exactly left Fang Chen with a good impression. With Hua wying in the middle of a tribulation, there was no telling if those Mount Sanking snakes would try to pull something. However, as he got a better look at their situation, Fang Chen realized his concerns might be misplaced. 3 people in Mount Sanking robes were fleeing for their lives on a speeding cloud. Among them were an old man and a youth. The elder wore a faded, tattered robe and had a hunched frame. It was none other than that ruthless bastard, Master Xuanyang. The young cultivator beside him looked grim, constantly glancing over his shoulder. It was Kinged, the one who was always reciting scriptures. He deserved the title of master now, though he had already reached the nascent soul realm. In fact, he was the one piloting the cloud as they fled through the sky. A third man, a portly middle-aged fellow, lay on the cloud, drenched in blood and gravely injured. His face was ghostly pale, and a massive gash tore across his chest, so deep his internal organs were visible. It was only thanks to his aperture nascent soul cultivation that he was still clinging to life. Not far behind them, a gaunt old man was in pursuit. He wasn't even rushing, a playful, mocking glint in his eyes. Master Xuanyang's eyes were full of dread. Elder Xiang, don't hesitate, he barked. Give him the talisman with the true spirit blood, or we're all dead. Elder Xiang's face was bloodless, as white as a sheet. He shook his head. It's no use. This man is masquerading as our own Master Blackmoon. He wants more than just a talisman. He plans to keep hiding within Mount Sanking, which means he can't let us live to expose him. Giving him the talisman won't save us. Master Xuanyang was livid. When was Master Blackmoon possessed? How did we not notice a single thing wrong with him? He was kicking himself for being so blind. They had been ordered to deliver a precious talisman to Lake Zi, to see Venerable mantra. But just as they neared their destination, Master Blackmoon had turned on them. Elder Xiang hadn't reacted in time and was nearly killed. His target all along had been that talisman. Feeling Master Blackmoon's aura closing in fast, sheer terror washed over Master Xuanyang's withered face. Just as despair set in, a bolt of lightning tore through the deep reaches of the sky. Squinting at the horizon, I saw a mass of dark clouds surging across the sky at breakneck speed. A sharp glint flashed in Master Xuanyang's aged eyes. Someone is undergoing a tribulation. What if we lure Black Moon toward them? If they have a guardian, we can force them to jump into the fray. Elder Xiang frowned. Who undergoes a tribulation in the middle of nowhere? It was probably an emergency. They likely don't have a guardian protecting them. King added, Master, a tribulation is already a death trap. Dragging our problems there won't save us, it'll just doom them too. Let's just drop it. A tribulation was already a 1 in 10 chance of survival. If they dragged Black Moon into the mix, the resulting chaos might even shatter the celestial lightning itself. Master Xuanyang snorted. Then we use the lightning to slow Black Moon down. If the stranger fails their breakthrough, they can blame their own shitty luck. With that, he ignored their protests and steered his cloud mount toward the storm. Fang Chen watched the scene from a distance, his gaze turning ice-cold. Master Xuanyang was as selfish and cutthroat as ever. He remembered back at the Tiger Demon Emperor's cave, how Xuanyang had tried to slaughter them just because they were in his way. And now the old bastard was trying to throw a stranger under the bus during their own tribulation. Fang Chen hovered in midair, watching them approach on their clouds with a chilling stare. Master Xuanyang's voice reached him before the man did. Friend, we are elders from Mount Sanking. We're being pursued by a villain. Lend us a hand and we'll reward you handsomely. Seeing a nascent soul expert there, Xuanyang was secretly thrilled. If this stranger could stall Black Moon for even a moment, they could make their escape. Whatever happened to this guy, or the person undergoing the tribulation, wasn't his problem. Fang Chen let out a dark chuckle. A villain, you mean yourself. He dissipated the lightning swirling around him, letting them see his face clearly. The voice sounded familiar, and the tone was hostile. Master Xuanyang froze. He steered his cloud closer, his eyes bulging as if he'd seen a ghost. You, that kid from the mainland, you actually survived the tribulation. King's face lit up with genuine joy. He cupped his hands in respect. Brother Fang, you made it through. Congratulations. Fang Chen returned the gesture with a small smile. Congratulations to you too, Kinged. He then glanced at the figure chasing them in the distance. What's the situation here? King looked panicked. Mount Sanking has a traitor. Black Moon wounded Elder Xiang to steal the true spirit blood. Talisman meant for Venerable mantra. He finished, but enough. Elder Xiang snapped, cutting him off. He gave Fang Chen a wary look, forcing a friendly, grandfatherly smile. Could you help us? Just hold him off for a while. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. A true spirit blood talisman. Does that thing actually contain true spirit blood? He was buzzing with excitement, but Elder Xiang's request was almost laughable. They dragged their mess right to his doorstep, and now expected him to take the heat. It was obvious they'd ditch him the second he engaged, leaving him to deal with the fallout. They really thought they could play him. He didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he asked, "How strong is this guy?" Xuanyang and Elder Xiang went silent. If they told the truth, why would a newly ascended nascent soul risk fighting a 4 aperture nascent soul powerhouse? Xuanyang's eyes darted around. He's not that strong, just a 1 aperture nascent soul. With your power and ours combined, we can take him down right here. A 1 aperture nascent soul has all 3 of you running for your lives. Fang Chen discreetly pulled out the heart, reflecting mirror. One glance was all it took to see the truth in Xuanyang's heart. The pursuer was actually a 4 aperture nascent soul. If it was just one opponent, it wasn't a deal breaker. He pretended to weigh his options. You expect me to do this for free? Xuanyang's eyes brightened. Was he really falling for it that easily? Of course not. Just name your price. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. Isn't Black Moon after that True Spirit Blood Talisman? I'll take the risk. Hand over the True Spirit Blood Talisman, and I'll let him hunt me instead. Xuanyang's face twisted in anger. You actually have the nerve to ask for the True Spirit Blood Talisman. Elder Xiang's gaze turned sharp and dangerous. Absolutely not. Fang Chen didn't argue. He simply unsheathed his violet sword. Then get the hell out of here, he said coldly, or Black Moon won't be the only one trying to kill you. It was a perfect chance to gut Xuanyang and settle the score for himself and the Yizhu Demon Emperor. A chill ran down their spines. Not only had their plan to use Fang Chen backfired, but now they were trapped between 2 enemies. He looked young, but this kid was impossible to control. Master Xuanyang's ancient eyes darted to the side as he sent a telepathic message. Elder Xiang, just give it to him. We're dead either way. What good is the talisman to a corpse? Let him be the one to face Master Haiyu. If he miraculously survives, we'll just circle back, kill him, and take it back. Does he really think he can just keep something that belongs to Mount Sanking? Elder Xiang hesitated for a split second, but sensing Master Haiyu's aura closing in fast, he grit his teeth, pulled out a jade box, and tossed it to Fang Chen. Take it. Fang Chen flipped open the lid. Inside lay a jade talisman, its intricate markings drawn in a mysterious crimson liquid. The liquid radiated an overwhelming spiritual pressure. It was unmistakably true spirit blood. A jolt of excitement shot through Fang Chen. He had finally secured the 3rd type of true dragon blood. It was only a small amount, but it was enough. He could finally begin his cultivation of the 3rd aspect. You're free to go. Fang Chen snapped the box shut and waved them away. Overjoyed, Master Xuanyang immediately shot away on his cloud. But once he was a safe distance away, a vicious glint filled his eyes, and he yelled back at the top of his lungs, Master Hai, you, the True Spirit Blood Talisman you wanted, this kid has it, come and take it. With that parting shot, he vanished into the distance at full speed. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. That old snake. First, I'll deal with Master Hai, you, then I'll settle my score with you. He fixed his gaze ahead and saw an old man in green Taoist robes approaching on a cloud. The man's aura was immense, and a smug smirk played on his lips. You've got some nerve, letting them use you so easily. Master Hai, you sneered, shaking his head as he strode through the air, but as he drew nearer, and got a clear look at Fang Chen's face, his expression froze. A torrent of pure, unadulterated hatred blazed in his eyes. I was just about to hunt you down on the main continent, he hissed, and yet you've delivered yourself right to me. Perfect. Fang Chen froze. He was absolutely certain he had never met Master Hai Yu before, so where was all this murderous hatred coming from? Before Fang Chen could even make sense of it, Master Hai Yu lunged, his eyes burning with killing intent. He whipped out a thin, crescent-shaped shard of black jade and channeled his energy into it. Suddenly, Fang Chen's world went black. The jade shard was a spiritual artifact designed to blind its target. Seizing the opening, Master Hai Yu unleashed a vicious energy blast from his fingertip, aiming directly for Fang Chen's heart. The attack was swift and seamless, a veteran's move, any ordinary one. Aperture Nascent Soul Cultivator would have been struck down instantly. But Fang Chen was no ordinary cultivator, soul-imprisoning lock. He roared, unleashing a direct assault on his enemy's spirit. Master Hai Yu had no time to react. In an instant, his soul was shackled. The connection to his nascent soul was severed, and the power flowing to the Black Moon artifact died. Fang Chen's sight returned instantly. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashed a devastating slash of the indestructible blade. To Fang Chen's disbelief, despite being a four-aperture nascent soul whose spirit should have been completely immobilized, his opponent shattered the soul-imprisoning lock in an instant. He dodged the blade by a razor's edge, his lips moving in a silent incantation. A wave of dizziness washed over Fang Chen, his mind growing foggy as if he were drunk. His consciousness began to blur. He recognized it instantly, Immortal's intoxication, a secret soul technique from Mount Sanking that only cultivators in the nascent soul realm could master. Used by surprise, it could even render another nascent soul realm expert unconscious. A savage grin spread across Master Haiyu's face. He gathered a torrent of nascent soul power in his palm, shaping his fingers into a claw to rip out Fang Chen's heart. "Go to hell, you little bastard," he roared, channeling all of his venomous hatred into the attack. At the critical moment, Fang Chen's head snapped up. Two beams of raw power, a swirling vortex of crimson and pale lightning, erupted from his eyes without warning. Fortunately, his soul force was equivalent to that of a three-aperture nascent soul. Though his mind was clouded, he still had the power to resist. At point-blank range and caught completely by surprise, there was no way for Master Haiyu to dodge. The twin beams of lightning seared straight through his eyes, leaving two smoking, bloody holes that tunneled clean through his skull. Master Hai, you let out a piercing, agonized roar, and a ferocious, utterly inhuman aura exploded from his body. "You little animal!" Fang Chen's only reply was another instinctive slash of the indestructible blade. The pale lightning slammed into his opponent, blasting him 1,000 feet through the air. "Master Hai, you shrieked again in agony." His body charred and smoking, he knew he was no match for Fang Chen. He used the momentum from the blast to make a swift escape. Fang Chen tried to press his advantage, but his body faltered, sending him spiraling toward the ground. The effects of the exiled Immortal's draft were still surging through him, blurring his vision and dragging his mind into darkness. Hua Wang's eyes were wide with worry. "Are you okay?" Fang Chen gritted his teeth. "I'm fine. Focus on your tribulation. Don't worry about me." He began chanting the verses from the Jade Celestial Scripture. As the golden runes flashed through his mind, his fading consciousness slowly began to claw its way back. But right then, the sound of whistling air cut through the silence. It was Sage Qianyong and the others, returning now that the battle had ended. Sage Qianyong took one look at Fang Chen and realized he'd been hit by the exiled Immortal's draft. A murderous glint flared in his eyes. "You little brat, you had the nerve to steal from Mount Sanking. Did you really think you'd live long enough to enjoy it?" With a cruel sneer, he dove down from the clouds. King Da's face paled. "Master, what are you doing?" "Upholding the honor of Mount Sanking, obviously," Qianyong replied coldly. "If we let every random nobody walk all over us, everyone will think they can steal from Mount Sanking." Elder Xiang remained silent, making no move to stop him. Hua Wang cried out in horror. "He just saved your lives. How can you turn around and try to kill him?" Even as a bystander, she was revolted by the man's sheer, unadulterated shamelessness. Qianyong shot her a dismissive glance, his voice full of self-righteousness. "That wasn't saving, it was a transaction. All's fair in war. If he's stupid enough to get caught, don't blame me for being the one to capitalize." With a sadistic grin, he swooped in, throwing a vicious palm strike aimed straight for the back of Fang Chen's head. He intended to crush the boy's skull in a single blow. Squelch. Out of nowhere, a flash of purple light erupted from Fang Chen's chest, meeting Qianyong's hand head-on. The strike split Qianyong's arm clean in half, from his palm all the way up to his shoulder. Blood sprayed out instantly. The white, hot agony didn't even register until several seconds later. Qianyong's sadistic grin froze before shattering into a mask of pure torment as a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. My arm, my arm." He stumbled back in terror, watching as Fang Chen slowly rose to his feet. How are you awake already? No one recovers from the draft that quickly." Fang Chen turned slowly. His eyes were like twin pits of glacial ice, radiating a freezing killing intent. When he spoke, his voice was deathly cold. "You really shouldn't have come back." If Qianyong had just run away, Fang Chen wouldn't have had the time to settle the score right now. But the fool had returned anyway. And worse, he had tried to murder Fang Chen while he was at his most vulnerable. Fang Chen couldn't find a single reason to let him live, not one. Clutching his mangled arm, Qianyong trembled as he scrambled back toward Kingda. "My student, save me, get in front of him." He scrambled into the air, desperate to make a run for it. Fang Chen gave a casual flick of his wrist. The power of a two-aperture nascent soul coalesced into a massive, ghostly palm that swatted him out of the sky like a fly. King's pupils constricted, a three-aperture nascent soul. Elder Xiang's expression was grave, his eyes filled with a sudden flash of regret. He should have stopped this. Anyone who could drive off Sage Black Moon had to be at least at the four-aperture nascent soul level. Trying to kill him was a suicidal gamble. Xuanyang was paralyzed with fear. He scrambled back up, his voice shaking. Fang Chen, my boy, let's talk about this. I was only joking. It was just a little prank. Fang Chen nodded slowly. Fine, I'll let you go. Xuanyang was ecstatic. He didn't know why, but he'd somehow survived. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Fang Chen. I will never forget this kindness. Inside, he was sneering. What a fool. He doesn't even know the first rule of survival. Never leave an enemy alive. A brat like him won't last long in taking Grand Province. But a split second later, a brilliant flash of purple light blinded him. Fang Chen had swung his sword. A sudden, icy draft grazed his throat. Trembling, he reached up to touch his neck. When he pulled his hand back, his fingertips were slick with crimson. His pupils pinned, and sheer, unfiltered terror washed over his face. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Fang Chen calmly sheathed his purple blade. I was joking. Don't tell me you actually bought it. Why on earth would he let Master Xuanyang leave? That was just begging for a dagger in the back later down the line. Master Xuanyang's eyes bulged with rage and regret. A thin red line blossomed across his throat, and a moment later his severed head tumbled to the dirt. A fountain of blood erupted into the air as his headless corpse slumped stiffly to the ground. Fang Chen stared at the remains. When no spirit rose from the body, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. In the end, Xuanyang was only a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. He didn't have the power to detach his soul from his mortal shell like a true expert. Fang Chen still possessed 9 drops of soul transformation essence blood. As long as he harvested enough souls in the nascent soul realm, he could forge 9 more drops of heaven, reaching marrow. Too bad Master Xuanyang's soul didn't make the cut. With that loose end tied up, Fang Chen shifted his piercing gaze straight toward Elder Xiang. When Xuanyang attacked me just now, Fang Chen said coolly, you gave him your silent blessing, didn't you? Elder Xiang's eye twitched violently. This kid was a cold-blooded killer with a nasty habit of taking off heads. Playing dumb wasn't going to save him here. He hurriedly bowed, cupping his hands. I had no such intention. Please, young friend, do not falsely accuse an innocent man. Out of everyone he had met from Mount Sanking so far, King was the only one with a shred of basic decency. Even if Elder Xiang hadn't actively joined the fight, he was clearly cut from the same treacherous cloth as Xuanyang. Brother Fang, I beg you to show some mercy, King pleaded softly. My master and Elder Xiang deeply offended you, but my master has already paid the ultimate price. Could you find it in your heart to spare Elder Xiang? Fang Chen held his gaze for a long moment before finally speaking. Out of respect for you, I'll let him walk. But I want Mount Sanking's drunken immortal arts. I experienced the power of that cultivation method firsthand, and I must admit, I'm impressed. Even he had fallen victim to its mind-bending effects. If he didn't extort it from them right now, he'd likely never get another chance. Elder Xiang gasped. Absolutely not. That is a closely guarded secret of Mount Sanking. But a single, icy death glare from Fang Chen instantly choked the rest of the words in his throat. King looked hesitant as well. The technique was a core legacy of their sect. He couldn't just hand it over on a whim. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Are you guys dense? You didn't leak the cultivation method. That traitor, Master Black Moon, did. And he's the one who murdered Master Xuanyang, too. Do I really need to spell it out for you? You have the perfect scapegoat handed to you on a silver platter. No wonder Black Moon played you all for fools. Elder Xiang's eyes lit up, and a sly grin spread across his face. King, this is a direct order from an elder, he announced. With the responsibility off his shoulders, King no longer hesitated and immediately transcribed the technique from memory. Elder Xiang snatched the transcription and tossed it casually onto Master Xuanyang's lifeless body. King, this Master Black Moon is truly despicable. He murdered your master and leaked our sect's deepest secrets. We must return immediately to report this tragedy to the sect. King nodded along. He shot Fang Chen a brief look of profound gratitude, spared one last melancholic glance at his master's corpse, and turned away with a heavy sigh. Deep down, he had despised many of his master's underhanded deeds. Seeing him beheaded in the dirt felt like poetic justice. There was no room left for pity. Once they were out of sight, a massive grin broke out on Fang Chen's face. He plucked the drunken immortal arts off the corpse and skimmed the contents. His eyes lit up with absolute delight. It was a high-tier Earth-grade cultivation method. Its effects were similar to the Mind Oblivion Curse, specifically designed to completely hypnotize an opponent's consciousness. The kicker, the drunken immortal arts worked even on experts in the nascent soul realm. The stronger your own soul power, the more terrifying the hypnotic effect became. Thinking of this brought Master Black Moon back to mind, and Fang Chen's brows knitted tightly together. What was the deal with that guy? He had shattered my soul-imprisoning lock in seconds, and his mastery of the drunken immortal arts was so overwhelming even I couldn't defend against it. He clearly held a lethal grudge against me, but I had absolutely zero memory of pissing off a nascent soul expert. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open, and a jolt of sheer realization coursed through his spine. A chilling thought surfaced in his mind. The hell-fiend beast. Whenever that creature devoured a living soul, it could perfectly mimic their appearance and absorb all of their memories. A wave of bitter regret washed over Fang Chen. He had been staring right at a catastrophic threat and let it slip right through his fingers. It all made sense now. The beast was after the true spirit blood talisman to harvest the true spirit blood inside it and heal its wounds. Fang Chen stared into the distance where the creature had vanished, his heart heavy with frustration. Too much time had passed. God only knew where it was hiding now. Now that its cover as Master Black Moon was blown, it would inevitably show up wearing a brand new face. Hunting it down was going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Miles away, the second Elder Xiang was safely out of Fang Chen's sight. The sycophantic smile vanished from his face, replaced by a venomous scowl. Kinged, he growled. Who the hell is that kid? A pit formed in King's stomach. Elder Xiang, I thought we were letting this go. Elder Xiang shot him a glacial look. Let it go. He stole the true spirit blood talisman and slaughtered your master. A blood debt like that isn't washed away so easily. What's his story? I need to know exactly who I'm dealing with before I make my next move. If Fang Chen came from a powerful background, he'd just have to swallow his pride and accept it. But if the kid was a nobody, Mount Sanking wouldn't be so forgiving. King felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized that Elder Xiang had only played dead to survive. He was planning to settle the score later. He hesitated to speak, only to realize the sky above had suddenly gone dark. He looked up and saw a massive, terrifying beast staring down at them with a mocking glint in its eyes. Before he could react, the beast chanted the drunken immortal spell. King blacked out instantly, losing consciousness. When he finally came to, he found himself and Elder Xiang lying on the ground, seemingly unharmed. He jolted awake in a panic. Elder Xiang, that beast, what was it? Elder Xiang looked genuinely lost. What beast? All I know is that everything went black and I passed out. Let's just get back to Mount Sanking. Full of suspicion, King followed Elder Xiang back toward Mount Sanking. He didn't see the mocking smirk that played on the Elder's lips the moment his back was turned. And he certainly didn't see the scraps of shredded flesh left behind on the ground. Unaware of any of this, Fang Chen stopped his drunken immortal technique. He glanced at the lightning pooling in the clouds, preparing for the tribulation ahead. Hua Wang could only stare at Fang Chen in a daze. She was reeling from his sheer power. He had actually chased off a heavy hitter like a 4-aperture nascent soul expert. But she was even more shocked by how young he was. He looked barely 19, not much older than her, yet he possessed the strength of a legendary master. Since when did Taking Grand Province produce someone this formidable? At Fang Chen's reminder, she snapped out of it and focused her mind on the trial ahead. She swallowed the Bodhi pill and took a deep breath as the lightning began to gather. Boom, the lightning struck with a vengeance, shredding her clothes and instantly dissolving the mist that had hidden her face. Fang Chen was genuinely surprised. She was actually a beautiful young woman with bright eyes, porcelain skin, and delicate, refined features. As for her figure, Fang Chen quickly looked away, his face turning a shade of red. She was definitely well endowed. Hua Wang felt a rush of shame and tried to cover herself, but as bolt after bolt of lightning crashed down, she lost all capacity for embarrassment. Her only thought was survival. Soon, the lightning tribulation reached its peak. A massive curtain of thunder crashed down from the heavens. Hua Wang was at the end of her rope, barely able to stay on her feet. This tribulation had been forced upon her far too soon. It would be a miracle if she survived. With a sigh, Fang Chen deployed his 5-magnetic primordial mountain, positioning it just above her head and activating its divine light. This move instantly shaved off 20% of the lightning's destructive power. Seeing a chance to live, Hua Wang desperately pulled out a magical artifact she had prepared, cutting the damage by another 10%. By the time the curtain of lightning faded, she was charred nearly to a crisp and clinging to life by a thread, but she had made it through. As a mysterious energy descended to heal her, she was reborn with a new Dao title, the Debt-Paying Fairy. Fang Chen nearly choked. Is that name for real? Hua Wang's eyes nearly popped out of her head. You've got to be kidding me. That's my title. I don't want it, she screamed, losing her mind. Unfortunately, she wasn't as lucky as Fang Chen. She didn't have the power to change it. Debt-Paying Fairy was now her permanent label. How could this happen? Hua Wang's face was pale. How was she supposed to ever say that name out loud? I should have just let the lightning kill me. Why? Fang Chen retrieved his mountain. All right. That old hag, the ancient saint, is just like that. You'll get used to it. Suddenly, crack, a stray bolt of lightning shot out of nowhere, aiming straight for him. Fang Chen quickly blocked it with his mountain, his expression darkening. You petty woman, I say one thing and you throw a tantrum. You'd better pray you never fall into my hands, or I'll spank you raw. He had suffered under the ancient saint's whims for too long. One of these days he was going to start a revolution. Hua Wang's eyes darted around. Sensing his deep-seated resentment, she whispered, Senior Tyrant, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is your Dao title? Fang Chen glared at her. Stop being so nosy, get some clothes on, he grumbled as he took off into the clouds. Hua Wang was stunned. Just how bad is his title for him to be this bitter? Is it actually worse than Debt-Paying Fairy? At that thought, she suddenly didn't feel so bad. She covered her mouth and started giggling. It wasn't until a cold breeze hit her that she realized she'd been talking to Fang Chen while completely naked. Blushing furiously, she threw on a new dress and chased after him. In a gazebo by Washing Moon Lake, Venerable Mantra clutched a folding fan, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Master Chenjing was surprised. He rarely saw his master look this troubled. Master, did something happen? Venerable Mantra lowered his voice. In 3 months, the ancient giants will arrive. Master Chenjing turned pale, his voice rising in shock. Are you certain? Venerable Mantra nodded slowly. A genius from the White Horse Temple who speaks the languages of hell managed to get the truth out of that woman. White Horse Temple is truly full of hidden experts. I have no idea where they found someone who can speak the tongues of the underworld. Master Chenjing was still reeling from the news of the ancient giants. Shaking, he asked, Master, is this intel solid? Venerable Mantra replied, a Bodhisattva contacted me. He wants to gather 3 of us from the deity transformation realm to head to the summit of the sky, touching Black Pillar, and investigate. Master Chenjing's face paled slightly. It went without saying, an operation requiring experts of the deity transformation realm was guaranteed to be a death trap. No one knew what horrors awaited atop the sky-touching Black Pillar. If a horde of ancient giants was lying in ambush, even soul transformation experts would be walking straight into a meat grinder. Master, is it absolutely necessary? Let the bigger players shoulder the weight of the sky falling. Please stay behind. Venerable Mantra's voice cracked like a whip. What kind of cowardice is this? The fate of the world rests on everyone's shoulders, least of all us soul transformation venerables. Check your attitude. The ancient giants are on the verge of returning to this world. Burying your head in the sand now is no different from begging for death. Master Chenjing bowed his head in deep shame. He might have been older than Venerable Mantra in years, but when it came to courage and conviction, he fell woefully short. Realizing she had been too harsh, Venerable Mantra softened her tone. This journey is treacherous. If I do not return, Moonwash Lake will pass to you. I only hope you step up when the time comes and take your place as Taikang's new Venerable. Seeing her mind was firmly made up, Master Chenjing looked at her with pained reluctance. Is there anything your disciple can do for you before you leave? Venerable Mantra snapped open the fan in her hand, revealing a breathtaking, vibrant phoenix painted across the silk. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Years ago, during my battle with Venerable Evil Crow over this very fan, it was damaged. It has remained broken ever since. A millennia ago, this divine treasure was the very bane of the ancient giants. If it could be restored before my departure, our chances of survival would skyrocket, back on the ancient road to heaven when the demonic clone had wreaked havoc. The flaming phoenix she had summoned was channeled directly from this fan, and even then, she had only been wielding a shattered relic. Master Chenjing flushed with guilt. I have failed you, Master, he murmured. I've scoured the ancient sects and noble clans, yet I still haven't found the blueprints for the 9 Flame Phoenix Feather Fan. Restoring the fan required its original blueprints, but 1,000 years of history had taken its toll. For reasons lost to time, the schematics for countless divine treasures had been burned to ashes, the 9 flame phoenix feather fan included.
Venerable Mantra shook her head. Don't blame yourself. Those blueprints vanished from this world long ago.
A soft ripple disrupted the surface of her teacup. Within the amber liquid, an image materialized, a young man and woman striding across the air, descending upon Moonwash Lake. Master Chenjing recognized Fang Chen instantly. Master, it's that brat from the mainland. Venerable Mantra furrowed her brow. A direct summons, and he only arrives now. Is Venerable Heart, Bane's honorary disciple, really this brazen? Master Chenjing smiled to himself in malicious satisfaction. Fang Chen, oh Fang Chen, you brought this upon yourself. My master might have a gentle temper, but she is still a soul transformation venerable. Trivializing her summons is a blatant insult to the soul transformation realm. Let's see how she tears you apart. Hovering above Moonwash Lake, Hua Wying spoke in a hushed, utterly deferential tone. Senior Tyrant, why do you think Venerable Mantra summoned you? Fang Chen already had a solid guess. It was bound to be about his ability to shift the sky-touching black pillar, or perhaps the events that unfolded at the very end of the ancient road to heaven. Making him trek all the way out here just for a QA session felt like a colossal waste of his time. Honestly, the Venerable probably doesn't even want to see me anymore. It's been nearly a week. That's more than enough time for her to run her own background checks. Hua Wying's jaw dropped. A Venerable had summoned him, and he had casually stalled for 6 or 7 days. She broke out in a cold sweat, just thinking about what would happen to Fang Chen.
Fang Chen just shrugged it off. Taking my time sets boundaries. Otherwise, she'll start snapping her fingers every time she needs a mundane errand run, and I don't have time for that.
Hua Wying's scalp tingled with shock. What kind of sheer audacity was this? A summons from a Venerable was an unparalleled honor, yet Fang Chen was acting like it was a tedious chore. What she didn't know was that Fang Chen's dismissive attitude stemmed directly from his extreme distaste for Master Chenjing. Because of his foul run-in with the disciple, Fang Chen naturally didn't have an ounce of respect left for Venerable Mantra, the master. Before long, Fang Chen arrived at the towering white pagoda. In a nearby pavilion, he spotted a woman in a yellow gown standing with her back to him. Master Chenjing stood dutifully by her side, an expression of total reverence plastered on his face. Fang Chen blinked in mild surprise. Judging strictly by her silhouette, Venerable Mantra looked even younger than Master Chenjing. He quickly masked his surprise, adopting a calm, perfectly level tone. Fang Chen, disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, greets Senior Venerable. Venerable Mantra didn't bother turning around. Still holding a book, she asked in a dangerously calm voice, "Are you busy?" Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Clearly, this Venerable had a bone to pick with him. But fear wasn't in his vocabulary. "I have a lot on my plate, Senior, and my time is precious. In the future, if you have inquiries, simply send a messenger. There's no need to summon me in person. It wastes both your time and mine." As far as polite greetings went, it was a blatant slap in the face. Venerable Mantra slammed her ancient tome onto the stone table, her elegant brows knitting together in fury. The absolute nerve to talk back. Venerable Heart, Bane's honorary disciple, has quite the ego. "Enlighten me," she snapped. "Exactly what is keeping you so busy?" She refused to believe a junior disciple had anything of world-shaking importance going on. Fang Chen met her anger with maddening calm. "Senior, are you throwing a tantrum? I'm under no obligation to report my daily schedule to you. Why don't we just skip to the actual reason you called me here?" Venerable Mantra actually let out a dry, incredulous laugh. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this. "If you won't tell me willingly, I'll just have to pry it out of you." Fang Chen scowled. What was that supposed to mean? Was she really going to resort to torture over a bruised ego? Surely she wasn't that unhinged. Venerable Mantra flicked her wrist, and a translucent, shimmering veil of light instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Alarm bells rang in Fang Chen's mind. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice dropping an octave. Venerable Mantra ignored the question completely. Instead, she asked, "You seem to hold a grudge against me." Fang Chen wasn't stupid enough to tell the truth. He opened his mouth to deliver a polite, evasive denial, but the word that tumbled out of his mouth left him completely stunned.
Yes,
Fang Chen immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. "Wait a minute, that wasn't what I was trying to say." As Venerable Mantra posed another question, Fang Chen forced down his rising panic and tried to think logically.
He had zero interest in explaining himself and fully intended to brush her off with a lie, but to his absolute horror, his traitorous mouth moved on its own.
I despise your disciple, Master Chenjing.
Master Chenjing shot him a furious glare and scoffed. The feeling is completely mutual, you little punk. Fang Chen blinked, completely utterly bewildered. Something is seriously wrong here. Once might be a slip of the tongue, but twice in a row. He thought about her title, Venerable Mantra. Did she actually have the power to force the absolute truth out of people? If so, she was terrifying. In her presence, secrets simply didn't exist. Chenjing, what exactly have you been doing out on the continent? Venerable Mantra narrowed her eyes at Master Chenjing. It made sense now. No wonder Fang Chen had been so inexplicably hostile toward her. The root of the problem lay with Master Chenjing. Master Chenjing didn't dare lie. He had no choice but to confess everything regarding the aperture, opening divine nail. Venerable Mantra's brow furrowed. Go reflect on your actions for 100 days. Master Chenjing lowered his head in shame. Venerable Mantra turned her attention back to the youth. Now, tell me, what big business has kept you so busy? I'm all ears. Fang Chen felt a flicker of panic. He tried to deflect again, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the raw truth came pouring out. I spent 2 days in bed with Fairy Cloud Raiment, 1 day traveling, half a day interrogating a woman at White Horse Temple, and then at the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Enough. Venerable Mantra slammed her hand onto the table, her face flushing with indignant rage. 2 days of carnal indulgence. That is your big business. The more he spoke, the angrier she got. He had ignored a summons from a Venerable just to roll around with a woman. It was beyond insulting. Then she paused. Wait, White Horse Temple, interrogating a woman. Are you that linguistic prodigy who mastered the foreign tongue? In this moment, Fang Chen had nowhere to hide. Venerable Mantra fell silent. That actually was big business. Fang Chen hadn't been entirely lying after all. She cleared her throat, forcing the conversation back on track. How is it that you are able to move the sky-touching black pillar? Fang Chen finally understood why she had summoned him for a face interrogation. If she could force him to speak the truth, he was in trouble. The sky-touching black pillar was tied to the ancient tree of the Great Void, his ultimate secret. There was no way he could let that out. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. No Venerable was a simpleton, but this Venerable Mantra, despite her unassuming name, was proving to be the most dangerous of them all. His mind raced, searching for an excuse, but it was useless. Any lie he tried to frame would be corrected into the truth the moment it hit his lips. How could such a broken ability even exist? It was like she was cheating at life. In his desperation, a light bulb went off. Wait, if her power is this overpowered, why didn't White Horse Temple just bring her in to interrogate that woman? She could have extracted every bit of information they needed with a single question. Then, the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The woman at the temple hadn't cracked because she refused to speak at all. Venerable Mantra's power could prevent lies, but it couldn't force a closed mouth to open. His eyes lit up with clarity. He clamped his jaw shut instantly. As expected, his secrets didn't come spilling out. He had finally found the counter-play. Venerable Mantra waited for a beat, then let out a soft snort. Clever, you found the loophole in my domain quite quickly. Fang Chen quipped, well, if you hadn't wasted so much time on gossip and got straight to the point, I might have spilled everything already. Haven't you heard? The villain always loses because they talk too much. He immediately clapped a hand over his mouth and mumbled through his fingers, wait, I didn't mean to say that out loud. I'm done talking. I don't want to piss you off further. Venerable Mantra clenched her fist, took a deep, steadying breath, and slowly forced her hand to relax. Within my mantra domain, I treat everything you say as your inner thoughts. I'll pretend I didn't hear the insults. I won't hold them against you. Let me ask you again. You left the sky-touching black pillar at White Horse Temple. Why did they let you leave? What kind of deal did you cut with them? Fang Chen was secretly impressed. This woman was sharp, but since his life depended on it, he wasn't saying a word. Venerable Mantra watched him stay silent. Her eyes glinted. Did he really think he could outmaneuver her? She gave her sleeve a subtle wave, silently deactivating the mantra domain. With a cryptic look, she asked, what do you really think of me? Fang Chen perked up. Since she had promised that anything said in the domain wouldn't be held against him, he saw no reason to hold back. He immediately went for the throat. You're a terrible teacher. A magnet for trouble, a petty bully, a gossip, mongering hag, arrogant, rude, probably too ugly to show her face, and utterly worthless if you took away your deity transformation realm power. Venerable Mantra's body trembled with rage. She pulled a fan from her sleeve, her expression turning glacial. Hold out your hand. Fang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Senior, you said yourself that you wouldn't take anything said in the mantra domain personally. Surely a great Venerable wouldn't go back on her word. Venerable Mantra smiled, a cold, menacing grin that didn't reach her eyes. I forgot to mention, I dropped the mantra domain a moment ago. You certainly seem to enjoy venting those frustrations. Now, hand over. You're getting a lashing. Fang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, she can do that. To the side, Master Chenjing struggled to hide a smirk. Anyone who rose to the level of a Venerable was a master of strategy. If you didn't watch your step with them, you'd find yourself in a hole before you even knew you were walking. Fang Chen offered a weak, awkward laugh. Venerable, surely you won't lower yourself to bully a junior over a few words. Venerable Mantra replied icily, since you've already labeled me a petty bully, I might as well live up to the title. Seeing that she was dead serious, Fang Chen braced himself. Is it going to hurt? You'll be in pain for 3 days and 3 nights. You'll be begging to chop your own hand off. Now hand. Thinking back on the insults he had just hurled at her, her fury burned even hotter. Fang Chen's face twitched. Look, I'm a disciple of Venerable Heart, Bane, the official translator for the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, and a messenger for the Bodhisattva. Beating me like this, it's a bad look, don't you think? With no other option, he laid out his most recent accomplishments. Master Chenjing was stunned. When had Fang Chen collected so many titles? The first title was real, and as for the last one, if he had the guts to say it out loud, it had to be real too. The guy had only been in the Taking Grand Province for a few days, and he was already running with Venerables and Bodhisattvas. Since when was it so easy to make it big here? He'd once boasted that Fang Chen wouldn't even find his footing here. Now Fang Chen was standing shoulder to shoulder with the soul transformation Venerable. None of that matters. Even if their masters showed up in person, I'd still do this. Now, for the last time, hold out your hand. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. This woman was hell, bent on teaching him a lesson. His eyes darted around as he weighed his options. If he unleashed shadow in the clouds, powered by his void flow lightning force, could he actually escape from a soul transformation Venerable? The problem was, Venerable Mantra knew his background. He could run, but he couldn't hide. As he was lost in thought, his gaze fell on the fan in Venerable Mantra's hand. It struck him as familiar, like something he'd seen before, but the memory was too distant, buried just out of reach. Just then the clouds above Yu Lake suddenly shuddered. The clear sky began to darken as a sinister, howling wind swept through. Venerable Mantra's expression hardened, her elegant brows knitting together. Unwelcome company has arrived. Is it impossible for Venerable Mantra to say something pleasant for once? A figure in long red robes emerged from the dark clouds. A divine halo glowing conspicuously behind his head made his identity all but obvious. The last master of the deity transformation, realm in the Taking Grand Province that Fang Chen had yet to meet, the Venerable of the Great Yin sect. He took a single step. One moment he was a silhouette against the sky, the next he materialized before the pavilion. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. What was that? Teleportation. So this was how those in the deity transformation realm moved. It was only then he realized just how naive he'd been to think he could escape a master of the deity transformation realm using shadow in the clouds. Venerable Mantra, her back still turned to him, said coolly, I am incapable of lying. The Venerable of the Great Yin sect was a middle-aged man who would have been strikingly handsome, if not for the black crow tattoo that consumed more than half his face, giving him a sinister, wicked aura. Venerable Mantra could only speak the absolute truth, otherwise it would invite. Her eyes flickered to the others present, and she cut herself off. It clicked for Fang Chen. Venerable Mantra could project a domain of truth that forced others to be honest, but she herself was permanently trapped within it. She either remained silent or spoke only the truth. Any lie would bring about some terrible consequence. A chill went down Fang Chen's spine as he realized the Venerable of the Great Yin sect was scrutinizing him. The man's right eye, half covered by the crow tattoo, was locked onto him with an unnerving, pitch-black gaze. Venerable Senior, how may I be of service? Fang Chen asked. The Great Yin sect Venerable's eyes narrowed. Have you practiced a cultivation method of my Great Yin sect? Fang Chen's heart hammered in his chest. How could he have forgotten? He had indeed practiced the art of refining yin corpses, but that was ages ago. For this Venerable to see the traces of it now. His eyes shifted slightly before he replied, Senior, I only dabbled in the technique. I abandoned it long ago and never pursued it deeply. The Great Yin sect Venerable gave a slight nod. There wasn't a trace of Yin Kai on him. He clearly hadn't used the cultivation method in at least half a year. He had indeed abandoned it.
Outsiders are forbidden from practicing the cultivation methods of my great yin sect. Since you have broken this rule, you can die now.
He spoke with utter nonchalance, as if deciding the fate of a mere insect. The bug's existence didn't stir any emotion in him. It was simply an eyesore that needed to be erased from the world. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the great yin sect Venerable unleashed a wave of power. A bone-chilling sense of death washed over Fang Chen. He couldn't even see the attack coming, but his mind was suddenly flooded with absolute soul-crushing despair. Forget the power-ups. Let's talk about the absolute snakes in the righteous sects. 1 minute, Master Chuanyong is begging for his life, a desperate elder on the run.
The very next, he's backstabbing the guy who just saved him. This isn't a plot twist, it's the unwritten rule of this entire world trust is for the dead.
Fang Chen's response. A clean, cold-blooded beheading.
No monologue, no hesitation. He's learning the language of this dark forest, and it's brutal. So here's the real question in a world where righteousness is just a mask for vipers. Is Fang Chen's merciless justice the only path to survival? Or is he just one bad day away from becoming the next Chuanyong? The Venerable of the Great Yin sect casually flicked his sleeve. An absolute bone-chilling sense of impending death gripped Fang Chen, making his hair stand on end. He couldn't even see the threat, yet a suffocating wave of utter despair crashed over him. Before a being of this caliber, all his skills were useless. Every magical artifact he owned was utterly obsolete.
He could do nothing but watch helplessly as death claimed him.
Suddenly, a sharp crack split the suffocating pressure. It was like a blinding streak of lightning tearing through total darkness, illuminating the world. The icy grip of death that had been choking Fang Chen receded like the tide. He gasped for air, his face pale and his forehead dripping with cold sweat. A mountain breeze swept past, bringing a sharp chill to his skin. In that mere fraction of a second, he had been completely drenched in sweat. Venerable Mantra's voice drifted over, calm and detached. He is my guest.
Fang Chen had always harbored a deep aversion toward Venerable Mantra, but in this exact moment, her slightly cold voice felt warmer than anything he had ever known. The one trying to kill him was a total stranger, someone he had never met, someone who had zero grudges against him. Yet the one who saved him was Venerable Mantra, the very woman he had repeatedly provoked and offended. What shook Fang Chen to his core was the sheer apathy of the Venerable of the Great Yin sect. They had no feud. The man had tried to swat him out of existence simply because he was an eyesore. That absolute indifference, treating him like a literal insect, made Fang Chen shudder. It hammered a brutal realization into him. Experts in the deity transformation realm were entirely different life forms from those in the nascent soul, core formation, or foundation establishment stages. In both sheer power and perspective, they had transcended mortality. They were, in every sense, living gods. By contrast, the fact that Venerable Mantra hadn't wiped Fang Chen from existence after his earlier disrespect proved she still retained a shred of human emotion. Stepping in to save his life now only made Venerable Mantra's restraint all the more remarkable. The Venerable of the Great Yin sect offered a faint smile. Your guest, huh? He then glanced at Fang Chen. Give up your cultivation from now on. Killing Fang Chen was a whim, letting him live was an equally passing thought. It just proved how utterly insignificant Fang Chen was in his eyes. To this man, whether Fang Chen lived or died made zero difference. Fang Chen kept his gaze steady and cupped his hands in superficial agreement, but a tempest of fury and resolve was brewing in his heart. He didn't care about being looked down upon as an ant, but the fact that this man had so casually tried to end his life, that was a grudge he would never, ever forget. Venerable Mantra's voice was indifferent. Venerable Evil Crow, to what do I owe the pleasure of your personal visit to Moon, Washing Lake? Venerable Evil Crow chuckled as he strolled into the pavilion. He sat directly across from Venerable Mantra, sizing her up. I'm here to collect a debt. As per our agreement, it's time you handed over the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. Venerable Mantra's eyes narrowed. Impeccable timing. We are just about to head to the peak of the sky-touching black pillar. I need to rely on this fan now more than ever, yet this is when you choose to recall it. This Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan had been unearthed in Tianzhu. When the 3 deity transformation realm experts of Grand Taking Province caught wind of it, they joined forces to track it down. Along the way, they clashed violently with the deity transformation realm experts of Tianzhu. Although the fan had temporarily fallen into Venerable Mantra's hands, escaping with it had been nearly impossible. Fortunately, Venerable Evil Crow had offered to cover her retreat. His one condition: at some point in the future, he would get to use the fan for a year. Now, right on the eve of their scouting mission to the peak of the sky, touching black pillar, Venerable Evil Crow was demanding the fan.
His timing was a little too perfect.
Venerable Evil Crow stared intently at Venerable Mantra's youthful, beautiful face, a sly half-smile playing on his lips.
Are you planning to break our deal? Venerable Mantra's tone grew heavy. The Great Yin sect's Nether Yin technique is the ultimate counter to the ancient giants. Its effects surpass even an intact phoenix, feather 9 flames fan. You have absolutely no need for it. Demanding the fan at a critical juncture like this, you're just using it as leverage to blackmail me, aren't you?
She would have loved to phrase it more tactfully, but she simply couldn't. Bound by her title as Venerable Mantra, she could only speak her absolute truth.
Not a single drop of hypocrisy could leave her lips.
Venerable Evil Crow grinned. I always love chatting with you, Venerable Mantra. It saves us the trouble of beating around the bush.
I'm here for you. I don't need to take the fan back, but you will have to pay a price in exchange. Venerable Mantra's bright eyes flickered. Venerable Evil Crow didn't say another word instead. He simply retracted the aura of Yin Kai, cloaking his body. Instantly, a nauseating stench hit the air. Even Fang Chen, standing outside the pavilion, caught a whiff of it and recoiled in shock. He recognized that putrid smell. He had smelled it on the deity transformation realm expert at the end of the ancient road to heaven. It was the horrific, gag-inducing stench of rotting flesh. Although Venerable Evil Crow quickly masked himself with Yin Kai again, the phantom stench lingered heavily in the air, refusing to fade.
Venerable Mantra looked slightly taken aback. The 5 decays of heaven and man.
Venerable Evil Crow sighed in exasperation. 10 months ago, I was tracking a heaven, burning clam pearl from the mainland. I found a dying demon monarch over in Tianju.
My plan was to finish it off and refine it into a yin corpse.
But I underestimated the demon monarch's resilience. It shattered my nether yin domain using an ice and fire domain, triggering my 5 decays of heaven and man.
I've already entered the first decay. I shouldn't need to explain what that means. Venerable Mantra was genuinely shocked. The 5 decays of heaven and man was an unavoidable trial for all deity transformation realm cultivators. Conquer it, and they stood a chance to gain the acknowledgement of the central land realm and become a great sage. Fail, and their bodies would slowly waste away, rotting until they died. Venerable Evil Crow's expression turned grim. Once the 5 decays of heaven and man begin, they cannot be stopped. At this rate, I have half a year at most before the first decay rots me into mud. There are only 2 ways out of this. The first is to use chrono, dust to freeze the body's rot and forcibly extend my life. The second is to shatter my cultivation bottleneck and advance to the second decay. Doing that would buy me another 3 years. Venerable Mantra's gaze turned solemn. The 5 decays of heaven and man was a mandatory trial for soul transformation. Whether a domain was damaged or a cultivator was breaking through to the next stage, the decays would inevitably descend.
There were no shortcuts.
She had spent years cultivating wood essence spirit fish for this exact reason, so that when the 5 decays of heaven and man finally hit her,
she could swiftly break through to the next realm and avoid rotting away in the realm of the first decay.
Reaching the second decay granted a 3-year grace period. It was plenty of time to seek out the opportunities needed to push toward the third decay. She raised an eyebrow. Then why come to me? My wood essence spirit fish haven't matured yet. They won't do you any good in breaking through. Venerable Evil Crow stared at her beautiful face and smiled. I found an ancient method. It lets me borrow your domain to force a breakthrough, accelerating my entry into the second decay. Venerable Mantra fell into thought. Tell me the details first. If it isn't too demanding, I can help you. If it's just borrowing my domain, I might consider it.
After all, she desperately needed the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. This was her first time hearing about using another person's domain to achieve a breakthrough. Were the ancient methods really that miraculous? Venerable Evil Crow's eyes began to wander shamelessly over her curves. The solution is simple. You and I just need to engage in dual cultivation. When our mental states peak, we can fuse our domains into one and push for a breakthrough. Bang! Venerable Mantra slammed her palm onto the stone table, her beautiful face flushed with fury. Outrageous, don't even dream about it. Go find someone else. Venerable Evil Crow smiled calmly. You are the only female soul transformation expert in taking Grand Province. I have no one else to ask. I highly suggest you don't refuse. Old Man Tianji performed a divination. The reading showed that this journey to the sky-touching black pillar is an omen of extreme peril. One of us in the deity transformation realm will fall. What? Venerable Mantra's face drained of color. Old Man Tianji's prophecies were famously infallible. If he predicted the death of an expert in the deity transformation realm, it was an absolute certainty. Among the 3 soul transformation experts and 1 Bodhisattva, she was the youngest. She had spent the least amount of time in the deity transformation realm and lacked a deep foundation. Furthermore, she belonged to no sect, and her domain was strictly for support, lacking any offensive power. Her overall strength sat dead last among the 4. Was there really any question who was most likely to fall? If she lost the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan on top of that, her death was practically guaranteed. A wave of hesitation washed over her, and she suddenly wanted to back out. Venerable Evil Crow chuckled. Old Man Tianji also said this prophecy had a variable. I believe that variable is our agreement over the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan.
If I take it back, your fate is sealed.
He flashed a half-smile. And you can't back out now, either. You already gave your word to the Bodhisattva, making it a spoken truth. If you break that promise, your mantra domain will suffer, and the 5 decays of heaven and man will descend upon you prematurely. The consequences of that are just as dire. Venerable Mantra's expression darkened. She truly hadn't expected this expedition to be so lethal, much less that her single sliver of survival would rest in Venerable Evil Crow's hands. Venerable Evil Crow smiled sleazily. I may be much older than you, but I've always had a soft spot for beauties. You can confidently give yourself to me. I promise to treat you right. He wore a smug look, completely certain he had Venerable Mantra backed into a corner. The 5 decays of heaven and man were no joke. Once the process began, her body would start rotting and reeking of death. For a woman as stunning as Venerable Mantra, how could she ever bear decaying into such a repulsive state? Compared to that nightmare, surrendering to him was clearly the better option. Disgusted by his words, Venerable Mantra stared coldly at the teacup on the table, refusing to utter a single syllable. Just then, soft footsteps approached. The tea has gone cold. Let me pour you a fresh cup. Fang Chen walked over and gently placed a steaming teacup in front of Venerable Mantra. Venerable Mantra instinctively looked up. She met Fang Chen's eyes for a brief second before heavily lowering her gaze again. But right at that moment, Fang Chen's voice echoed in her mind. Is it safe for me to communicate with you through divine sense like this? As an expert in the deity transformation realm, Venerable Mantra didn't even flinch at the sudden voice in her head. She instantly recognized the technique. It was the Buddhist silent Zen. Speak your mind. Venerable Evil Crow can't hear us. Relieved, Fang Chen asked Venerable, how long until the expedition to the sky-touching Black Pillar? Venerable Mantra was slightly taken aback. 5 days. Why do you ask? Fang Chen's tone was deadpan. Because I want Venerable Evil Crow dead. Venerable Mantra froze, pure bewilderment flashing across her face. Then, Fang Chen continued, Venerable, are you interested in forging a brand? New Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan together. I'll provide the blueprints, and you provide the materials. Venerable Mantra's pupils dilated in shock as she demanded through her thoughts, you have the blueprints. Fang Chen smiled, a completely flawless set. I found a hidden pocket dimension near an ancient battlefield where time was permanently frozen. Inside, there were a few decayed Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fans, along with their blueprints. I transcribed every single detail. Venerable Mantra abruptly sprang from her seat, overcome with excitement. She and her disciples had scoured the entirety of Taking Grand Province and posted countless bounties across Tianju, yet no one could produce even a scrap of those blueprints. And now Fang Chen had a complete set sitting right in front of her. As for whether he was telling the truth, Fang Chen had no reason to lie. The fact that he mentioned a timeless hidden dimension meant his story was incredibly likely. Outside of the top tier factions, only a mysterious immortal's abode left behind from ancient times could possibly contain such diagrams. Startled by her sudden movement, Venerable Evil Crow stared at Venerable Mantra. What has gotten into you? Venerable Mantra slowly sat back down, her gaze now perfectly calm as she looked at Venerable Evil Crow. Why exactly are you here? Let me clarify your intentions one last time. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, Venerable Evil Crow probed cautiously. I'm here to fulfill our agreement regarding the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. Though engaging in dual cultivation with me once will suffice. Venerable Mantra nodded. She pulled out the damaged Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan and dropped it squarely in front of Venerable Evil Crow. Venerable Evil Crow was stunned. Venerable Mantra, do not joke around with your life. He blurted out. We both know how agonizingly hard it is to reach the soul transformation stage. Fan is yours, Venerable Mantra said coldly. Now, I have other matters to attend to. You may leave. She didn't mince words, directly showing Venerable Evil Crow the door without wasting another breath on him. This outcome completely blindsided Venerable Evil Crow. Given the choice between death and dual cultivation with him, Venerable Mantra actually chose death. It didn't make any sense. Breaking into the soul transformation stage required unimaginable mental fortitude. How could someone like her throw away her life so easily? Just moments ago, Venerable Mantra was visibly weighing her options. Then, as if she had suddenly received a secret message, her entire demeanor flipped. His eyes narrowed as the realization hit him. Is someone secretly sending you sound transmissions? He snarled furiously.
They want to see me dead.
Is it that brute from the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations, or the Bodhisattva from White Horse Temple?
In his mind, those were the only two deity transformation realm powerhouses capable of pulling such a stunt. He didn't harbor a single shred of suspicion toward Fang Chen, who was standing right next to them. Because to him, Fang Chen was utterly insignificant, so small that he wouldn't even warrant a passing glance. Venerable Mantra's expression remained entirely unfazed. Take your fan and get out, she demanded flatly. Venerable Evil Crow stared at the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan in front of him, a dark and stormy look settling over his face. What the hell was he supposed to do with this fan? What he actually wanted was dual cultivation with Venerable Mantra. Who was it? Who exactly had sabotaged his perfect scheme? Seething with resentment, he grabbed the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan and growled. Venerable Mantra, are you absolutely sure you're going to leave me to die?
If I really hit the end of my first decay, a dying man like me is capable of anything.
Having failed to leverage the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan, he resorted straight to threats. Venerable Mantra replied coolly. I'm a lone wolf with no sect to tie me down. At worst, I'll take my disciples and hide out in Tianju. Are you really brave enough to hunt me down there? I've asked you to leave twice now. It's time for you to go. Venerable Evil Crow ground his teeth together. He climbed to his feet, dripping with oppressive yin kai, his murderous intent practically suffocating the air. He spat. Pray I never find out who's backing you. If I do, I'll make them wish they'd never been born. Whoever it was clearly wanted him to rot away under the first celestial decay. Yet he couldn't recall offending any powerhouse to this extent. Seething with rage, he dissolved into a streak of yin kai and vanished. Fang Chen watched him go, completely unbothered. His expression didn't even flicker. If Venerable Evil Crow hadn't tried to murder him the second they met, he wouldn't have bothered meddling in a grudge between soul transformation experts. Now the old crow was on his own. Chrono, dust could extend life, right. Well, from now on, he'd be extremely careful about who he sold it to. He was going to let Venerable Evil Crow watch his one chance at survival slip away, forcing him to rot to death piece by agonizing peace. Master Chenjing let out a slow exhale, a lingering dread painting his features. Master, no wonder Venerable Evil Crow suddenly invited you to the Great Yin sect 6 months ago. The 5 decays of heaven and man had already set in. Thank the heavens you didn't go. Once on his turf, you would have been completely at his mercy. The Great Yin sect's Yin Corpse School has been around for over a millennium. Heaven only knows how many Yin corpses the sect has hoarded over all those years. Even a Bodhisattva or a Venerable from the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations couldn't guarantee they'd make it out alive. Venerable Mantra replied coolly. His ambition outpaced his sense. To think he actually dared to make a move on a dying demon monarch. If that demon monarch is truly dead, he might be safe, but if it survived, you can bet it's coming to taking for his head. Steer clear of him from now on. I won't have his bad karma dragging us down with him. Master Chenjing bowed respectfully in agreement. Catching a glimpse of Fang Chen standing nonchalantly off to the side, a sly smirk suddenly tugged at the corner of Chenjing's mouth. Master, since Venerable Evil Crow is gone, isn't it time to resume this brat's punishment? He showed you blatant disrespect. We absolutely cannot let him off the hook. This petty bastard was still itching to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Venerable Mantra gave a slight nod. Indeed, it is time to deal with him. Chenjing, you are dismissed. Master Chenjing blinked, caught completely off guard. He'd been practically salivating for the chance to watch Fang Chen suffer, yet his master was kicking him out. The kid was just some low-level thug. What was there to hide? But a direct order was absolute. Swallowing a stomach full of questions, he vacated the White Tower, leaving Fang Chen alone with his master. Come here, Venerable Mantra, beckoned softly. Fang Chen stepped into the pavilion. Staring at her elegant silhouette, he cupped his hands in a respectful salute.
Thank you for getting me out of that bind, senior.
Venerable Mantra let out a dry scoff. Oh, I'm senior now. Whatever happened to the woman who couldn't discipline her own disciples and threw petty tantrums? Fang Chen offered an awkward cough. The woman sure knew how to hold a grudge. Let's get down to business, Venerable Mantra said, her tone snapping back to serious. Hand over the blueprints. Fang Chen's gaze shifted shrewdly. Just a quick reminder, I specifically proposed forging the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. When it's finished, I get a cut. Venerable Mantra rolled her eyes. I'm not deaf. I don't need your reminders. This kid was way too slippery. She had fully intended to pretend she hadn't heard the co-forging part, but he just had to rub it in her face. Getting one over on him was proving to be a real headache. Fang Chen smiled, hearing that from Venerable Mantra was all the reassurance he needed. After all, she wasn't one to go back on her word. Without hesitation, he pulled out the blueprints and slapped them onto the table. Venerable Mantra snatched them up, her eyes scanning the intricate lines. A thrill of genuine delight washed over her beautiful face. It was, without a doubt, the complete schematic for the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. She had possessed the original Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan for years, poring over its broken structure until she knew its material composition like the back of her hand. She had even amassed all the necessary crafting materials long ago. Now, looking at the required components listed on this blueprint, they matched her own inventory perfectly, which meant she was finally going to get her hands on a brand new Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. They still had 5 days before setting out. Commissioning a master to forge it would take just about exactly that long. Time was of the essence. She shot up from her seat, ready to move. Fang Chen blocked her path. Hold on, senior. We still haven't discussed how we're splitting the shares. Only then did Venerable Mantra remember she had a business partner standing right in front of her. She furrowed her brow. What kind of split are you looking for? If she gave away usage rights again, wouldn't it just leave her open to the exact same extortion Venerable Evil Crow had tried pulling today? Fang Chen was equally torn. Obviously, he wanted the right to wield the fan himself. But the woman across from him was a venerable, a being whose very existence had transcended the mortal realm. Even if she seemed amicable enough for now, pushing too hard could be dangerous. But what if one day she decided she was done being controlled, done repeating today's disastrous mistakes? The solution was simple: eliminate Fang Chen. Fang Chen was no Venerable Evil Crow. He lacked the sheer power to make Venerable Mantra hesitate. Snuffing him out would be child's play. Making a deal with the devil was a death sentence. The smartest play was to sever ties with Venerable Mantra right here, right now. A clean break meant everyone walked away breathing. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan was a supreme grade spirit artifact. If Venerable Mantra could find someone to craft an artifact of that tier, wouldn't forging a high grade spirit sword be a walk in the park? He immediately asked Venerable, I don't need the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan anymore. How about you get me a high grade spirit sword instead? Venerable Mantra felt a wave of relief. This was exactly the outcome she had hoped for. By compensating Fang Chen with something else, they would finally wipe the slate clean. No favors, no debts. But when she heard his price was a high grade spirit sword, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Fang Chen asked, Is that too difficult, Venerable? He couldn't help but wonder. They can craft a supreme grade spirit artifact, but a high grade spirit sword is out of the question. Venerable Mantra replied, More difficult than you think. The master smith I'd have to commission is a senior expert. He only owes me a single favor. Because of that, he promised to forge exactly one spiritual artifact for me, asking him to throw in a high grade spirit sword on top of that. He'll almost certainly refuse. Fang Chen was genuinely taken aback. If someone as powerful as Venerable Mantra had to address this person with respect, just what kind of monster were they? Venerable Mantra eyed him with suspicion. Are you underestimating just how rare a high grade spiritual artifact actually is? There are martial artists in the nascent soul realm who don't even own a single low-grade spirit artifact. Even some deity transformation realm experts back in Tianju are still making do with mid-grade spirit artifacts. Finding a high-grade weapon requires sheer luck and destiny. Yet here you are, casually asking for a high-grade spirit sword like you're ordering off a tavern menu. Don't tell me you're secretly hoarding a stockpile of spiritual artifacts. Her suspicion continued to grow. It was the first time she had ever met someone who treated a high-grade weapon so nonchalantly. Even the three of them, almighty soul transformation living bodhisattvas, would never dare to casually demand a high-grade spiritual artifact.
Fang Chen blinked, utterly stunned.
He suddenly realized just how incredibly spoiled he had become. He was suffering from a serious case of let them eat cake. He was practically dripping with multiple supreme-grade spirit artifacts. No wonder he had the audacity to casually ask for a high-grade spiritual artifact like it was pocket change. I've only just broken into the nascent soul realm. I clearly still have a lot to learn. Please forgive my ignorance, Venerable. If you could just casually mention it to the senior, I'd appreciate it. If they refuse, I won't push the issue.
Venerable Mantra nodded. If the senior refuses to forge the sword, I will find another way to compensate you.
Fang Chen cupped his hands with a grin. Much obliged, Venerable. Seeing Fang Chen act so reasonably, Venerable Mantra actually found herself starting to like the kid. Remembering how he had stepped up to help when Venerable Evil Crow held her hostage, she raised her hand. A pink lotus artifact materialized in her palm, radiating ripples of incredibly pure spatial energy. This is a life-saving magical artifact. Crush it, and you'll instantly teleport halfway across the Taking Grand Province. Even if a soul transformation powerhouse is hunting you down, this will guarantee your escape.
The catch is, the destination is entirely random.
Fang Chen was absolutely thrilled.
This had to be one of the greatest escape tools in the entire Taking Grand Province.
If he ever crossed paths with another deity transformation realm monster like Venerable Evil Crow, he wouldn't be reduced to a sitting duck.
Thank you, Venerable Mantra.
Venerable Mantra gave a slight nod. I'll be taking my leave. You may stay here and focus on your cultivation for a few days. The spiritual energy in this place rivals even the White Horse Temple. Fang Chen would have loved to, but he didn't have the luxury of time. I appreciate the offer, Venerable, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I need to leave immediately. Venerable Mantra raised an eyebrow in surprise. She never allowed anyone to linger at the Moon Washing Lake. The one time she actually extended an invitation, she got turned down. Right, I know you're busy. The kind of busy that keeps you occupied for 2 whole days. With that, she vanished into thin air. Fang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, she wasn't going to let that go anytime soon. He made his way down to the base of the White Tower, where Hua Wang was patiently waiting for him. Senior Tyrant, the Venerable didn't give you a hard time, did she? She had been worried that Fang Chen's dismissive attitude toward the Venerable would lead to him being held captive. Fang Chen gave her a playful, knowing look. Debt-repaying fairy, are you actually worried about your debt collector? Hua Wang's face froze, and she stomped her foot in a huff. Stop using my title. Fang Chen let out a hearty laugh, grabbing her as they took to the skies. Come on, let's go have some fun at the fire worship cult. Hua Wang, who was just about to lose her temper, lit up the moment she heard fire worship cult. Senior, you're going to the fire worship cult. Don't tell me you secured a sacred flame order too. Fang Chen looked surprised. A sacred flame order. Seeing his confusion, Hua Wang blinked. Wait, then why are you even going there? That hellhole of a fire worship cult. Nobody goes there unless a sacred flame eruption is happening. I'm visiting an elder, Fang Chen said. What exactly is this sacred flame eruption? The fire worship cult has a mysterious fire spring, Hua Wang explained, which contains incredibly powerful flames. It hasn't gone out for 1,000 years. In fact, the fire has only grown more intense over time. Lately, it's been erupting at random intervals, spewing out catastrophic amounts of high-tier flames. It's a total disaster. The fire worship cult can't handle the fallout on their own, so they invite experts from the 3 spirits sect and the 7 great cults to help. Anyone invited has to carry a sacred flame order to be granted entry. It's one of the few real opportunities anyone has to get their hands on such high-level flames. She pulled out a crimson token and flashed it in front of Fang Chen. My master pulled some strings and managed to snag one, secretly. Sneaking out of the sect was all about getting to the fire worship cult. Doing business with you was actually just a side quest. She playfully stuck out her tongue, finally revealing the truth. Everything clicked for Fang Chen. He had wondered why a simple trade for a bod, high pill required Hua Wang to be chaperoned by someone as dangerously unstable as Song Lingyu. It had seemed like total overkill. They clearly had a bigger goal, though the appearance of the Chrono Space Throne had obviously derailed Song Lingyu's plans. I'll go check it out too, Fang Chen said. If I can snag some of those flames for myself, it'll be worth the trip. Hua Wang beamed. That's great. Also, the top prodigies from all the major sects will be there. There's bound to be a massive gathering. Senior Tyrant, you're roughly our age anyway. You should totally join the party.
Fang Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in that kind of thing.
Based on the few meetups he'd attended, the experience usually left a bad taste in his mouth.
Don't worry, it's not for sparring, Hua Wang reassured him.
We're just discussing world events, you know, things like the sky-touching Black Pillar, the arrival of the ancient giants, and the crusade against Fang Chen.
Fang Chen's ears perked up. Had he just heard what he thought he heard? He rubbed his nose awkwardly. A crusade against Fang Chen.
Seeing she'd finally piqued his interest, Hua Wang nodded eagerly. Exactly. Surely a senior like you has heard of how notorious that Fang Chen guy is.
Notorious. Fang Chen felt a bit guilty. Did he do something especially bad? Hua Wang looked shocked. You really don't know. This guy from the mainland had the audacity to trample over the prodigies of our 3 divine sects and 7 great cults. He actually took the top spot on the ancient road to heaven. It's despicable. She ground her teeth, a fierce look crossing her face.
A disciple from some backwater region defeating the best elite from the great sects. It's a total humiliation.
You have no idea. When I got back from the ancient road to heaven, my whole master's face was so dark he looked possessed. He screamed at me until he was blue in the face.
And it wasn't just me. Every single disciple from the great sects got ripped a new one. It's been over a month now, and the fallout still hasn't settled.
Fang Chen cleared his throat. I wouldn't exactly call that evil. Your group was just outclassed. Can you really blame him for that? Hua Wang let out an annoyed huff. If that was all, we'd have to suck it up, but he destroyed the ancient road to heaven. He made everyone behind him, people who had struggled to reach the 9,000th step, lose all their progress. If that's not being a villain, I don't know what is.
Fang Chen was stunned.
Who told you Fang Chen destroyed it? It was clearly the ancient Great Yao's avatar. How did he end up taking the fall for that? Hua Wang shrugged. He was the first one to reach the top, and then the road collapsed right after. If it wasn't him, who else could it have been?
Fang Chen was speechless, so that was the deal. Because the stakes were massive and involved karma from beyond this world, the sect elders kept their disciples in the dark. Now he was stuck playing the villain and taking the fall for everyone.
Senior Tyrant, tell us, doesn't this Fang Chen guy deserve to be hunted down?
Fang Chen nodded. Should I help you guys take him out? Hua Wang's eyes lit up. That would be incredible. With Senior Tyrant on our side, Fang Chen will be shaking in his boots.
Fang Chen fell silent. He let Hua Wang pilot the cloud while he focused every spare second on the cultivation of the Dark Heaven Eye.
His previous attempt to master the first level had been cut short by Hua Wang's crossing the tribulation.
Now he was determined to push it all the way to perfection.
In close quarters combat, the technique was a lethal trump card, especially when the enemy never saw it coming.
Even a creature as relentless as the hellish desolate beast had been blinded by a single shot.
If he had reached the 3rd level back then, he could have detonated its skull right then and there, ending the threat once and for all. With that thought, he pulled out an orb of blood lightning, already partially drained, and resumed his training.
Fang Chen stared at the dwindling blood lightning, slightly stunned. Reaching just the 2nd level had already burned through 7 full charges.
It seemed that the more techniques he mastered from the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder, the more massive the energy requirements became.
When he learned Shadow in the Clouds, a few random scraps of lightning energy were enough to get the job done.
For the indestructible blade, he only needed the residual sparks left over from the master of the heavenly secret pavilions crossing the tribulation. But now even 7 bolts of blood lightning, worth many times the energy of those residual sparks, had only pushed the Dark Heaven Eye to its 2nd level. If the early stages were this demanding, how much energy would the later levels consume?
Senior, we're passing Green Lai Mountain, Hua Wang called out.
Fang Chen was taken aback. Is Green Lai Mountain really this close to Venerable Mantra's moon, Washing Lake? If I remember correctly, Mu Ying and Yu Tiandu are both from there.
This region was a wild west for rogue cultivators. It was a chaotic mix of foundation, establishment, and core formation realm practitioners.
You rarely saw anyone in the nascent soul realm, and even then, they were usually just at the early stages.
Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire roared into the sky from the edge of the Green Lai mountain range. It pierced the clouds and then exploded outward in every direction. A visible wave of blood, red flames swept across the horizon, incinerating everything it touched. Even space itself seemed to crack, leaving behind thin, jagged black fissures.
Hua Wang gasped. That fiery shockwave was far beyond what a 1 aperture nascent soul could withstand. She desperately tried to dive the cloud toward the ground, but it was too late. The inferno was seconds away from consuming them. Suddenly, identical blood, red flames erupted from behind her, swirling into a protective lotus that shielded them both.
It was Fang Chen's Asura karmic fire.
As the oncoming wave of fire slammed into the Asura karmic fire, it split and flowed around them automatically. Hua Wang stared, frozen by the incredible sight.
Senior Tyrant, what is this? Fang Chen remained stoic and silent. Once the flames died down, he immediately steered the cloud toward the blast site.
The mountain had been hollowed out, leaving a massive, blackened crater thousands of feet wide. Deep inside, a sprawling underground palace lay exposed. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Why would Asura karmic fire erupt in a place like this? He couldn't help but think of Qi Xing, the entity who had controlled Mu Ying and the others during their journey to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Could Mu Ying have encountered Qi Xing while exploring this very palace? His eyes flickered with focus as he descended toward the ruins. Qi Xing was dead, but his presence still left a massive question mark. The rest of the Asura clan had perished ages ago. How could a mere 3 Aperture Asura survive the erosion of 1,000 years? The answer had to be in this underground palace. Deep within the ruins, a voice screamed, "Mu Ying, run! I'll hold them off!" The palace had collapsed, revealing a crystal coffin filled with mysterious, shimmering blood. The scorched remains of rogue cultivators from Green Lai Mountain lay scattered around, turned to ash. Mu Ying was a mess of charred flesh. Her right hand was gone completely. She cowered behind an elder at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection, her eyes filled with grief and rage as she looked at her fallen companions. "Uncle, I'm not leaving. I'll fight them to the end." After Qi Xing's death, they had returned to Green Lai Mountain and set their sights on the underground palace once more. For protection, she had convinced her uncle, a powerhouse at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection, to come along. Their expedition had been going perfectly. They had even managed to find the mysterious coffin where Qi Xing had once been entombed. This blood had kept Qi Xing's body from decaying for a millennium. Its value was unimaginable. But they hadn't expected to be hunted by the White Bone Alliance, the most powerful rogue faction in the mountains. The Alliance had triggered a trap while they were off guard, killing everyone except for Mu Ying and her uncle, who barely managed to escape the initial blast. But their survival was only temporary. 7 enemies stood before them, every single one of them at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection. A hallmaster from the White Bone Alliance led the group, a look of pure greed twisting his withered face. "I've known you had a lead on an underground palace for a long time. I've been watching your every move. I never imagined the rumors were true. A mysterious blood like this, even a soul transformation Venerable would kill for it." Noticing Mu Ying's hateful glare, he gave a cruel, menacing look and signaled his men with a flick of his finger. "No word of what happened here can ever get out." 6 rogue cultivators at core formation realm, 9th level perfection, struck at once. How could Mu Ying and her uncle possibly stand against them? Within just a few exchanges, both were critically wounded. Mu Ying's other arm was hacked clean off. A cold, black blade lunged for her throat. Despair washed over Mu Ying. If she had known, she would have stayed at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. She'd traveled thousands of miles only to walk straight into a death trap. Her companions were gone. There was no point in living anymore. Clang, just as she braced for death, a dark blur flashed before her. A familiar figure in black stood in her way. With a casual flick of his fingers, he caught the blade and then shattered it into pieces. The shards flew back, riddling the attacker's body with bloody holes. The remaining 6 rogue cultivators from the White Bone Alliance turned pale, feeling the raw power radiating from the young man. The lead hall master's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening with caution. "I am a hall master of the White Bone Alliance. Our leader is also in the nascent soul realm. I suggest you think carefully before you act." The young man gave a slight nod. "To use your own words, no word of what happened here can ever get out." He flicked his wrist, and 6 blood-red lotuses shot toward them. "You dare challenge the White Bone Alliance?" His voice cut off abruptly. Without even a chance to scream, all 6 vanished into clouds of ash. Mu Ying stared at the back of the man before her, speechless. Her uncle struggled to his feet, shielding Mu Ying with a grim expression. "Senior," he pleaded, "I beg you for mercy. Please spare my niece. She will take this secret to her grave." "I'm begging you." He moved to kneel, but an invisible force held him up. To his utter shock, the young man turned around and looked at Mu Ying with a faint smile. "Senior Sister Mu, Why put yourself through this? Senior sister, the old man's eyes went wide as he turned to Mu Ying in disbelief. This nascent soul realm powerhouse was calling his niece senior sister.
Mu Ying couldn't believe it either. Senior brother Fan, no, Senior Fang.
Only 2 months had passed, yet Fang Chen had already ascended to the nascent soul realm. When they joined the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion together, Mu Ying was at the 9th level of core formation, while Fang Chen was only at the 6th. She was still at the same level, but Fang Chen was now a nascent soul senior.
The staggering difference was enough to make anyone sigh. Fang Chen glanced at the piles of ash scattered around Mu Ying. These were likely her companions, Zhong Bohua, Qing Xinyan, and Zhao Diankang. He vaguely remembered them as top-tier disciples.
It was a shame they had died here. Mu Ying gave a hollow, bitter laugh.
We should never have come back. If we'd stayed at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they would still be alive.
Fang Chen sighed. Seeing her severed arms, he pulled out a rejuvenation pill. Take better care of yourself from now on. Here, take this medicinal pill first.
He flicked his finger, sending the pill into Mu Ying's mouth.
She instantly felt a surge of potent medicinal energy, and the agonizing pain began to fade.
Thank you, Senior Fang, she said, her face full of gratitude.
Then she asked in wonder, what brings you here, Senior? Fang Chen turned to the blood coffin behind him. Staring at the crimson liquid inside, he said, please keep the existence of this blood coffin a secret. Don't let anyone else know. Good thing I found this. He was almost on the verge of a full recovery. Since this liquid had kept Qi Xing's body perfectly preserved for 1,000 years, it likely had properties similar to chrono dust.
If Venerable Evil Crow ever heard of it, he would stop at nothing to get his hands on it.
Mu Ying nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Senior Fang, we won't say a word. We can't stay at Green Lai Mountain anyway. With such heavy losses, the leader of the White Bone Alliance is bound to investigate.
My uncle and I will have to find a place to hide.
Once you're finished here, Senior, you should leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible, too. Examining the blood coffin, Fang Chen asked casually, isn't Green Lai Mountain a neutral zone for rogue cultivators? I didn't know there were organized factions here.
It used to be, Mu Ying replied bitterly, but shortly after I left Green Lai Mountain, a power called the White Bone Alliance emerged.
They have 5 experts in the nascent soul realm and hundreds at core formation realm, 9th level perfection. They're basically a mid-tier sect. Fang Chen realized that since nascent soul realm warriors were usually mid-tier elders in any sect, finding 5 rogue cultivators at that level was incredibly bizarre.
He gave a slight nod, but his gaze snapped to the floor tiles beneath the blood coffin.
The eruption of the Asura karmic fire had melted the stone away, revealing a network of golden lines.
There was something hidden directly beneath the blood coffin.
With a heavy stomp, he shattered the remaining floor, exposing the golden pattern in its entirety.
It was a teleportation formation, and a massively complex one at that, far superior to anything used by the 3 Spirits sect or the 7 great cults.
A blood coffin that preserved a body for a millennia, a high-tier teleportation formation. None of this felt like something Qi Xing was capable of setting up on his own. Was there a hidden master backing Qi Xing? His expression darkened.
That was terrible news. It meant that somewhere out there in the Central Plains world, an incredibly powerful expert of the Asura clan was hiding in the shadows.
Who were they, and where were they hiding? This teleportation formation had likely been prepared so that once Qi Xing awakened, he could immediately reunite with this mysterious benefactor. Which also meant the benefactor could use the very same array to teleport straight here. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Scanning the area, he quickly realized the blood coffin acted as the core of the teleportation formation. Without hesitation, he hoisted the blood coffin out of the way, revealing a coffin-shaped indentation in the floor.
With the core removed, the array was completely dead.
Senior, Mu Ying called out suddenly, there's something on the bottom of the coffin. Fang Chen had been so focused on the indentation in the floor that he hadn't thought to check the casket itself. He suspended it in midair and peered upward. Embedded right into the base was a slab of blood crystal, bearing the clear imprint of a palm. The impression showed unnaturally long fingernails, definitely not human.
The handprint radiated a mysterious, lingering energy. It felt vaguely similar to the miraculous, restorative power that mends a cultivator's body after crossing the tribulation, though much weaker.
What was this? A parting gift left by the Asura clan expert for Qi Xing.
Mu Ying shook her head. Qi Xing likely had no idea this was here. He was incredibly weak back then, not even at the nascent soul realm.
If he knew about a hidden stash under his own coffin, he definitely would have taken it with him.
Fang Chen frowned in thought. The Asura clan expert had been exceptionally cautious. They hadn't fully trusted Qi instead of handing over the magical artifact directly. They rigged it so it would only reveal itself when the teleportation formation was activated.
But instead of using the array to find his benefactor, Qi had quietly slipped away to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Realizing this, a faint smile touched his lips.
He pried the slab of blood crystal loose.
I have no idea what this actually does, but finders keepers. He gave the inside of the blood coffin a quick inspection as well. Aside from the mysterious, pooling blood, it was empty. Satisfied, he stowed the entire blood coffin into his spatial storage.
Fang Chen cupped his hands. Take care of yourself, senior sister Mu.
Mu Ying's gaze was complex. You're already a nascent soul expert. I have no way to repay you for saving us today. I can only wish you and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion the absolute best.
Fang Chen chuckled. I appreciate the sentiment. Come on, let's get you out of here.
He grabbed the pair and soared into the sky, flying them well beyond the Green Lai mountain range before setting them down in a safe clearing. Then he departed. Mu Ying stood there, staring blankly into the distance as Fang Chen faded from view. A profound sense of loss washed over her. He had once been a junior brother now. He was a senior far beyond her reach. Her uncle gently patted her shoulder. Don't look so down.
Forming a positive karmic bond with a nascent soul expert is something 99% of martial artists would kill for. Count your blessings. Mu Ying took a deep breath. You're right. I should be honored to have called him a junior brother.
Reaching the nascent soul realm after crossing the tribulation in barely 2 months, his future is truly limitless. Hearing her words, a sudden thought struck her uncle. You know, I heard rumors recently.
Some people came poking around Green Lai Mountain, asking if anyone in the area had been crossing the tribulation lately. Since Senior Fang just made his breakthrough, do you think they were looking for him?
He paused, then shook his head. No, probably just a coincidence.
Ever since the ancient road to heaven closed, countless young prodigies who had been suppressing their cultivation have been breaking through to the nascent soul realm.
It's highly unlikely they were searching for him specifically. After reuniting with Hua Wang, Fang Chen continued his journey toward the fire worship cult. Noticing that Fang Chen didn't mention his discoveries in the underground palace, Hua Wang played the part of the obedient servant and asked no questions. She silently steered their flight cloud from the front, while Fang Chen focused entirely on his cultivation. He pulled out the jade talisman obtained from Mount Sanking. The true spirit blood, painted on its surface, was more than enough for him to bring his third form cultivation to the minor success stage. Then again, any jade talisman inscribed with true spirit blood had to be an extraordinary item in its own right. Scraping off the priceless blood just for a quick boost in cultivation felt like a massive waste. Suddenly he noticed a tiny engraved label at the bottom of the jade talisman. He squinted at it, and his pupils shrank. Spirit Concealment Talisman grants true invisibility. Difficult for even those in the deity transformation realm to detect. Fang Chen's eyes practically burned with excitement. Up until now, the best stealth item he possessed was the high-grade dustless talisman, which could fool anyone in the nascent soul realm. Sadly, its energy had been entirely depleted. But this spirit concealment talisman could actually block the divine senses of the deity transformation realm. If he ever crossed paths with a hostile expert of that level again, this was an absolute lifesaver. After a brief moment of thought, he completely scrapped the idea of peeling off the true spirit blood to empower his third form. Even if he trained his third form to absolute mastery, it wouldn't let him survive a fight against a deity transformation realm expert. But this spirit concealment talisman, this could save his life. He tucked it away with a delighted smile. Since I can't focus on body tempering right now, I might as well finish mastering Mount Sanking's secret soul technique. He took out the drunken banished immortal. This was the secret soul technique he had been drooling over ever since his time in the Eastern Sea. Now he could finally practice it to his heart's content, and he immediately dove into comprehension. Half a day later, they finally reached the borders of the fire worship cult. As far as the eye could see, the vast land was utterly barren. Black smoke billowed from a massive chain of volcanoes stretching across the horizon, sending rolling waves of blistering heat crashing against them. There wasn't a single trace of life. Immersed in his cultivation, Fang Chen was suddenly jolted awake by the scorching heat. Thanks to his foundation with the spirit, forgetting incantation, cultivating the drunken banished immortal was a breeze. He could already unleash it effortlessly. Anyone with a weaker soul would instantly fall into a deep coma, and even those up to 3 tiers stronger would suffer its disorienting effects. This was exactly why he had fallen for the hellish, desolate beast's trick earlier. The beast possessed a 4 aperture nascent soul. When it unleashed this technique, Fang Chen's 3 aperture nascent soul power simply couldn't withstand it. He slowly opened his eyes, staring out at the desolate wastelands in mild shock. How did the eastern region of the Taking Grand Province end up like this? Was it the fire worship cult's fire spring? This looks like the aftermath of an apocalyptic disaster. Hua Wang channeled her nascent soul power to fend off the heat wave. Frowning, she replied, "Not quite. That fire spring hasn't ever caused a disaster of this scale. My master told me that 1,000 years ago, an earth-shattering battle between great sages took place here. A Venerable detonated a world artifact, scarring this land permanently." A world artifact? Fang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Which one? Hua Wang searched her memory. I think it was called the Jade Paper Heavenly Book. Fang Chen was absolutely stunned. He had heard Qin Wangchuan mention the origins of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book, a terrifying tome-shaped artifact that self-destructed, scattering its pages to the 4 corners of the world. To think it actually exploded right here, leaving behind such horrifying devastation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he whipped out the void fishing rod. If this is ground zero for the Jade Paper Heavenly Book's explosion, a ton of those pages must be scattered nearby. Since a full day has passed, my void fishing rod has 3 casts ready. What if I get lucky and hook one? If he could use the Jade Paper Heavenly Book to push his soul power to the next tier, then the sheer destructive force of his drunken banished immortal, soul-shocking spike and soul-imprisoning lock would skyrocket. Without missing a beat, he filled with anticipation and cast out his first line of hope. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the fire worship cult's territory, 4 figures stood smiling at the base of a colossal volcano. If Fang Chen were here, he would instantly recognize 3 of them. 2 of them were the Tower, Lord of Jiangshan Yipin, and Vice Tower, Lord Gu. The other 2 were swathed in swirling yin kai. One was the sect master of the Tai, Yin sect, and the other was the Tai, Yin sect prodigy Fang Chen had encountered on the ancient road to heaven, Feng Yuanzong. By now, Feng Yuanzong had already broken through to the 1 aperture nascent soul realm. He was hovering right on the edge of the 2 aperture nascent soul realm, ready to shatter his limits at any moment. As expected of the Tower, Lord of Jiangshan Yipin, your intel is absolutely flawless. The sect master of the Tai, Insect beamed, clutching a page of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book in his hand. His yin kai was running thin, and his skin was littered with scorch marks from the volcanic flames. Several ruined nascent soul realm yin corpses lay scattered around him, yet none of that could wipe the sheer ecstatic joy off his face. The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin, holding his own page of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book, let out a satisfied chuckle. It was worth shutting down all operations at the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower to focus entirely on hunting this down. We found 1 intact page earlier, along with multiple leads, 1 pointing straight here. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon 2 pages at once? 1 for you, 1 for me, a perfect win. This place was a total death trap, especially with the terrifying erratic magma eruptions. If it weren't for the sect master of the Tai, Insect using his yin corpses to scout ahead, they never would have made it this far. Fortunately, the pay-out was perfect. 2 pages of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book meant no one had to spill blood over splitting the loot. The sect master of the Tai, Insect's eyes gleamed with sudden cunning. Tower Lord, how about we memorize our respective pages and then swap? That way we both walk away with the contents of 2 Jade Paper Heavenly Books. It'll be a massive boost to our soul power cultivation. The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin smiled agreeably. Great minds think alike. He handed over his page of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book, and the sect master of the Tai, Insect, eagerly offered his in return. But the very second they made the exchange, a supposedly destroyed yin corpse lying right next to the Tower, Lord of Jiangshan Yipin, snapped up without warning. Its razor-sharp claws viciously plunged straight toward the center of the Tower, Lord of Jiangshan Yipin's back. The ambush was devastatingly fast and utterly ruthless. Standing behind him, Gu Zinner barely had time to scream a warning, let alone block the strike. A twisted, savage grin bloomed across the face of the sect master of the Great Yin sect. Clearly, he had planned to hog both pages of the Jade Paper Heavenly Book from the start. He laid the trap perfectly, disguising an intact nascent soul yin corpse among the ruined ones. Waiting for the split second, the Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin lowered his guard. But out of nowhere, a massive, foot sword of pure lightning erupted directly from the tower Lord of Junction Yipin's palm. Without even turning his head, he slashed backward. The strike instantly obliterated the nascent soul realm Yin corpse's Yin Kai. Its charred husk was sent hurtling into the bubbling magma, where it was incinerated completely. The Tower Lord of Junction Yipin calmly pulled back his page of the jade paper Heavenly Book. Staring at the slightly stiff-faced sect master of the Great Yin sect, he scoffed. "Did you really think I'd invite a viper into my bed without having a way to deal with your Yin corpses?" Truth be told, the Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin had been on guard against the sect master of the Great Yin sect from the start. As a master merchant, his paranoia and caution far exceeded that of a normal cultivator. The sect master of the Great Yin sect narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his shock. "You actually cultivated the indestructible blade to perfect mastery. And the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations didn't suspect a damn thing." He was utterly appalled. The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin hid his cards far too well. Cultivating that technique required an eternity of dedication, yet he had kept it an absolute secret. The outside world had zero clue he had mastered the indestructible blade. The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin offered a faint, mocking smile. "Is it really that surprising? Cultivation methods from every supreme sect have cycled through the black markets of my supreme rivers and mountains tower. Do you really think it's hard for me, the Tower Lord, to swipe a manual or two? Hell, I bet I even know the Great Yin sect's signature cultivation methods." The sect master of the Great Yin sect's expression shifted unpredictably. He cast a greedy glance at the jade paper Heavenly Book still in the Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin's grasp, but as he eyed the violently bubbling magma surrounding them, hesitation crept in. If they went all out in a brawl here, triggering a magma eruption would be the least of their worries. If they caused the entire volcano to collapse and buried themselves alive, it would be game over for everyone. He quickly masked his hostility with a boisterous laugh. "Just pulling your leg, don't be so tense. Come on, let's head out and talk later." Guziner ground her teeth together and sent a swift telepathic message. "That two-faced snake is plotting something. We shouldn't leave with him." The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin didn't even blink. "Once we're out of here, a fight is inevitable. You just keep an eye on Feng Yuanzong. I have my own ways of handling the sect master of the Great Yin sect." Guziner nodded, huffing indignantly. "We should snatch his page of the jade paper Heavenly Book while we're at it. Let's make these backstabbing scumbags regret ever crossing us." The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin gave a slight shake of his head. "Once something lands in the hands of the sect master of the Great Yin sect, very few people in the Taking Grand Province can steal it back." He choked on his words. His eyes locked dead on the space right behind the sect master. Pure, unadulterated disbelief flooded his face. Guziner saw it too. Her eyes widened into massive saucers, her jaw dropping open as if she had just seen a ghost. The sect master of the Great Yin sect picked up on their terrified stares and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Is there something behind me, or is this another one of your cheap bluffs?" Standing nearby, Feng Yuanzong immediately glanced behind his master. He froze on the spot, utterly petrified. The void behind you, it's tearing apart." The sect master of the Great Yin sect's scalp prickled with raw terror. He dove out of the way as fast as humanly possible. The void tearing apart. He couldn't even fathom the level of danger that implied. Not even a Venerable had the raw power to rip through the fabric of space itself. He managed to dodge in time, but his grip momentarily slacked. The page of the jade paper Heavenly Book clutched in his palm was violently snatched away. He whipped his head around, only to see a brilliant golden fishhook snagging his precious treasure. "My jade paper Heavenly Book!" He desperately lunged forward, trying to claw it back, but with a sharp whoosh, the hook dragged the page straight into the abyss and vanished completely. As the rift snapped shut, the sect master of the Great Yin sect lunged forward, grabbing nothing but empty air. He stared in total disbelief, rounding on the Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin with a suspicious glare, but the merchant looked just as shocked as he was. "Don't look at me, I've got nothing to do with this. If I had that kind of power, why would I bother taking risks? Why even do business? I could just sit at home and seize every treasure under the sun. Even the Venerables couldn't pull off a stunt like that, let alone me." The sect master of the Great Yin sect knew the Tower Lord was right, but he couldn't stomach the reality of it. He had risked his life to come here, losing several nascent soul Yin corpses just to get his hands on that jade paper Heavenly Book, only to have it hooked away by some inexplicable force. Who was it? He wanted to scream every profanity in the book at whoever did it, but the technique was too eerie. He feared he might be dealing with an untouchable powerhouse, so the curses died in his throat, swallowed back in frustrated silence.
Fuming and feeling utterly humiliated, he cast a dark look at the jade paper heavenly book still in the Tower Lord's hand and muttered, "Let's get out of here."
The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin narrowed his eyes and shoved the jade paper heavenly book back into his spatial storage artifact, scanning the area with visible dread.
This place is cursed.
On the other side of the void, Fang Chen had cast his line twice more and come up with nothing. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. 2 empty casts. If the last one misses, I'm getting skunked today. I thought every cast was a guaranteed win, but I guess the streak had to end eventually. Just then, the rod grew heavy in his hands. He grinned, fish on.
With a sharp tug, a slip of jade paper, shimmering with a faint light, flew toward him. Fang Chen snatched it out of the air, and his eyes widened with pure joy.
It really is a jade paper, heavenly book.
Thank the heavens for their protection. Thank nature for its bounty.
Hua Wang's eyes were practically popping out of her head as she stared at the prize. No way, you can't be serious.
The jade paper heavenly book was so precious that even soul transformation venerables were hunting for it. Yet Fang Chen had just casually tossed a line and hooked one.
It was too ridiculous to be real. A muffled boom echoed from the horizon, followed immediately by a violent explosion of nascent soul energy.
Fang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he instantly stashed the jade paper heavenly book. Nascent soul powerhouses are duking it out. Let's steer clear, no sense in looking for trouble.
Hua Wang nodded quickly, steering their cloud away from the disturbance. She was starting to realize that Fang Chen's style suited her perfectly. If a danger could be avoided, he avoided it. If a mess could be bypassed, he bypassed it. Being with someone like him, it felt incredibly safe.
Suddenly, Hua Wang's expression shifted. The battle was moving, and as luck would have it, it was heading straight toward them.
She tried changing direction several times, but the two parties eventually converged across the open sky.
She quickly masked her face with mist, while Fang Chen shrouded himself in crackling lightning, watching the approaching group with caution.
As they drew closer, he realized it was a chaotic brawl between 4 nascent soul experts.
2 of them were exceptionally powerful, radiating an intimidating nascent soul pressure that made him wary.
The other 2 were significantly weaker. When they were close enough for him to finally see their faces, he froze. It was the Tower Lord of Jiangshan, Yipin, and Vice Tower Lord Gu. Things didn't look good for them at all.
The Tower Lord's cultivation was clearly inferior to his opponents. He was being pushed to the brink.
Gu Zinner, however, was holding her own, using her powerful purple flames to maintain the upper hand.
But the Tower Lord was the weak link. If he fell, Gu Zinner would be doomed. Fang Chen hesitated. Should he step in?
He was technically a guest elder, but his relationship with the Tower Lord was purely transactional. There was no real reason to risk his neck.
Then he noticed the other side was wreathed in yin kai, each person controlling several yin corpses. He knew exactly who they were.
They were from the Great Yin sect. Thinking back to how Venerable Evil Crow had tried to kill him on a whim, a spark of indignant rage flared in his chest. Your Venerable owes me a debt. I think I'll collect some interest from you lot.
He didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped into the fray, his voice booming across the battlefield.
Guest elder of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, here to back up the Tower Lord.
There was no better cover for revenge than acting in the name of the Tower. If the Great Yin sect came looking for payback later, the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower would have to share the burden.
The Tower Lord was stunned. He could actually find one of his own in a desolate place like this. He felt a flicker of doubt.
Gu Zinner recognized him instantly, her face lighting up with relief.
It's the tyrant. He's one of ours. Hearing that, the Tower Lord finally relaxed.
I appreciate the help, Tyrant. Assist Vice Tower Lord Gu in taking down Feng Yuanzong.
Fang Chen had no interest in wasting time on a small fry like Feng Yuanzong. If he was going to strike, he'd go for the big game.
Tower Lord, take the opening. Fang Chen barked as he unleashed his soul-imprisoning lock. In an instant, the sect master of the Great Yin sect, who was in the middle of commanding his corpses, felt his soul jerk to a halt.
He managed to break free almost immediately.
But in a clash between masters, even a split-second distraction is fatal. The Tower Lord's eyes flared with triumph. He didn't know how Fang Chen had done it, but he had successfully pinned the sect master of the Great Yin sect for a heartbeat. He instantly seized the opening, a pale, indestructible blade, surging with the absolute power of his 5-aperture nascent soul, slashed down with devastating force. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. A terrifying 15 15,000-foot indestructible blade, streaked in bone, white and blood red, tore across the sky and crashed down. The Tower Lord froze. He glanced at the indestructible blade in his own hand, then up at Fang Chen's. For a bizarre second, he felt like a kid holding a plastic toy next to a real, lethal weapon. Was the indestructible blade he had spent years mastering just some knock-off cultivation method? His mind raced, but out of pure muscle memory, he swung his own indestructible blade forward. Breaking free and snapping back into control of his body, the sect master of the great Yin sect let out a sharp gasp of terror. Desperate, he channeled the Yin Kai swirling around him, forming two colossal palms that blotted out the sun and thrust them upward to block the strike. Fang Chen's indestructible blade cleaved straight through the Yin Kai without resistance. Taking advantage of the breach, the Tower Lord's 5-aperture nascent Solin fused indestructible blade slammed into the sect master of the great Yin sect, shredding his flesh. Blood and gore sprayed the air, internal organs ruptured under the shockwave, and a thick stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Tower Lord, why did you pull your punch?" Fang Chen demanded, frustrated. "With the resources of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, don't tell me you don't have a single lethal trump card. Why just tap him with a 5-aperture nascent soul strike and call it a day?" Ignoring him, the Tower Lord fixed an icy glare on the sect master of the great Yin sect. Care to keep going? The sect master of the great Yin sect eyed Fang Chen with intense dread, immediately backpedaling to put distance between them. Whatever trick he had used to paralyze the soul, it was terrifyingly unnatural. And that 15,000-foot indestructible blade that carved right through his Yin Kai, was that a sick joke? Who, in their right mind, still called that an indestructible blade? Gritting his teeth in bitter resentment, he darted over to Feng Yuanzong, grabbed him by the collar, and fled at breakneck speed. Before vanishing, he shot Fang Chen a venomous glare. "Tyrant was it. Mark my words, I won't forget this." Fang Chen scoffed. "We should hunt him down. Letting him walk away is too easy. We should cripple him at the very least." The Tower Lord of Junction Yipin gave Fang Chen a puzzled look. "Why does it feel like you've got a bigger chip on your shoulder than I do?" He hadn't even planned on fighting the sect master of the great Yin sect to the bitter end, yet this tyrant was out for blood, acting like they had some deep-seated generational vendetta. Fang Chen's expression stiffened. "I just saw you taking a hit and got a little fired up, that's all." The Tower Lord of Junction Yipin didn't dwell on it, simply nodding in relief. "I owe you for this one. Otherwise, I would have been forced to play my lethal cards. If I did that, this would escalate from a simple treasure dispute into an all-out blood feud." Fang Chen understood the logic. Fighting over loot was just business. Everyone relied on their own skills. Tempers might flare, but it was nothing they couldn't brush off later. But the moment bodies dropped, it became a war. Both men held extremely sensitive positions, each representing a massive sect. If either of them died, it would inevitably ignite a war between the two factions, leading to catastrophic casualties. That was why both sides had pulled their punches and held back their killing strikes. It was exactly why the Tower Lord of Junction Yipin hadn't taken the opportunity to finish him off. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. "I get it. Our Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower is a business empire, and peace is good for profit." Besides, he had done enough damage for today. Wounding the sect master of the great Yin sect was at least a decent down payment on revenge. The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin smiled and gave an approving nod. "Hand over your token." Puzzled, Fang Chen passed him the tyrant token. The Tower Lord drew his own token, using its sharp edge to carve a few intricate strokes into the tyrant token. Then he bit his finger, squeezing out a single drop of essence blood to seal the mark. "From now on, you are a Deputy Tower Lord of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower. You now have the clearance to take on top-tier bounties. That includes the personal bounties issued by the masters of the 3 divine sects and 7 great cults, and even the 3 Venerables and 1 Bodhisattva." Hearing those final titles, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Bounties from figures like that would undoubtedly come with mind-bendingly generous rewards. "I don't make a habit of owing favors," the Tower Lord said. "Name your price." Having already tasted the sweet benefits of the Tower Lord's gratitude, Fang Chen didn't miss a beat. "I want a jade paper, heavenly book." The Tower Lord of Junction Yipin's mouth twitched. "You really know how to aim high. I just got my hands on one, and I haven't even had the chance to study it yet. This kid just expects me to hand it over. Giving you the jade paper heavenly book isn't happening," he said aloud. "But I can let you read its contents." Fang Chen beamed. Memorizing the contents was perfectly fine as long as he could mentally recite it later. It would serve its purpose.
The Tower Lord of Jiangshan Yipin almost let out a laugh of pure exasperation. This kid really knew how to push his luck. Demanding the entire page was a blatant lowball tactic just to secure a look at the contents.
You really were born to be a businessman.
Grumbling under his breath, he pulled out the jade paper heavenly book.
Fang Chen took it with both hands and immediately began searing the contents into his memory. Almost instantly, a soothing warmth washed over his soul, pulsing with the imminent signs of evolution.
If he combined this with reciting the first page he'd found, his spiritual power would easily break through to the aperture nascent soul realm. My thanks, Tower Lord. Fang Chen respectfully handed the jade paper heavenly book back.
The Tower Lord nodded. Are you heading to the fire worship cult as well? Do you possess a sacred flame order?
Fang Chen was just stressing over this when he caught the hidden meaning. Wait, you have more on you.
The Tower Master gave a faint smile. Is there anything my supreme rivers and mountains tower can't procure? I'll trade it for 1 grain of chrono dust. Fang Chen's eyes bugged out. We just survived a life war. Death crisis together. Do we really need to nickel and dime this? The Tower Master chuckled. Do you know why I never owe anyone a favor? To keep freeloaders like you at bay. If you don't want to trade, forget it.
Vice Tower Master Gu, let's go. Taking Gu Zina with him, he soared into the sky and vanished into the clouds.
Fang Chen scoffed in annoyance. Trade my chrono dust for a useless token. He's out of his mind. Does he really think it's that hard for me to get one?
Worst case, I just track down Fairy Kyanlin and butter her up by calling her the Pavilion Master's wife a few times.
There's no way she wouldn't cave and give me one.
There was absolutely no way he was trading away any more of his chrono dust. As long as Venerable Evil Crow wasn't completely dead, Fang Chen wouldn't allow a single grain of chrono dust to hit the market. If any life-extending treasures showed up, he would snatch them all to ensure they never fell into the crow's hands. Simply put, he was going to let that old bastard slowly rot to death. Back on their flying cloud, Hua Wang shrank back, deliberately putting distance between herself and Fang Chen.
Fang Chen sniffed his own clothes. What, did I catch the 5 decays of heaven and man or something?
Hua Wang shook her head. I'm just prioritizing my own survival. If I stay far away from you, I'll definitely live longer. 1 second, she had been admiring his ability to dodge trouble.
The very next, he was charging at the sect master of the Great Yin sect, screaming his head off and brandishing the indestructible blade.
Was he truly not afraid of being refined into a nascent soul Yin corpse?
Right then, Hua Wang's transmission, Jade Pendant, buzzed. She checked the message, her face immediately lighting up.
Senior, my friends who arrived at the fire worship cult first just sent me a message. They said the place is booming right now and told us to hurry over.
It's rare for so many disciples from the major divine sects to gather in one place. Everyone's trading items and swapping resources, to the point that it's practically turned into a makeshift market.
Fang Chen's expression turned serious. Word that the ancient giants were descending in 3 months must have already spread, prompting everyone to consciously stockpile the resources they'd need to survive. Let's go, Senior. Who knows, we might just score some incredible loot.
Fang Chen wasn't particularly interested. His inventory was already overflowing, but on second thought, there were a couple of things he actually did need. Specifically, the high-grade spirit crystal required to power the teleportation formation, and the mysteriously precious supreme grade crystal, whatever it was used for.
He could always sell off some junk for a stack of low-grade crystal, then try condensing them into high-grade spirit crystal. But what to sell? Half the stash on him was stolen contraband that couldn't see the light of day.
Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed his mind. He glanced into the nether soul crystal, where Hua Xin was comfortably dozing in a lounge chair.
Oh, he had a brilliant idea.
Since the stubborn ghost refused to teach him the Hell Realm script, it was time to make her sweat. He would sell her food stash, the Yin Kai vegetables grown by Asura King Ayu. That would teach her not to get too comfortable and think he had no leverage over her.
The only question was whether the disciples of the Taking Grand Province had any use for items meant for infernal realm creatures. If not, he could just liquidate them at rock-bottom prices. Heck, he'd even give them away for free if he had to.
Fairy Kyanlin stood in the grand hall with a bitter expression. Sitting before her was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man who gave her a slight frown. During your trip to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, did you truly not bring back anything imbued with Yin Kai from the underground world?
Fairy Kyanlin sighed helplessly. That Asura did offer to pack us some Yin Kai vegetables for the road.
Unfortunately, some thief cleared out the entire patch before we could harvest them. Not a single leaf was left.
The middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh. What a shame, you've missed out on a massive opportunity.
Fairy Kindlin smiled bitterly. The mysterious old man residing at the fire worship cult had suddenly put out a request for items rich in yin kai from the infernal realm. Apparently, it was the final missing ingredient to forge a specific treasure artifact. Anyone who could provide the materials would be rewarded with his help to open a cultivation meridian. The cult master had immediately thought of Fairy Kindlin's recent trip to the underground world and summoned her right away. Unfortunately, Fairy Kindlin had returned empty-handed. Is it too late for me to head back there right now? Fairy Kindlin asked, unwilling to let the chance slip away. Breaking through even a single sublevel in the nascent soul realm was agonizingly difficult. To have an expert like that mysterious old man personally assist her was the opportunity of a lifetime. Not only would it open up a meridian, but she'd also be able to build a personal connection with him.
The cult master shook his head. It's too late. Even if you somehow manage to find the materials, the senior doesn't have the time to wait. You are dismissed. Fairy Kindlin let out a deep, frustrated sigh. She quietly left the great hall, her heart burning with bitter reluctance.
The heavenly ark will be arriving in the Taking Grand Province soon. If my strength isn't up to par, I won't be able to help him at all.
Suddenly, she noticed the area outside the fire worship cult was brightly lit and bustling with activity.
A sudden thought struck her. Why not take a stroll through the makeshift market? Maybe, just maybe, someone was selling an item overflowing with yin kai. Meanwhile, Fang Chen and Hua Wang finally arrived outside the Great Luo cult.
Along both sides of a long ancient road, countless cultivators had set up stalls, hawking rare and exotic items.
There were even a few powerful experts in the nascent soul realm, moonlighting as merchants. Times must be tough if even nascent soul powerhouses are opening up street stalls, Fang Chen muttered. After his sarcastic quip, Fang Chen found an empty spot. He pulled out a table and chairs, setting up shop by arranging a neat row of radishes practically oozing with yin kai.
Slumping into his chair, he glanced over his shoulder at Hua Wang. Well, start shouting for customers. Don't just stand there like a statue.
Hua Wang's face burned bright red. Is that really a good idea? I have a lot of acquaintances here. I'd die of embarrassment if someone recognized my voice. Fang Chen let out a cold scoff. So you're not going to bark? Fine, I guess you're the merchandise then. Get up on the table.
That instantly jogged Hua Wang's memory. She was technically his collateral. Looking absolutely miserable, she hesitantly began to call out, radishes for sale. Big, thick, black radishes. Does anyone want one?
Fang Chen frowned. Why did that sound so off?
The nether soul crystal in his robe began thumping. He pulled it out to find Hua Xin pounding against the crystal's surface from the inside, her voice frantic.
How could you sell my food? If you sell it all, what am I supposed to eat? Fang Chen crossed his arms, his voice cool.
Still refusing to teach me the Hell Realm script.
Not a single word, Hua Xin snapped. Fang Chen nodded. Fine, then sit back and watch your rations get sold off. Hua Xin bit her lip, her expression stubborn. I don't believe you. No one would ever want this junk. You human race cultivators wouldn't touch something filled with yin kai.
She crossed her arms too, her chest heaving with indignation as she glared at the passing crowd. If anyone so much as slowed down, she'd burn a hole through them with her eyes. 2 hours later, Fang Chen was getting restless. Even though Hua Wang had shouted herself hoarse, there were no takers. At most, people just peered over with curiosity and asked a few questions. Was there really no market for this? He couldn't let Hua Xin have the last laugh. How much for these? A voice drifted over, trembling with excitement. Fang Chen looked up and froze. Standing before him was a woman in a long blue dress. She was still elegant, the echoes of her youthful beauty plain to see. It was none other than the future lady of the pavilion.
What do you want with these? Fang Chen asked, blindsided. He hadn't found a customer, he'd found one of his own. Fairy Kindlin said urgently, never mind that, just tell me the price. Fang Chen picked up a radish and handed it to her. I'm not going to charge one of my own people.
Fairy Kindlin looked at Fang Chen, who was currently crackling with lightning, with a bizarre expression.
Do I know you?
Fang Chen sighed and wiped the lightning from his face. Cut the crap. You're such a dramatic woman. Who else but me would give you something for free?
Fairy Kindlin blinked, recognition hitting her instantly. She was half shocked, half annoyed. You little brat, say that again. I dare you. She reached out, ready to twist his ear. Fang Chen laughed and dodged. Hey, if you're going to assault me after I gave you a gift, then the deal's off. He made a move to pack up the stall. I was wondering where all this yin kai was coming from. Fairy Kindlin huffed. Of course it's you.
So that means you're the little thief who raided Asura King Ayu's vegetable garden too.
Remembering how Fang Chen had pinned the blame on Qi Xing, she couldn't help but burst into laughter.
She shook with mirth. This was exactly the kind of chaos only this kid could pull off. Fang Chen raised 2 fingers to the sky. I swear to the heavens, anyone who eats these yin kai vegetables will be struck by lightning and live a life without love.
Hua Xin pounded the nether soul crystal in a frenzy, but Fang Chen had forcibly muted her.
No sound escaped, but judging by her frantic expression, she was likely cursing him out with every word she knew. Fairy Kyanlin rolled her eyes. Stop being a smart ass. I asked if you stole them, and you answered about eating them.
I don't have time to chat right now. I'll find you later.
She grabbed a radish without ceremony. What's the price? I'm not taking advantage of you. Name it.
Fang Chen shrugged. I'm not sure what they're worth. Just give me 1,000,000 crystal stones or something.
To a nascent soul powerhouse, 1,000,000 crystal stones was pocket change.
Fairy Kyanlin didn't argue. She tossed him a spatial storage artifact. Don't wander off. I'm coming back for you. With that, she hurried away.
Fang Chen peered inside the spatial storage artifact and found a mountain within, a massive pile of translucent, energy-rich crystal stones.
What's this? Fang Chen handed it to Hua Wang. She took one look and said, it's a low-grade crystal vein. Hi, Val. You trades were usually settled in crystal ore. This vein was worth roughly 1,000,000 crystal stones.
Fang Chen realized the rest of the radishes probably wouldn't sell. He started preparing to close up shop.
Young man, how much for these radishes? I'll take the lot. A short, balding old man with rough, dark red skin approached the stall with his hands behind his back.
He stared at the radishes, a strange glint in his eyes. Another buyer, and he wanted the whole stock. Hua Xin panicked. That row of radishes made up 30% of her food supply. Once they were gone, they were gone. She frantically pounded the nether soul crystal. I'll teach you, just don't sell them. Fang Chen chuckled. Finally, she had cracked. He pulled out a single radish and tucked the rest away. I'm only selling one.
The old man didn't push. How many crystal stones? Fang Chen was tempted to ask for a low-grade crystal vein, but then he reconsidered. That was the friend price. Why should a stranger get the same deal?
He'd ask for a high-grade crystal vein. How much? The old man was visibly stunned. He searched Fang Chen's eyes to see if he was joking. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled out a spatial storage artifact. Fang Chen gave it a quick glance, confirming it contained a massive crystal ore vein, then tossed the radish to him. Once the old man left, Fang Chen carefully inspected the spatial storage artifact containing the high-grade crystal vein.
If a low-grade crystal vein was worth 1,000,000 crystal stones, a high-grade crystal vein had to be worth several million at least.
Hua Wang stood behind him, looking utterly dumbfounded. Her voice trembled like she'd just seen a ghost.
Not a few million, 100 million.
Fang Chen shot up in sheer shock, nearly flipping the table over. How much? 100 million crystal stones.
Hua Wang was still completely dazed. The exchange rate between a high-grade crystal vein, a mid-grade vein, and a low-grade crystal vein is 1 to 10. You just sold a single radish to that old man for 100 million crystal stones, and he actually bought it.
One had the nerve to scam, and the other had the guts to pay. It's like the ultimate con artist met the perfect mark.
Fang Chen marveled, still reeling. There can't be that many people in the Taking Grand Province who have 100 million crystal stones just lying around, right?
Hua Wang shook her head. There are a few, but the number of people who would drop that much on a single radish can be counted on one hand. Fang Chen clicked his tongue. I swear to the heavens, I wasn't actually trying to rip anyone off this time.
Realizing he had just fleeced a terrifying heavyweight, he didn't dare stick around. He packed up his stall and bolted. He muttered under his breath as he ran. Let's just hope that red-faced old man doesn't have any powerful backing.
Meanwhile, at the fire worship cult,
Venerable Mantra looked utterly astonished. Senior, you actually found an object infused with yin kai from the infernal realm. Unbelievable. To think someone was actually selling such a thing. The old man was a mysterious elder within the fire worship cult. His origins were unknown, but his power was unfathomably terrifying. He tossed the radish onto the table, looking incredibly sour.
That brat selling it drove a hard bargain, fleeced me for an entire high-grade crystal vein.
Forging the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan required a massive concentration of yin kai to suppress the earth fire, something that could only be found in the infernal realm. Unable to procure it himself, the old man had taken a stroll through the local market on a whim. He never expected to actually stumble upon one. Venerable Mantra visibly winced. An entire high-grade crystal vein, that is steep.
Allow this junior to compensate you for the cost.
The old man waved him off. It's fine. It's just one high grade crystal vein. I can easily afford it. I'm just a bit annoyed at being completely ripped off.
Enough about that. Let's begin the forging process.
He was just about to head to the forging chambers when the fire worship sect master hurried over, looking thrilled, with Fairy Kyanlin right behind him.
Senior, Fairy Kyanlin has found exactly what you were looking for.
The old man raised an eyebrow in surprise. He glanced at the radish in Fairy Kyanlin's hand, and his foul mood instantly lifted.
You bought one too. You must have spent an absolute fortune. While the old man could afford such an exorbitant price, Fairy Kyanlin must have emptied her entire life savings. Knowing he wasn't the only sucker to get scammed made him feel a whole lot better.
Fairy Kyanlin blinked in surprise. You already bought one, Senior. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered. I just let that little brat swindle a low-grade crystal vein out of me for nothing.
Disappointment washed over her face. She thought she had scored the ultimate bargain and could win some serious favor with the senior.
Instead, she had thrown away a fortune for nothing.
The old man froze. Wait, how much did you spend?
Venerable Mantra looked equally confused. That doesn't make sense. The senior paid a high-grade crystal vein, but Fairy Kyanlin only paid a low-grade crystal vein.
That's 100-fold difference. How could the price gap be that insane?
Just one low-grade crystal vein is something wrong, Senior.
Fairy Kyanlin asked, tilting her head in confusion. The old man began to tremble violently. He looked at the radish in his own hand, then at the one in Fairy Kyanlin's.
They were absolutely identical.
That little con artist had charged him 100 times the price. You little bastard. This is an absolute outrage. Gouging the price by a few times is one thing, but 100 fucking times? Were you born with a pitch black heart? How can anyone be this greedy?
Seething with rage, he snatched the radish right out of Fairy Kyanlin's hands and roared, "Come with me. We're going to hunt down that little scammer and make him pay." The entire room fell dead silent. Even Venerable Mantra stood completely frozen. This level of scamming was just downright criminal.
Even a sage would have lost their temper over this. Cold sweat poured down the faces of the fire worship, sect master, and Fairy Kyanlin. To think that someone had actually managed to piss off a soul transformation, Venerable to the point of a complete meltdown. She quickly scrambled after him, terrified that the senior might actually tear the little scammer limb from limb in his blind rage. Fairy Kyanlin's face drained of color. Panicked, stricken, she bolted out the door after him.
You little brat, you've caused a massive disaster. How dare you scam a soul transformation Venerable, and so absurdly at that?
She muttered frantically.
But by the time they reached the market, Fang Chen had already sensed the danger and fled the scene.
She let out a long sigh of relief. At least the brat was smart enough to run.
Just get as far away from the fire worship cult as possible, she thought. Never come back. A Venerable will hold this grudge for a lifetime. Staring at the completely empty stall, the old man felt his blood boil. That damned little bastard fleeced me for an entire high-grade crystal vein and then bolted. I'm going to kill him.
Spotting Fairy Kyanlin catching up to him, his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. He marched right up to her and demanded,
"You know him, don't you? What is his name?"
Fairy Kyanlin's heart leaped into her throat, pinned under the crushing weight of a Venerable's glare. She didn't dare utter a single lie. "His name is Fang Chen."
"Fang Chen, huh?" The old man ground his teeth, silently repeating the name 3 times. Slowly forcing down his boiling rage, he called out to Venerable Mantra in the distance.
"Forget about that brat for now. We are on a tight schedule. Once the forging is complete, I will personally hunt him down."
Venerable Mantra felt a surge of joy and followed the elder straight into the fire worship cult's secret forging chamber. The elder quickly composed himself. He unrolled the blueprints, studied them, and nodded. It is indeed the design for the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan. The drawings are incredibly detailed. Several key points are meticulously marked. Whoever did this is clearly thorough.
Venerable Mantra agreed.
She remembered how Fang Chen had used Silent Zen to catch her eye, then used the excuse of pouring tea to pass his message right under Venerable Evil Crow's nose. He was definitely a sharp one.
Recalling his request, she decided to test the waters. "Senior, he's looking to forge a high-grade spirit sword. Could you help him out?" The elder was blunt. "In my current state, forging a supreme-grade spirit artifact for you is my limit. I don't have the strength to work for anyone else."
Though she knew it might be an excuse, she didn't push. His health really was failing. With a soft sigh, she said, "Fine, I'll find another way to compensate him." The elder caught the implication. "You value him that much. Enough to offer compensation." Venerable Mantra paused for a moment before giving him a brief rundown of what had happened. The elder's face twisted in disdain. Infighting while the ancient giants are at our door. He'd better hope the first celestial decay finishes him off first.
As for the boy, he's got some wit and a sense of gratitude. If his talent checks out, why not just take him as your disciple?
If you can't take on more students, send him to the fire worship cult. I'll find a powerful elder here to mentor him.
Then I thank you on behalf of Fang Chen, Venerable Mantra said, her voice filled with gratitude.
The elder chuckled. Don't mention it. Talent should never go to waste. Wait, what did you say his name was?
Venerable Mantra blinked in surprise. Fang Chen, is there something wrong with that name?
The elder slammed his palm onto the blueprint of the Phoenix Feather 9 Flames fan, laughing out of pure spite. Well, isn't that a coincidence?
Take a wild guess. What was the name of that little swindler who ripped me off?
Venerable Mantra froze. Could it really be Fang Chen? She wondered.
Could there be a misunderstanding? From what I've seen, he might be a bit cunning, but he didn't seem greedy.
The elder snorted. Then what did a ghost swindle a whole high-grade crystal vein out of me?
Venerable Mantra was speechless.
Of all the people Fang Chen could have scammed, he had to pick this senior. His dream of a high-grade spirit sword was officially dead. He wants a high-grade spirit sword, does he? I'll give him exactly what he deserves. Find him, bring him to the forging room, the elder said, his face dark with rage. Venerable Mantra massaged her temples. The senior didn't want to forge a sword for Fang Chen. He probably wanted to forge Fang Chen into a weapon. Meanwhile, at the gates of the fire worship cult. Senior Tyrant, are you sure we should stay here? Hua Wang asked nervously.
I have a bad feeling about that red-faced old man. Every move he made screamed powerful.
Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. You don't need a feeling for that. After realizing just how rare a high-grade crystal vein was, he had already guessed the man's high status. He was at least a 7 aperture nascent soul, possibly even a peak 8 aperture nascent soul. He couldn't even rule out the deity transformation realm. Only 3 people in the Taikang Grand Province were confirmed to be in the deity transformation realm. He'd already met one, and he'd never heard of a soul transformation venerable in the fire worship cult. Regardless of his exact rank, the man was dangerous.
Hua Wang looked around, a chill running down her spine.
Then why are we still here? If he comes for revenge, you're the mastermind, and I'm just the accomplice who did the bidding. Fang Chen considered this. He paid the high-grade crystal vein on the spot, which means the deal is done. Besides, as long as he doesn't know the actual value of Fairy Kyanlan's item, he won't realize he got played. The world is huge. What are the chances of Fairy Kyanlan crossing paths with that senior? Even if they met, they wouldn't know each other. Even if they knew each other, why would they talk about a radish? And even if they talked about the radish, why would they mention the price? If that many coincidences actually line up, then I'll accept my fate. Hearing his rock-solid logic, Hua Wang's worried brow finally relaxed, and a smile returned to her face.
You're right, Senior Tyrant. You've thought of everything. I was just overthinking it.
Fang Chen gave a small smile. Look, even if the worst happens, we can lay low here for a few days. That senior wouldn't dream of starting a fight in the fire worship cult's own backyard while we're their guests. Hua Wang nodded eagerly, her anxiety completely vanishing. Staying with Senior Tyrant really is the safest bet. Who are you looking for?
Usually the gates of the fire worship cult were guarded by junior disciples, but with so many sects gathering lately, the elders had taken over security as a precaution. Several middle-aged men in the nascent soul realm stood watch. Seeing the young pair approach, one of them stepped forward to question them.
Fang Chen pulled out the fiery red jade pendant given to him by Fairy Kyanlan. I've come specifically to pay my respects to Fairy Kyanlan.
At those words, everyone turned to look at a clean, shaven, dignified-looking middle-aged man, their faces breaking into knowing, playful smirks.
The man stepped forward with a look of pure shock, taking the jade pendant from Fairy Kyanlan. It really is junior sister Kyanlan's personal pendant. She never goes anywhere without it. Kid, just who are you to Fairy Kyanlan? Fang Chen read the room, sensing that the man before him had a far from ordinary relationship with Fairy Kyanlan. Could this be one of the high-quality suitors the master of the heavenly secret pavilion mentioned? One of the men chasing after her? He looked the man over and had to admit he was impressive, dashing, with a cultivation level at the 3 aperture nascent soul. No wonder the master of the heavenly secret pavilion was so jealous. I'm her, Fang Chen trailed off, putting on an embarrassed act. Actually, saying it out loud might be bad for her reputation.
Don't worry about the details, just take me to see her. We haven't seen each other in 18 years. Now that we've finally reunited, I can't wait to see her.
The men at the gate exchanged glances. They looked at Fang Chen's age, then at his striking good looks that mirrored Fairy Kyanlan's own beauty, and then replayed that phrase 18 years.
Finally reunited, their expressions turned bizarre. This, no matter how you looked at it, this was clearly Fairy Kyanlan's secret love child. The middle-aged man's smile froze, his eyes widening into saucers.
Fairy Kyanlan had a secret son. He remembered Master Yunhuo saying she once had a sweetheart, a junior brother from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Did the two of them actually have a child together?
I'm a close friend of Fairy Kyanlan. My name is Master Wanon. Can you tell me, where did you come from?
Master Wanon asked, his voice tight with nerves.
Fang Chen replied, from very far away.
Then you must have come from that continent, Master Wanon muttered, still struggling to accept it. Besides the jade pendant, did Fairy Kyanlan give you anything else?
Fang Chen thought for a moment and held out his hand. A blood-red lotus slowly bloomed in his palm.
The guarding cultivators gasped in unison.
Isn't that the Azure True Fire art? I heard she literally risked her life to get that. She's never taught it to anyone except her top disciples.
How could he know it? Is he really her secret son?
Master Wanon stood there dazed. He remembered distinctly that Fairy Kyanlan had sworn she would never pass this cultivation method to an outsider. 99%, this boy was almost certainly Fairy Kyanlan's secret son. He couldn't quite wrap his head around the fact that the woman he loved had a son this old. After a long silence, he forced himself to rationalize this child was just part of her past. If he loved her, he had to accept everything about her. Steeling himself, he said, "Follow me. I'll take you to see Fairy Kyanlan." Whatever the case, he needed to get the truth from Fairy Kyanlan himself. Hua Wang leaned toward Fang Chen, whispering, "What's with you? Are we on some quest to find your long-lost mother?"
And so, under the admiring and sympathetic gazes of the guards, Master Wanon led the two of them into the fire worship cult.
Along the way, Master Wanon couldn't stop sneaking glances at Fang Chen.
He was shocked to discover the boy had already broken through to the nascent soul realm.
Successfully crossing the tribulation in a place like the lower continent seemed impossible. Had Fairy Kyanlan been secretly funneling him massive amounts of resources all these years?
The more he thought about it, the more it made sense.
He was her son, after all. She couldn't just watch him suffer on the mainland. If her status prevented her from claiming him, she would obviously send resources to ease her guilt. It was only natural.
Besides, Fang Chen had an imposing presence and was undeniably handsome. He even had a beautiful girl by his side. He was successful in both his career and his love life. Accepting a stepson like this wouldn't be too hard to swallow.
If anything,
he wondered if the boy would even approve of him as a stepfather. With that in mind, he began trying to build some rapport.
"You're new to taking, so you probably don't know anyone yet, right? In a bit, I'll introduce you to some powerful people."
Master Wanon felt the need to flex his connections, making sure Fairy Kyanlan's secret son knew just how influential he was.
Fang Chen smiled. "I'd love to meet more people."
Rubbing shoulders with Venerables and Bodhisattvas all day is honestly exhausting. Master Wanon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was sure he'd misheard.
You can't just throw words like that around, dealing with Venerables and Bodhisattvas every day. Do you realize how insane that sounds?
Fang Chen blinked, looking completely innocent. "I'm not making it up.
I'm a divine messenger for the Bodhisattva, the official translator hand, picked by the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations Venerable, and a business partner of Venerable Mantra."
Hua Wang was floored.
Wait, the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations Venerable just said one thing in passing, and you've already turned it into a full-blown title. She was stunned by his audacity.
Master Wanon was even more shaken. Maybe the last two could be faked, but no one would dare lie about being a messenger for a Bodhisattva. After all, the moment you spoke the word Bodhisattva, it was said that they could hear you. Who would be suicidal enough to fake that kind of identity?
How did you even manage that? Master Wanon gulped hard.
He struggled just to catch a glimpse of a soul transformation, Bodhisattva, yet Fairy Kyanlan's secret son had already built these kinds of high-level connections.
Fang Chen thought about it seriously. It didn't seem that hard. One thing led to another, and I somehow just ended up with their approval.
"Oh, right, Senior Wanon. Earlier, you mentioned introducing me to some heavy hitters. Let's go meet them first."
Master Wanon forced a stiff smile. "Some other time. Let's make it another day." The vast majority of his connections were strictly at his own cultivation level, save for the occasional senior at the fore. aperture, nascent soul realm. Compared to Fang Chen's network, they weren't even worth a breath of air. And here I was, hoping to expand my social circle. Fang Chen sighed, feigning disappointment. Master Wenan laughed awkwardly. You're already tight with 2 Venerables and a Bodhisattva. What do you even need anyone else for? Just as the silence hit its peak of awkwardness, they finally arrived at Fairy Kyanlin's courtyard. Perched right on the edge of a volcanic crater, the scorching heat radiating from the estate would have incinerated a normal person. But for anyone practicing a fire, attribute divine ability, it was pure paradise. That's Fairy Kyanlin's immortal's abode right there. I'll just go and... He stepped forward, but abruptly paused. His eyes narrowed. Blocking the entrance was a woman radiating absolute ice. Her overwhelming presence marked her as an elite at the fore. Aperture, nascent soul realm. She was draped in a lavish palace gown, her face a mask of stern, chilling hostility. Standing meekly beside her was a thoroughly beaten young man looking completely miserable. Recognizing her immediately, Master Wanan rushed to bow respectfully. Fairy Sinning, what brings you here? Fairy Sinning let out a cold scoff. Where is Kyanlin? Where is she hiding? Master Wanan's stomach dropped. One glance at the battered young man beside her, and the whole situation suddenly made terrifying sense. Fairy Sinning's disciple and Fairy Kyanlin's own pupil, Luo Yingshuang, had clearly gotten into a scrap over some rare flame, and Luo Yingshuang had come out on top. Thanks to the half-bottle of true spirit blood gifted by Fairy Kyanlin, Luo Yingshuang's inner flames had surged in power, allowing her to pull off a shocking upset against this guy. Refusing to swallow her pride, Fairy Sinning had dragged her defeated student here to demand justice. Thankfully, Fairy Kyanlin wasn't actually in her immortal's abode. He forced a polite smile. Fairy Kyanlin had some business to attend to. I honestly have no idea where she is. Fairy Sinning scoffed. You follow her around like a lovesick puppy every single day. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me exactly where she is. Look at what they did to my student. She owes me a damn explanation, and she's going to give it to me today. Master Wanan flushed crimson. He cupped his hands defensively. Fairy Sinning, this is just a squabble between the younger generation. It's beneath us elders to get involved. We'll only make ourselves a laughingstock. Fairy Sinning sneered viciously. It wasn't your student who got humiliated. Of course, you'd try to play it down. If you're hellbent on shielding Fairy Kyanlin, I have no problem taking this out on you instead. Master Wanan rubbed his throbbing temples. Wherever there were cultivators, there was drama, an endless, chaotic web of bruised egos and grudges. Some people could be reasoned with, others couldn't. Sinning sat firmly in the camp of the utterly irrational. He desperately wanted to protect Fairy Kyanlin, but he just didn't have the muscle to back it up. All he could do was bow his head and try to defuse the bomb with honeyed words. Where did this screeching harpy come from? Fang Chen interrupted, his voice dripping with ice, making a scene over absolutely nothing. He had pieced enough together from their little shouting match. The younger generation got into a scuffle, yet this Sinning insisted on kicking down Fairy Kyanlin's door to demand apologies. Clearly, Fairy Kyanlin's life here in the fire worship cult wasn't nearly as glamorous as she had let on. Fairy Sinning snapped her head toward him, her gaze venomous. Watch your mouth, you arrogant brat. Who do you think you are? Fang Chen crossed his arms, his expression deadpan. You're the one trespassing. Take a hike. Master Wanan nearly had a heart attack. He couldn't believe Fairy Kyanlin's rumored illegitimate son was this much of a hothead. He frantically jumped between them. Fairy Sinning, please quell your anger. He's just a junior who doesn't know any better. Don't stoop to his level. He immediately spun around to hiss at Fang Chen. She's a senior. Show some basic respect. Fang Chen gave him a long, measuring look. They're literally barking at our front door, and you still want to play peacekeeper. If this had been the master of the heavenly secret pavilion, he'd have recognized his lack of raw power and planned 10 steps ahead. He would have diffused the conflict long before Sinning even thought to march over here, ensuring Fairy Kyanlin never suffered the indignity of being cornered at her own home. Master Wanan might be trying to court Fairy Kyanlin, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. He knew about the bad blood between the disciples. He knew exactly how petty Fairy Sinning was. A blind man could have seen this confrontation coming from a mile away. Yet he hadn't planned a single countermeasure. He had done absolutely nothing to shield her. His so-called romance was entirely superficial. It was nothing more than an act. Master Wanan turned beet red, thoroughly humiliated by Fang Chen's brutal call-out. Fairy Sinning is a 4, aperture nascent soul. Even if I laid down my life, it wouldn't make a dent. Smoothing things over is my only option. Fang Chen shook his head in disgust. Look at her. Do you really think sucking up is going to work? He knew it was a lost cause, yet he was still wasting his breath. Master Wanan was merely putting on a show of trying his best. When it actually mattered, he wouldn't risk a single hair on his head for Fairy Kynlin. Backed into a corner, Master Wannon lashed out defensively. "Oh, and what exactly do you suggest we do?" Unbelievable. He was doing his best to help Fairy Kynlin out of the kindness of his heart, and her brat was criticizing him for not doing enough. What was he supposed to do? Throw his 3 aperture nascent soul life away against a 4 aperture nascent soul powerhouse? Fang Chen met his gaze with absolute calm. "It's simple. You teach her a lesson. You beat her down so thoroughly she never dares to take another step near this place again." He strode toward Fairy Sinning. "Since I caught you in the act," he said coolly, "I can't exactly look the other way." Fairy Sinning let out a humorless, furious laugh, her face flushing with rage. "Where did this feral brat come from, thinking he can mouth off to me?" With a casual flick of her wrist, she unleashed the overwhelming power of her 4 aperture nascent soul. The energy condensed into a massive palm print, slamming straight toward Fang Chen. Master Wannon's face paled. He instantly scrambled out of the way before shouting, "Dodge." Fang Chen didn't even flinch. Lightning sparked and surged within his eyes, dark heaven eye. 2 bolts of lightning, as thick as tree branches, instantly vaporized the palm print and blasted into Sinning with blinding speed. Caught completely off guard by a nascent soul, level strike capable of piercing right through her, she took the blast head on. The twin bolts burned 2 perfectly round, charred holes straight through the bodice of her elegant gown, scorching her flesh beneath. Sinning stumbled backward, reeling from the blow. Humiliated and enraged, she shrieked, "How dare you!" Fang Chen's eyes were ice. "You're the one out of line, soul imprisoning lock." A mere 4 aperture nascent soul had 0 chance of breaking Fang Chen's soul imprisoning lock. In a single breath, invisible chains bound her very soul, instantly severing her control over her own body. Absolute terror gripped her heart. She was entirely paralyzed, forced to watch helplessly as Fang Chen drew a purple sword and rested its tip right against her throat. The crushing shadow of death loomed over her, making her soul scream in sheer, shivering terror. The tip of the blade pressed into the hollow of her throat, but went no further. "Do you understand now?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Who is out of line?" Fairy Sinning was consumed by dread, cold sweat beading and sliding down her forehead. It finally dawned on her that if the boy standing in front of her wanted her dead, he could end her life without breaking a sweat. Swing, with a casual flick of his wrist, Fang Chen severed a lock of her hair and dispelled the soul imprisoning lock. Regaining control of her limbs, Fairy Sinning scrambled backward in pure shock, her eyes locked onto Fang Chen with extreme caution. Who exactly are you to Kynlin?" Fang Chen raised the purple sword, lightly blowing off the single strand of hair resting on its edge. He replied with chilling indifference, "You should be glad she isn't home right now and that you haven't actually harmed her. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be your hair getting cut." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. He wouldn't hesitate to kill for Fairy Kynlin. Fairy Sinning swallowed hard and hurried to backtrack. "You're overthinking it, friend. It's just a minor squabble between the younger generation. It would never escalate to us elders. I'll be taking my leave now." She grabbed her disciple and bolted. Clang, the sharp sound of Fang Chen sheathing his sword sent a jolt of ice through her heart. Abandoning all dignity, she launched herself into the air and fled like a beaten dog. Bullies like her only respected power. Now that she knew Fairy Kynlin had an absolute monster backing her, she wouldn't dare push her around anymore. In fact, she'd probably bend over backward to get on Fairy Kynlin's good side. Fang Chen turned his attention to a totally shocked Master Wannon and decided to just cut to the chase. "Judging by the way Sinning was talking, you're trying to pursue Fairy Kynlin. I don't have a problem with that, but if you're lacking in strength, I'd suggest putting in a little more effort. And if you have neither power nor dedication, do us all a favor and stay away from her. Got it?" Master Wannon's face flushed through a spectrum of red and green. Knowing Fairy Kynlin's rumored illegitimate son had seen right through his weakness, he cupped his hands in deep shame. He turned on his heel and hurried off. He was completely done trying. With a ridiculously overpowered secret son guarding Fairy Kynlin, pursuing her was a lost cause anyway. Dong, dong, dong. Right at that moment, 3 deep, resonant chimes echoed from the great hall of the fire worship sect. It was an emergency assembly order. Master Wannon's expression hardened, and he immediately rushed toward the hall. Every member of the fire worship cult, from the top brass down to the foundation, establishment, realm disciples, gathered for the assembly. Seeing Master Wannon arrive, a few of his buddies winked and nudged each other, clearing a spot for him. Only when he stepped into line did he realize they had positioned him right next to Fairy Kynlin. His friends were trying to play matchmaker. Normally, he would have been thrilled. He would have leaned in to whisper something sweet, check in on her, and maybe crack a joke to win a smile from the beautiful woman. But this time, he quickly stepped back to the row behind her, not daring to stand anywhere near Fairy Kynlan. Fairy Kynlan gave him a weird look. She had fully expected the guy to glue himself to her side like always. Why was he suddenly taking a hint? Maybe turning him down so many times finally got through to his thick skull. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. But when she overheard the hushed conversation between Master Wannon and his buddies, she was completely dumbfounded. Did you hit your head today or something? I broke my back saving that spot for you, and if you don't take it, one of those other creeps obsessing over Fairy Kynlan will. Master Wannon let out a heavy sigh. Let them have at it. Fairy Kynlan and I are better off just being platonic sectmates. His friends stared at him in utter disbelief. Master Wannon had boasted about winning over Fairy Kynlan more times than they could count, sinking years of effort into chasing her. And now, he was just giving up out of nowhere. Are you seriously throwing in the towel? Why? Master Wannon gave a bitter, defeated smile. Wait until you meet her son, then you'll understand. Fairy Kynlan whipped her head around, her face the picture of confusion. Are they talking about me? Since when do I have a son? She was just about to snap at Master Wannon and demand an explanation. But then the fire worship sect master arrived at the front of the hall. With a grim, no-nonsense tone, he announced, as of this moment, you are all to deploy immediately and track down a disciple named Fang Chen. You must invite him to the fire worship cult at any cost. To the one who finds him, I will award a portion of Hunyuan 9, colored marrow. The crowd instantly erupted. Who is this guy? They're going to such lengths to invite him. He must be someone legendary. The bounty was staggering. Hunyuan 9, colored marrow, a substance capable of skyrocketing one's nascent soul realm cultivation. The fire worship sect master scanned the room, his gaze landing on Fairy Kynlan. Draw a portrait of Fang Chen. I want everyone here to know his face. Fairy Kynlan lowered her head. Others might be confused about the invitation, but she knew exactly what was happening. This had to be an order from that old man. The reason was simple. Fang Chen had scammed him out of 100 times the amount of crystal ore. She felt a surge of anxiety for him, but knowing what a clever little fox Fang Chen was, he'd likely vanished without a trace by now. They'd never find him. She nodded and sketched Fang Chen's likeness right then and there. Of course, since she barely knew him, or perhaps because her art skills were lacking, the portrait looked nothing like the real Fang Chen. If Fang Chen saw it himself, he'd probably ask who the hell she was drawing. Everyone pulled out their jade slips to record the image. At the sect master's command, they swarmed out of the fire worship cult like a tidal wave. Fairy Kynlan trailed behind the pack, silently praying that Fang Chen would stay hidden. Junior Sister Kynlan, an unfamiliar voice called out from behind. She turned to see Fairy Sinning. The woman was all smiles, acting as if they were old friends. Her voice was so sugary, sweet that Kynlan almost didn't recognize her. This was the same Fairy Sinning famous for public tantrums and cold insults. What kind of game was this two-faced schemer playing now? Fairy Sinning, the woman beamed back at her. We're sisters, why be so formal? I've found a natural source of Hunyuan 9, colored marrow, and invited a few friends to check it out. You should join us, junior sister. Fairy Kynlan was stunned. Why would Fairy Sinning share such a massive windfall with her? She was completely lost. Fairy Sinning, what? What is this about? Sinning glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then whispered. I was blind before and didn't realize who I was dealing with. Please, forgive me. Let's be friends from now on. Oh, and when we go, make sure to bring your son along. Don't forget. With that, she hurried off, leaving Fairy Kynlan standing there in a daze. What son? I don't even have a son. Outside her private residence, Fang Chen waited for a while, but she didn't return. Let's just wait inside, Hua Wang said, glancing at the defensive array guarding the courtyard. Do you have the activation code? Fang Chen didn't say a word. He pulled out a small, shimmering golden hammer and slammed it against the barrier. The array flickered and died instantly. And just like that, we're in. Hua Wang gasped, covering her mouth. You can't just break in like that. Fang Chen shrugged. We're family. Why the formalities? Since when is a son afraid of entering his mother's house? He led the way inside. Just as the array hummed back to life, a graceful figure with a divine halo appeared nearby. It was Venerable Mantra. Her brow furrowed. I definitely sensed the aura of my life, saving Lotus just now. She scanned the area one last time before vanishing into thin air. Inside the residence, Fang Chen noted the pristine, orderly decor. It was clear Fairy Kynlan lived a solitary, disciplined life, free of any messy romantic entanglements. Pavilion Master, I just chased off a rival and did some recon on Fairy Kindland for you. You'd better make me Vice Pavilion Master when we get back, he muttered to himself.
He pulled out a meditation cushion, sat on the floor, and began his cultivation.
Hua Wang sat down beside him, focusing on stabilizing her nascent soul realm.
Days passed in a blur. Fang Chen had memorized every word of the 2 new jade paper heavenly books.
His soul power, previously at the peak of the 3 aperture nascent soul, finally broke through to the 4 aperture nascent soul level.
The power of his various secret soul techniques surged to a whole new tier. He was thrilled. Now he could even ensnare the soul of a 5 aperture nascent soul cultivator before finishing them off with a secret technique.
However, when it came to direct combat, his current abilities still felt lacking. Killing a 4 aperture nascent soul was easy, but a 5 aperture nascent soul required effort.
He lacked a true hit-kill move.
In a chaotic fight against multiple powerful enemies, that split-second delay could cost him everything.
Lost in thought, Fang Chen pulled out a 9 colored light sword sealed within a jade casket. The blade was composed entirely of concentrated light, shimmering with a brilliant glow. He could never forget how this single beam of light had once shredded a giant lizard beast into thousands of identical pieces.
As he unsealed the jade casket, sharp, chaotic sword Kai began to radiate in all directions.
Hua Wang woke from her trance with a sharp gasp, stung by the stray Kai. She stared at the 9 colored light sword in confusion for a moment before her eyes widened.
Is that the sword intent of the legendary Jiang Wuya? How did you get your hands on that?
Fang Chen was surprised. You recognize it.
Hua Wang gazed at the sword in awe. Who wouldn't? This is the sword intent of the greatest swordsman in the Taikang Grand Province. It has no physical blade, just pure light. Yet it functions like a divine weapon, capable of crushing any enemy in its path. Back before he lost his mind, his sword intent was peerless. Even at the 7 aperture nascent soul level, he defeated every rival in the world. He even fought a rampaging 9 aperture nascent soul powerhouse and successfully claimed their head.
She snapped out of her daze, looking at him with utter shock. But how do you have it? This is Jiang Wuya's personal sword intent.
Even Venerable Evil Crow begged for a sliver of it once to study and was flatly rejected.
Now that Jiang Wuya is a 9 aperture nascent soul and completely insane, there's no way he'd just give it away.
Fang Chen gave a helpless shrug. He gave it to me, all right, and the second he was done giving it to me, he tried to kill me.
Fang Chen sighed helplessly. He gave it to me, but the second he handed it over, he flipped a switch and tried to kill me.
Hua Wang gasped in shock. Wait, so he isn't completely insane? Is he about to wake up?
Fang Chen's pupils contracted as the realization hit him. If Jiang Wuya had been completely mad this whole time, he would have just cleaved him in 2 the moment they met.
Why would he have been so friendly at first, even gifting him such an incredibly precious strand of sword intent? Back then, he hadn't lost his mind. It all made sense when he thought about Yu Qiwen's ability to sense danger. At first, she truly felt a terrifying threat on those stairs. That was the maddened Jiang Wuya. But then the feeling vanished. That proved Jiang Wuya's madness had temporarily subsided. Right now, he was caught between sanity and madness. He just needed a single catalyst to shatter the illusion, awaken from his frenzy, and make his triumphant return in the soul transformation realm. When that happened, taking Grand Province would gain a new sword god, Venerable. And through sheer luck, Fang Chen had acquired a strand of his sword intent. He stared at it, a surge of excitement hitting him. The power of this sword intent shouldn't be weak, right? Hua Wang shook her head. It's way too weak. It's just a tiny speck of Jiang Wuya's total sword intent. It probably doesn't have much offensive power, not even as strong as a single strike from a nascent soul expert. Its real value is letting you comprehend the sword intent within, allowing you to walk the same sword cultivation path as Jiang Wuya. So it's only meant for comprehension. Thinking back, Jiang Wuya had indeed mentioned gifting it to him for precisely that reason. If only there was a way to strengthen this strand of sword intent. Fang Chen deeply envied Jiang Wuya's peerless presence, the way a single point of his finger unleashed sword Kai, capable of severing all of creation. Hua Wang offered a bitter smile. Don't even dream about it. Senior Jiang Wuya could cultivate such profound sword intent purely because of his sword casket. A sword casket nurtures the sword intent, allowing it to grow endlessly. There's no way you could cultivate something that terrifying. A sword casket. Fang Chen fell deep into thought. Then, under Hua Wang's dumbfounded gaze, he actually pulled out an ancient brass sword casket of his own and casually dropped the 9 colored light sword into it. This was the very sword he had obtained from the deity transformation ruins. He had studied the casket for ages, but never grasped its secrets. It couldn't launch attacks, and when he placed the purple sword inside, nothing happened. But after hearing Hua Wang's explanation, a theory sparked in his mind. Could this sword casket be specifically designed to nurture sword intent? The moment the sword intent was placed inside, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wisps of bronze sword kai floated up from the casket, slowly merging into the sword intent. The slightly dim 9-colored light sword visibly grew more solid and defined. While it lacked the overwhelming, oppressive sword kai of Jiang Wuya with enough time to nurture, it would absolutely reach that level. Hua Wang clamped both hands over her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. The wishful, filling sword casket, that's the exact same wishful, filling sword casket as Senior Jiang Wuya's. Senior Jiang Wuya's wishful, filling sword casket is missing a corner, but yours is completely intact. WH, where did you even get that? She fought the urge to just rub Fang Chen blind. Chrono, Dust, the purple sword, the void fishing rod, the jade paper heavenly book, the wishful, filling sword casket, and who knew how many other legendary treasures he was hiding. Even the sect leaders of the 3 divine sects and 7 great cults weren't this loaded. Someone in the deity transformation realm wouldn't even have half his stash. Fang Chen rolled his eyes at her. You really want to know? Hua Wang suddenly remembered she was currently just collateral. Knowing too much might get her dismantled and sold for parts. She frantically shook her head like a rattled drum. I saw nothing and I know absolutely nothing. That's more like it. Fang Chen snapped the sword casket shut and happily stuffed it back into the heavenly thunderstone. Once the sword intent was fully nurtured and condensed, he'd have another lethal trump card up his sleeve. He couldn't wait to see the look on Jiang Wuya's face when he finally woke up and realized that the tiny speck of sword intent he'd casually given away had been forged into a divine weapon. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard gate, Fairy Kainlin said goodbye to a few friends and returned looking utterly aggrieved. Just as she expected, Fang Chen had long since slipped away. The entire fire worship cult had been mobilized for 5 days, practically tearing up the ground for 1,000 miles, but they still hadn't found a single trace of the kid. If that senior wanted to cause trouble for Fang Chen, they were completely out of luck. She silently let out a sigh of relief for Fang Chen. But there was one piece of news that made her grind her teeth in pure fury. A rumor was spreading like wildfire throughout the entire sect that she had an illegitimate child. Unlocking the courtyard's restrictions, she stormed toward the house with a dark expression. Which bastard is spreading rumors about me? When did I ever have a secret child? The absolute nerve of that scum! She cursed under her breath as she stepped through the door, but the second her foot crossed the threshold, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Inside the room, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion, looking thoroughly annoyed. What took you so long? Fairy Kainlin backed out the door, checked the unit number above the frame, scanned her familiar surroundings, and then stared back at Fang Chen to confirm she hadn't walked into the wrong courtyard. Only then did she suck in a sharp breath and shriek. Fang, she nearly screamed Fang Chen's name, hurriedly biting back the last syllable. The very person the fire worship cult had been tearing the world apart to find, the Fang Chen that furious old man was hunting down, was actually hiding in her immortal's abode. If anyone found out, she'd be dead meat, this absolute walking disaster. She lunged into the room, slammed the door shut, and threw up several layers of isolation arrays before finally roaring at him. You little brat, are you trying to get me killed? Why the hell are you hiding in my immortal's abode? Fang Chen let out a dark chuckle. He pulled out her jade pendant and slapped it onto the table. You have the nerve to blame me. I came looking for you, and you didn't come home for 5 days. Fang Chen had been inside for 5 days. Fairy Kainlin frowned in utter confusion. Who brought you here? How did you even know this was my immortal's abode? Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly, a very friendly senior. Fairy Kainlin paused, deep in thought. A friendly senior 5 days ago, she looked at Fang Chen's age, and the realization hit her like a lightning bolt. She glared at him, her eyes narrowing. That man was Master Wanon, wasn't he? Fang Chen looked away, clearing his throat awkwardly. Sounds about right. Fairy Kainlin began to tremble with rage. Did you actually tell him you were my secret love child? Fang Chen looked guilty. I swear on my life those words never left my mouth. All I said was that I was a young disciple from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion who had been separated from you for 18 years. They jumped to the bastard son conclusion all on their own. You can't blame me for their imagination. Fairy Kainlin had seen just how crafty Fang Chen could be. She knew exactly what he'd done. He had masterfully baited them into that exact misunderstanding. She let out a frustrated scream, drawing her sword and lunging at him in a total frenzy.
You brat, you've completely trashed my reputation. Now the entire sect thinks I have a secret son. One who's handsome, powerful, and apparently loves his mother very much. Even the sect leader called me in for a private talk. I'm going to kill you.
It was bad enough that he'd driven her crazy back at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but now he'd crossed the vast sea just to drag her name through the mud. She was absolutely livid.
Fang Chen scrambled to dodge, quickly activating the soul-imprisoning lock to pin her down. He coughed nervously.
Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's wife, please just stay calm.
Fairy Kyanlin was hysterical. I don't care if you call me that 1,000 times, it's too late. I'm taking you down with me.
Realizing there was no reasoning with her, Fang Chen grabbed the dazed Hua Wang and bolted.
I'm just the messenger for the pavilion master. Please make sure you and Senior Yun, he don't miss the grand opening ceremony.
As for the location, the pavilion master didn't actually tell me. It was strange. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had told him to notify them, but neglected to mention the time or place. Best to just run for it.
Only after he was safely away from Fairy Kyanlin's courtyard did Fang Chen release the soul-imprisoning lock.
By the time Fairy Kyanlin stormed out to hunt him down, Fang Chen was long gone.
She stomped her foot in the courtyard, screaming at the empty air, "You little brat, this isn't over."
Fang Chen made a frantic escape from the fire worship cult. All along the way, Hua Wang stared at him with an incredibly bizarre expression.
Senior Tyrant, you certainly have a unique way of handling things. She had actually believed he was there to find his mother. It turned out the poor woman didn't even have a son.
Fang Chen shot her a look. You and your master have your own unique style too, don't you?
It's been 10 days. Why hasn't your master come to bail you out yet?
Not even a single word. Hua Wang admitted guiltily. She should be here soon. My master wouldn't just abandon me. Definitely not.
Right then, the transmission jade pendant at her waist buzzed, breaking the awkward silence. She checked the message immediately, her eyes lighting up with joy.
The sacred flame ritual begins tomorrow. The top prodigies from all over are already here, and they're holding a gathering right now.
I'll see if I can get you a sacred flame order. Fang Chen didn't really want to go.
But since Fairy Kyanlin was currently trying to murder her secret son, getting one from her was out of the question.
He'd have to see if Hua Wang's friends had a spare. The two of them headed to a martial Dao arena in the fire worship cult's market district. The disciples of the Three Spirits sect had spent a fortune to rent out the entire venue.
Wang, before they even reached the entrance, a girl in a beautiful dress with dark braided hair waved them over.
Hua Wang's eyes brightened as she ran forward to give her friend a warm hug.
Yun Qi, I've missed you so much.
Yun Qi giggled, but then she sensed something different about Hua Wang. After a closer look, she gasped in shock.
Did you actually succeed in crossing the tribulation?
Hua Wang couldn't help but show off a little, a proud smile on her face.
Yun Qi looked green with envy. As expected of a Three Spirits sect disciple, you barely had time to prepare, and you still pulled it off. Meanwhile, I failed my attempt.
Since the trial of the ancient road to heaven ended, all the top talents had been trying to cross their tribulations. Even with the protection of their respective sects, the success rate for these elite prodigies was barely 20%. Not much better than for an average person.
Some of the unluckiest ones had even died due to freak accidents, despite having powerful elders watching over them.
Anyone who could successfully manage nascent soul formation was instantly a figure of intense envy. Hua Wang gave a frustrated pout. Don't even get me started on my flaky master. It was actually Senior Tyrant who helped me break through to the nascent soul realm.
Tyrant Yun Qi looked up at the approaching Fang Chen and realized for the first time that he too was in the nascent soul realm. She was stunned. Which major sect is this senior from? He looks so unfamiliar.
To be in the nascent soul realm at such a young age, he must be a top-tier genius from the Three Spirits sect or the 7 great cults, right? Fang Chen gave a casual smile. I have no sect or master. Would you mind if I joined your little assembly? Yun Qi quickly replied, Of course not. Senior, you're joking. It would be an honor to have you here.
Who in their right mind would turn away a prodigy who had already achieved nascent soul formation instead of trying to make a powerful ally?
Much appreciated, Sister Yun Qi, Fang Chen said.
Yun Qi politely handed him a wristband and a jade slip. This wristband is your entry pass. It will automatically assign your seat based on your cultivation level.
The jade slip contains the main topics for today's discussion. Please look them over. We'd be honored to hear your insights later.
Fang Chen wasn't thrilled about the wristband, but since he was on their turf, he decided to play by the rules. He reluctantly slipped it onto his wrist.
An invisible wave of energy swept through his body, scanning his nascent soul before receding back into the band. A red light flickered, projecting a bold number 1 in the air. With a calm expression, Fang Chen began reading the jade slip as he walked into the martial Dao arena. There were 3 main agenda items for the assembly. Number 1, the hunt for Fang Chen. All attendees were urged to join the cause and bring the villain to justice.
Fang Chen's mouth twitched. He shook his head, tucked the jade slip away, and went to find his assigned seat.
Yan Qi watched Fang Chen's back in stunned silence. It took a moment to find his voice, and he grabbed Hua Wang's arm, eyes wide with shock. Where on earth did you meet a powerhouse like that? He's a beast. He's actually in the number 1 seat.
Feng Yuanzong already claimed that spot. There's going to be a massive scene when he gets here.
Hua Wang smirked. A scene? Don't worry, there won't be one. Fang Chen can suppress a 4, aperture nascent soul like it's nothing. Do you really think Feng Yuanzong would dare to pick a fight? Several prodigies from various sects had already arrived at the martial Dao arena. Fang Chen even recognized one of them.
Junior brother Fang, a feminine voice called out.
Fang Chen looked over and saw a familiar face, Yu Qiyuan. She was chatting with a group of elite disciples from the Sea-End Pavilion.
When she noticed him, she froze for a second before rushing over with a look of pure joy. What are you doing here?
Fang Chen smiled. Just checking things out. Are you here with your master, Master Qi Yin?
Yu Qiyuan's smile faltered, and she looked away awkwardly. Master isn't speaking to me anymore.
Fang Chen's expression turned serious. Sensing the faint, unstable energy within her, he understood why. She had failed crossing the tribulation. Master Qian had given her a rare opportunity for ascension, but she hadn't achieved nascent soul formation. Master Qian was bound to be disappointed. Nobody wins every battle, you just have to keep trying, Fang Chen said, patting her shoulder to comfort her.
Yu Qiyuan sighed bitterly. When will I ever get another chance?
It wasn't easy for Master to secure a tribulation opportunity, and there are so many other disciples waiting for their turn.
A heretical nascent soul is the furthest I'll ever go in this life.
I just feel terrible about wasting your blue seed, junior brother Fang. Not to mention that grade 5 spirit pill you gave me to boost my cultivation. She let out a heavy sigh, her eyes clouded with regret. Opportunities for crossing the tribulation were incredibly rare. Most people never got a single shot in their entire lives. The fact that she had tried once already put her ahead of most. It was highly unlikely Master Qi Yin would consider her again for several years. Fang Chen paused, thinking for a moment. Keep preparing. When the timing is right, I'll find a way for you to try again. Fairy Cloud Ryman's success in obtaining the Heavenly Fox bloodline was largely thanks to Yu Qiyuan's precious 6th grade ancestry returning pill. Once he had extra pills, he'd pay her back. Yu Qiyuan took his words as mere comfort and gave a weak smile.
Thanks, junior brother Fang.
Where is your seat? If it's way in the back, why don't you come sit with us at the Sea-End Pavilion section? Just as the words left her mouth, a leading disciple from the Sea-End Pavilion walked over and snapped, Sister Yu, show some respect to the senior. He was a 1, aperture nascent soul, so he could sense the overwhelming power radiating from Fang Chen. He immediately moved to stop Yu Qiyuan's casual tone.
Senior, Yu Qiyuan gasped. Junior brother Fang, you actually succeeded. Fang Chen nodded. I got lucky, I guess.
Yu Qiyuan felt a pang of complicated emotions. The junior disciple she'd met back at the deity transformation ruins was now a nascent soul senior. Senior tyrant, Hua Wang called out as she approached. Seeing him talking to Yu Qiyuan, her face clouded over. She hurried over and said, Senior, please take your seat. The meeting is about to start.
She flashed her wrist, and her seat was right behind Fang Chen's.
Fang Chen gave Yu Qiyuan a polite nod. We'll talk more later.
Once they were out of earshot, Hua Wang looked back and glared at Yu Qiyuan. She whispered, Don't get too close to her. She's in league with that villain Fang Chen.
Yu Qiyuan stood there, frozen in thought.
Calling Fang Chen a villain right to his face, Hua Wang was definitely playing a strange new game.
Sister Yu, who was that?
The lead disciple from the Sea-End Pavilion approached, looking at Yu Qiyuan with genuine shock. Since when do you know such a high-profile figure? Yu Qiyuan blinked. High-profile. This was Ma Qingyan, a man with a massive ego who compared himself to the 5 legendary prodigies of the Taikang Grand Province. Why would he talk about Fang Chen like that? Then she saw where Fang Chen was sitting, and she completely froze. He was in the number 1 seat. Ma Qingyan was only in the 4th.
Yu Qiuan was speechless. Fang Chen had actually outranked every single prodigy there to take the top spot. She stammered that he's my friend. Seeing her reluctance to say more, Ma Qingyan didn't push it. He simply sighed. You really have a knack for making friends with extraordinary people. Anyway, let's take our seats. The discussion will start as soon as Feng Yuanzong and the other top prodigies arrive. You've taken some heat for being associated with Fang Chen. During the meeting, make sure you speak out against him. You need to draw a clear line between you and that man. Yu Qiuan nodded instinctively, then it hit her. Fang Chen was literally sitting right there. Were they really about to lead a crusade against him? She looked at Fang Chen, sitting calmly in the number 1 seat, and felt a wave of anxiety for everyone else in the room. A short while later, almost everyone had arrived except for Feng Yuanzong. I'm only in the 2nd seat. Yun Qi, what the hell is this? A furious roar erupted from the entrance. It was Feng Yuanzong. As the strongest performer from the Taking Grand Province on the ancient road to heaven, and having recently reached the nascent soul realm, his power was undeniable. Everyone had assumed the number 1 seat was his. Yun Qi looked defensive. Senior Feng, the seating was assigned automatically. Why are you taking it out on me? Feng Yuanzong huffed. I want to see exactly what kind of god decided to steal my seat. He was already fuming over the jade paper heavenly book situation. Now someone was practically begging for a beatdown. He stormed into the martial Dao arena and marched straight to the number 1 seat. Pointing a finger at Fang Chen, he barked. At that moment, Fang Chen was looking down, completely absorbed in the contents of the jade slip. Startled by the sudden shout, he looked up, their eyes met, and they instantly recognized each other. Feng Yuanzong froze. Why, aren't you that damn mainland brat, Fang Chen, the one who lured Zhang Wuye here? This was a conference held specifically to denounce him, so what the hell was he doing here? He was even sitting in the front row, like he owned the place. Fang Chen gave a faint smile. Fellow Taoist Feng. Feng Yuanzong snapped out of it, his mouth hanging open. He didn't know whether to start the execution right now or wait until he'd rallied the crowd after the meeting. The crowd craned their necks, eagerly waiting to see how the two would fight over the number 1 seat. Feng Yuanzong was notoriously arrogant, but the man known as the Tyrant had been assigned the number 1 seat by the system. He clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just then, Yun Qi called out urgently from the entrance. Senior, this is a private gathering. You need an invitation to enter. All eyes turned toward the door. A handsome young man in his 20s with fair skin and sharp features walked in with a smile, fluttering a folding fan. Forgive the intrusion, everyone. I heard there was a gathering of young talents here, and I couldn't resist stopping by. I hope you'll do me the honor of letting me join. He subtly released his aura, revealing himself to be a 3-aperture nascent soul powerhouse. A 3-aperture nascent soul at such a young age. Every single person in the room was stunned. Those 20 and under were considered the same generation. While everyone here was roughly the same age, reaching the stage of crossing the tribulation and nascent soul formation was enough to make one a top-tier genius. But who was this guy? How could he already be at the 3-aperture nascent soul stage? The shock was universal. Not a single person was left unfazed. Feng Yuanzong's expression turned grim. Who are you? Since when did Taking Grand Province have someone like you? The young man in white lightly fanned himself and smiled. I am Jiao Huangyan from the White Bone Alliance. White Bone Alliance. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he sized the newcomer up. The fact that the White Bone Alliance had appeared overnight with 5 experts in the nascent soul realm was mysterious enough. He never expected the first one he met would be a peerless genius under 20 with a 3-aperture nascent soul cultivation. Just by producing someone like this, the White Bone Alliance could probably crush the 3 divine sects and 7 great cults. Where did this alliance even come from? The crowd began to mutter, frowning. White Bone Alliance, you mean that mid-tier sect that popped up a few months ago? They have a genius like this. We've all been sleeping on them. Whispers filled the room. Jiao Huangyan smiled. So, am I welcome? A 3-aperture nascent soul wanted to participate. Who would dare refuse and risk making an enemy? Seeing no objections, Feng Yuanzong nodded. If you want to stay, stay. Where should I sit? Jiao Huangyan asked. His gaze swept over the numbers on the seats and naturally settled on the number 1 spot. As a 3-aperture nascent soul, he was the undisputed strongest person there. Even Feng Yuanzong couldn't argue with him taking the top seat. I see. He walked over to the first seat. With a smile, he looked at Fang Chen. My friend, would you mind moving?
Fang Chen didn't give a damn about the seat. What he cared about was the strength of the White Bone Alliance's nascent soul expert. After all, he had killed one of their own. If a war broke out later, going in blind would put him at a disadvantage. He smirked. Handouts are flavorless. Things only taste sweet when you seize them for yourself. Then I suggest you find another way to ask for my seat. J.O. Huingian's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked Fang Chen over properly and was startled to realize the person in front of him was a two-aperture nascent soul. A two-aperture nascent soul this young. He looked barely 19. Give him another year, and he'd have a real shot at reaching the three-aperture stage, potentially surpassing J.O. Huingian himself. He had misjudged him. There was a true dragon sitting in that seat. Interesting. I can let the seat go, but I'm curious. Let's see just how much power you 3 divine sects and 7 great cults are really hiding. He leaped back into the center of the Martial Dao arena. Though the arena wasn't huge, only a few hundred meters wide, it was layered with wards to contain the shockwaves of battle within a 100-meter radius. The spectators could watch the fight without worrying about getting caught in the crossfire. Fang Chen lunged forward, landing in the center of the Martial Dao arena as well. The crowd was buzzing with disbelief. He was actually going to challenge a 3-aperture nascent soul. Who exactly is this guy? Judging by J.O. Huingian's confidence, he's no ordinary 3-aperture expert. It's bold of him to challenge J.O., but this isn't going to end well. J.O. Huingian smiled. I never pull my punches with those who challenge me. Life, death, or permanent injury, don't blame me for what happens next, Fang Chen warned. J.O. Huingian's eyes narrowed. For a 2-aperture cultivator to challenge a 3-aperture nascent soul, he had to have some serious tricks up his sleeve. He wasn't going to pull his punches. With a flick of his painted fan, an ink-black tornado materialized out of thin air, spinning violently as it engulfed Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. The storm hadn't even reached him yet, but he could already feel the flow of his nascent soul energy stagnating. The true horror of this tornado wasn't its destructive force. It was its ability to suppress an opponent's power. Knowing the real killing blow was yet to come, he didn't hesitate. Sovereign of the heavens, unrivaled in this world. A divine avatar and a sovereign phantom erupted behind him. The deity swung its 8 golden arms, while the sovereign slashed with a peerless imperial sword, ripping the black tornado to shreds. J.O. Huingian's smile widened. Not bad at all. That strike packed the punch of a true 3-aperture nascent soul. But you've underestimated my attack. He clenched his hand into a fist. Instantly, the shredded winds reformed into dozens of miniature, concentrated tornadoes swarming Fang Chen from every direction. Just one grazing hit would be enough to paralyze his energy. Unfazed, Fang Chen unleashed a shockwave from his body. Hundreds of lightning arcs shot forth like glowing arrows, piercing into the mini tornadoes and detonating them from the inside out. The storm was obliterated in the blink of an eye, and the residual lightning surged straight toward J.O. Huingian. The man's grin turned wicked. So, you've mastered a lightning path divine ability. That gives you a slight edge against my arts. He flicked his fan at the incoming lightning. A bizarre black hole tore open the space in front of him, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull that swallowed the blast hole. With another sweep of his fan, the black hole spat the lightning right back out, hurling the attack squarely at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. That fan was an exceptionally powerful spiritual artifact, capable of absorbing and reflecting an enemy's attack. He raised his hand, intending to crush his deflected lightning back into nothingness. But a glint of cunning flashed in J.O. Huingian's eyes. The lightning abruptly burst apart and outswarmed several black insects. They were frighteningly fast, completely invisible to the naked eye. Even with the powerful soul sense of his 4-aperture nascent soul, Fang Chen could barely track them before they were right in his face. At the same time, J.O. Huingian's hands flew through a series of hand seals as he chanted a dark incantation. A gruesome, blood-red hand clawed its way out of his own chest. Its fingers were unnaturally long and skeletal, tipped with razor-sharp nails that bled an oppressive, terrifying aura. The space around the bloody hand rippled, and it vanished into thin air. A fraction of a second later, it materialized right at Fang Chen's throat. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He tried to summon his lightning, but the black bugs were faster, plunging directly into his flesh and burrowing deep. The moment they broke his skin, his nascent soul energy, along with his command over lightning and fire, froze dead in its tracks. He was paralyzed. Seizing the opening, the bloody hand clamped down on his throat. Those skeletal, razor, Sharp claws had more than enough power to instantly snap his neck. His opponent wasn't just a master of bizarre, unpredictable tactics, he was absolutely ruthless. No ordinary 3, Aperture Nascent Soul could survive against him. Hell, even an unprepared 4, Aperture Nascent Soul would easily end up as a corpse at his feet. Unfortunately for him, he was fighting Fang Chen. A mysterious feather resting against his chest suddenly flared with searing heat. The parasitic bugs, only halfway into his flesh, reacted as if they'd touched pure divine fire. They scrambled frantically, fleeing right out of his body. Fang Chen lowered his head, his eyes flashing violently. 2 blinding beams of lightning, thick as a man's arm, erupted from his gaze and blasted the bloody hand. The strike punched clean through the ghostly appendage, vaporizing the flesh into thick clouds of black smoke. The smug grin finally slid off Jiao Huangian's face, replaced by a sharp wince of agony. The bloody hand was clearly bound to his soul. Damage to the phantom meant direct trauma to him. Panicking, he immediately recalled the cursed limb. Space warped again, and the bloody hand teleported back to Jiao Huangian's chest, scrambling to retreat inside his body. But a massive blade of lightning, hundreds of feet long, impaled it before it could escape. Jiao Huangian shrieked in agony. He crumpled, clutching his chest in violent spasms, his eyes radiating a murderous, vicious glare. He was actually losing. The overwhelming humiliation twisted his features into a mask of pure malice. In a desperate surge of power, the bloody hand clenched its fingers around the indestructible blade. A second later, the divine weapon hissed, corroding into a puddle of foul, bloody water that splattered onto the ground. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. What kind of twisted divine art was this? It was devastatingly toxic. The indestructible blade was a weapon of pure, unyielding yang energy, yet that hand had just melted it into bloody sludge. If those claws had actually gripped his throat, he would have been dissolved into a puddle of gore right on the spot. After destroying the indestructible blade, the hand's 5 bloody fingers snapped off and shot toward Fang Chen like lethal arrows. Laced with spatial energy, they appeared distant one moment, but were inches from his face the next. Fang Chen didn't flinch. He decisively swept his palm forward, bringing down another indestructible blade, this one a colossal construct thousands of feet long, in a merciless slash. Even without channeling the void, flow lightning force, the towering blade of energy stretched nearly 8,000 feet into the sky. The Martial Dao Arena simply couldn't contain it, every protective ward in the vicinity violently activated. Under the crushing bombardment of the massive, indestructible blade, the barriers flickered wildly, emitting sharp, high-pitched shrieks that warned everyone they were on the verge of collapse. The malice washed right off Jiao Huangian's face, replaced by sheer panic. That strike carried the terrifying might of a 4 Aperture Nascent Soul. "That's enough. I surrender," he screamed in terror, yielding at the top of his lungs. He hastily withdrew his bloody hand. Fang Chen clicked his tongue in silent pity. He had genuinely hoped to obliterate that sinister hand entirely. It was simply too dangerous to leave intact. If they crossed blades again in the future, it was going to be a massive headache. But his opponent had already called off the fight. If Fang Chen forced the kill now, he'd spark a blood feud with the White Bone Alliance before they even dug into the underground palace incident. And worse, he'd drag the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion down with him. Left with no choice, he dispelled the indestructible blade and said coolly. Mentally, however, he slapped a giant warning label on the man. If war ever broke out with the White Bone Alliance, Jiao Huangian would be the very first name on his hit list. Jiao Huangian stared deeply at Fang Chen, his heart still hammering from the lingering fear. "Your mastery over lightning is truly terrifying." Fang Chen smiled. "Your divine abilities and magical artifact are equally astonishing." He had merely been testing the waters to see what tricks the White Bone Alliance had up their sleeves. Had he truly wanted to kill, one strike of his secret soul technique would have ended Jiao Huangian before the man could even blink. Offering a casual salute, he strolled back to seat number 1 under the dead silence of the crowd's collective stare. He glanced at Feng Yuanzong, who was still frozen next to the first seat, and asked with a grin, "Fellow cultivator Feng, weren't you just telling me to get lost?" Feng Yuanzong swallowed hard, practically scrambling to plant himself firmly in seat number 2. "I was joking, just a joke. Please don't take it to heart, senior." His soul trembled. This was a monster who could casually crush a 3rd-level nascent soul expert. Who was he to tell this senior to move? The rest of the audience was utterly dumbfounded. They knew the tyrant in seat number 1 wasn't a simple character, but they never expected him to be this horrifyingly strong. Was this tyrant really from the same generation as them? Yun Qi's eyes sparkled with unending awe. "No wonder this senior was able to protect you during your crossing the tribulation.
With this kind of power, he could easily found his own sect and rule an entire region.
Do you think you could introduce me to him?
Hua Wang nodded, no problem.
As long as you have a completely unreliable master.
Yu Yuan was stunned.
The Fang Chen standing before her today could actually defeat a 3-aperture nascent soul expert. Staring at him, she felt like she was looking at a total stranger. Even if her master, Master Qi Yin, were here right now, she'd probably have to bow and call Fang Chen Sr. Still reeling from shock, Ma Qingyan hurried over to Yu Yuan, his tone noticeably more polite.
Yu Yuan, how close are you with this senior?
Yu Yuan smiled, a flash of self-deprecation in her eyes. We've only crossed paths twice. It's not a deep friendship by any means. Right now, she felt that Fang Chen was entirely out of her league.
Disappointment flickered in Ma Qingyan's eyes. He had been hoping to use Yu Yuan to get into this monster's good graces.
Too bad she barely knew the guy either. After a brief lull, Hua Wang took the initiative to shatter the lingering silence. Everyone, let's get back to today's agenda. First up, the matter of that scoundrel, Fang Chen. I think Feng Yuanzong's eyelid twitched violently as he frantically cut her off. Junior Sister Hua, let's just drop it. We're not discussing that anymore. He was the one who had originally proposed the topic. As the biggest victim on the ancient road to heaven, his hatred for that bastard Fang Chen eclipsed everyone else's.
Hua Wang looked slightly confused.
She had been genuinely looking forward to this topic. In fact, it was her main reason for showing up. She had already mentally drafted a brutal tirade against Fang Chen. Why cancel it now? Was he saving the best for last to use as the finale?
Nodding, she continued.
Let's move on to the second agenda then. Regarding the descent of the ancient giants in 3 months, I have a rough idea. I don't think we should just sit around waiting to die. Like they say, know your enemy and you'll never lose. We should organize a task force to ascend the sky-touching black pillar and scout out the ancient giants. This mission will be incredibly dangerous. We'll need to convince the various sects and even the Directorate of Astronomy to provide massive backing, from preemptive protection measures to heavy post-mission rewards. Her proposal struck a chord with the crowd. The room was full of hot-blooded teenagers. Unburdened by the jaded caution of adults, they immediately buzzed with eager chatter. Quite a few of them were actually itching to give it a shot. Hua Wang asked, Senior Tyrant, what are your thoughts on this? The hall fell completely silent. Everyone leaned in, eager to hear whatever brilliant insight the powerhouse in seat number 1 had to offer. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. Your idea isn't bad, but judging by the time, the 3 Venerables and the Bodhisattva have already gone to the end of the sky-touching black pillar. We juniors don't need to worry about it just yet. Yu Yuan looked at him in sheer surprise. How could you possibly know that? Even the disciples of the 3 divine sects and 7 great cults haven't heard a whisper of this. A Venerable told me, Fang Chen replied calmly. The entire room plunged back into dead silence. Fang Chen was already rubbing shoulders with Venerables, knowing their every move like the back of his hand. Was he really their age? The question echoed in the minds of everyone present. All right, let's move to the next topic, Hua Wang said. Does anyone have thoughts on the Great Yin sect's bounty for capturing a live ancient giant? A sharp gleam flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. A live ancient giant. What did the Great Yin sect want with a living one? But as soon as the topic came up, Feng Yuanzong raised a hand, signaling for quiet. I will explain this matter. Everyone, this bounty was issued by a venerable of my sect. Anyone who can provide a clue leading to a live ancient giant will be rewarded with a soaring pill. If you manage to capture one alive, you will be accepted as an honorary disciple under our venerable. And if you possess extraordinary talent and catch the venerable's eye, becoming a formal disciple isn't entirely out of the question. The crowd instantly erupted. A disciple of a venerable. This was infinitely more tempting than any elixir or cultivation method. Even if the venerable taught them absolutely nothing, the title alone guaranteed a life of untouchable privilege, endless resources, and absolute immunity from bullies. Even Hua Wang was visibly tempted. She whispered quietly, Senior Tyrant, you should hurry up and send this news to the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower. If they find one, we're going to strike it rich. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. What did Venerable Evil Crow need a living ancient giant for? Thinking about the prerequisites for Yin Corpse refining, it hit him instantly.
Not just any dead body could be turned into a yin corpse. The subject had to be freshly killed. The great yin sect forged many of their yin corpses from powerful experts they slaughtered on the spot. Venerable Evil Crow actually wanted to forge an ancient giant yin corpse. No, to be precise, he wanted to run a test trial. If he figured out the formula before the war with the ancient giants broke out, he could mass-produce an entire army of ancient giant yin corpses. Fang Chen's gaze flickered. He decided not to sabotage Venerable Evil Crow on this matter. An army of ancient giant yin corpses would only benefit the Taking Grand Province, even if Venerable Evil Crow strictly used them to guard the great yin sect, and was too stingy to deploy them on the front lines. Building that undead army still required slaughtering a massive number of ancient giants first. Anything that contributed to the bigger picture had his full support. However, Venerable Evil Crow's reward didn't appeal to him at all. If it were something else, he might have considered it.
Senior Tyrant, do you have any leads?
Hua Wang stared at Fang Chen, her almond eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Fang Chen chuckled. Do you think I'm a god? I don't have the answer to everything. Besides, there was no way he was going to admit anything right in front of Feng Yuanzong. Hua Wang huffed. Finally, something that's actually out of your reach. She glanced at the final topic on the jade slip. Since we've wrapped up everything else, let's have a serious discussion on how we're going to hunt down that mainland scum, Fang Chen. As everyone knew, that villain Fang Chen single-handedly sabotaged the ancient road to heaven. He forced them to fight their way up over 9,000 blood-soaked steps, only to walk away empty-handed. How many times did we risk our lives? How many magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs did we burn through? How many opportunities did we lose? His monstrous crimes are too vast to even list. As the second biggest victim, right behind Feng Yuanzong, Hua Wang was holding onto a massive grudge. Her words instantly fanned the flames, whipping the gathered prodigies into a furious frenzy. Ma Qingyan scoffed coldly. That's not even the half of it. Over 100 of us prodigies went in and only 50 made it out. The rest were inexplicably buried at the end of the ancient road to heaven. If that villain Fang Chen isn't executed, there is no justice in this world. His war cry resonated with the crowd. We are the elite prodigies of the Taking Grand Province, yet we were trampled by some mainland thug. It's the ultimate humiliation. Robbing us of our destiny on the ancient road to heaven is an unforgivable offense. Getting so many chosen ones killed only seals his death warrant. I propose that as soon as we secure the sacred flame, we form an alliance, march straight to the mainland, and ensure he has absolutely nowhere to run. Watching the crowd's fury boil over, Hua Wang gritted her teeth. Look at the absolute hatred this scumbag has stirred up. He's finished. Just then, Hua Wang noticed Feng Yuanzong slumped over. His arms were crossed, his eyes shut tight, and he hadn't said a word. The guy had actually fallen asleep. She stared at him, speechless. Senior brother Feng, aren't you going to weigh in? You're the one who kept bragging about how you'd rip off Fang Chen's head and use it as a footstool. You told everyone not to even try to take him from you. Now that everyone is fired up and talking, you're just taking a nap. Feng Yuanzong, who had actually been strategically faking sleep, panicked. He bolted upright and put on his most serious face.
Don't talk nonsense. I never said anything of the sort.
Hua Wang blinked, stunned. Senior brother Feng, are you okay? You're the one who brought this topic up, and now you're acting like it has nothing to do with you. Feng Yuanzong's eye twitched uncontrollably. I didn't bring it up either. A friend asked me to present this topic for them. And for the record, I've already cut ties with that person. Hua Wang frowned, completely confused. Unbelievable. You're seriously flaking out right when it matters most. Whatever, I won't count on you. There are plenty of us here. We don't need you anyway. Finally, she turned to Fang Chen with a playful smile. Senior Tyrant, why don't you say a few words? Don't you think this Fang Chen is the absolute worst? Surely a senior like you can see right through him. All eyes instantly locked onto Fang Chen. On a topic this massive, it would be weird if the person in the number one seat didn't say something. Fang Chen rubbed his temples. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Maybe you all should ask your elders what actually happened at the end of the ancient road to heaven. Don't just jump to conclusions and frame an innocent man. You might end up killing someone who doesn't deserve it. Hua Wang pouted, her disappointment obvious. She had hoped Senior Tyrant would join their cause and give them some real authority. Instead, he was taking the opposite side. Senior Tyrant, you're far too kind-hearted. If you don't want to join us, we won't force you.
But once I've secured the sacred flame, please give me a few days' leave. I need to track down that villain Fang Chen and give him what's coming to him before I return."
She made a fierce, slicing gesture, like she was chopping a watermelon into pieces.
Fang Chen rolled his eyes and replied with a cryptic tone, "Fine, I'll give you a few days off. But don't leave once this meeting ends. I need to have a private word with you."
Suspecting nothing, Hua Wang went back to discussing the finer details with the group, even going as far as sketching out a full-blown tactical plan.
It looked like they were preparing for a full-scale invasion, ready to storm the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion from every direction and take Fang Chen alive. An hour later, after finishing a few minor topics, the group finally rose to their feet, still buzzing with excitement. Since Feng Yuanzong had remained silent the whole time, Hua Wang had taken over as the moderator. She flashed a bright smile. "All right, I declare today's gathering officially adjourned."
But just then, Jiao Huingian, who had been standing in the corner in silence, called out to the group with a smile.
"Wait a moment, everyone. If I could have just a minute of your time. I actually came here today on a crucial mission from a Venerable."
No one was surprised he had business to discuss.
He had crashed the meeting and hadn't participated in any of the discussions, making him stick out like a sore thumb. It was obvious he had been waiting for his chance to speak. But the fact that it was a mission from a Venerable that actually caught them off guard. The White Bone Alliance is just a mid-tier power. How do they have ties to a Venerable?
Fang Chen, who had been bored out of his mind, suddenly felt his eyes sharpen. Looking around the assembly, a sinking feeling settled in his gut.
Jiao Huingian pulled out a Taoist compass and an aura orb that radiated the overwhelming pressure of a Venerable. He kept that same polite smile.
"By the order of Venerable Heart, Bane, I ask for a small favor from all our friends here who have reached the tribulation crossing realm."
Venerable Heart Bane suspects that the criminal who uses the void flow lightning force has recently broken through to the nascent soul realm.
"We would appreciate your cooperation."
The crowd looked annoyed. Why is he pointing fingers at us?
Feng Yuanzong snapped, "And what if I don't feel like cooperating?"
Hua Wang frowned as well. "Are you treating us like suspects?"
Both of them came from sects backed by their own venerables, so they had the backbone to stand up to such an unreasonable demand. The disciples from the other sects also looked visibly resistant.
If Venerable Heart Bane himself had shown up in the flesh, they would have had no choice but to suck it up and cooperate.
But for some random nobody to use his name and expect them to just fall in line, that was taking things way too far. Absolute cinema. This man literally walked into his own funeral, sat in the VIP section, and asked for the microphone.
Fang Chen isn't just playing with fire. He's running a marathon through a volcano while selling overpriced radishes to the gods.
He nuked Fairy Kynlan's reputation just for a place to crash, scammed a soul transformation Venerable out of 100 million crystals for a snack,
and then had the audacity to critique the tactical layout of his own assassination squad. This isn't cultivation, it's a masterclass in professional gaslighting.
When the Fang Chen crusade finally realizes their guest of honor is sitting in seat number 1, who is truly pathetic, the wolf playing God in plain sight, or the elite prodigies too blinded by ego to recognize the very monster they're praying to execute,